two genders, Italian and Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hazan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hazan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hazan.
What's going on, everybody? Viva Mexico is how I want to start this day. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. Is June gloom heavy upon our souls here in California, Los Angeles. However, California, Los Angeles, also known as North Mexico. That's right. I'm alive, and the reason why I didn't do the grito is because it would be disrespectful. There's some HVAC dudes in the house right now. They probably are they're probably hearing Esperando Hasan and going, what the fuck is this white boy doing in his little living room in his house? Okay, so that's why I didn't want to fucking double down on the grito as well. I give you the full permission to do the grito. I know you give me the permission. I will not be doing it because I'm embarrassed. Anyway, today I won't be doing it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. You never know. Hey, listen, folks. So glad you have freckles. A face without freckles is like a sky without stars. What the hell? That's nice, but also kind of crazy. Mexico's fuck. AMLO is so many corruption cases. The newly elected president was hand chosen by AMLO himself, says Red Crusader. AMLO has so many corruption cases that for some reason aren't translated across the Spanish to English barrier. I know. Mexican politicians are usually so not corrupt, which is why I'm just shocked that this guy also has corruption charges and corruption cases. It's like very shocking. Who gave you this jacket? Lolo did. Alex. Anyway, but regardless, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened in the world, in the universe. Yesterday, I did the broadcast. Oh, by the way, it's June 3rd, 2024, 11:14 a.m. I'm early at 63 degrees and cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and it's another beautiful day. It's Monday, news day. We're going to talk about a lot of the news. A lot is going on in the news, and we're going to talk about all of it. But before we get to all of that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what happened in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all my parasocialists out there. This is the parasocialist hour, the parasocialist time. And let me tell you, Morena, Scheinbaum, and AMLO are not leftists. Okay, before everybody fucking starts chirping about Scheinbaum and whatever the frick, okay, I'm not going to get to that yet. Okay, I don't care. We're going to get to that in a little bit. So, okay, can you tweet when you're ready to? I mean, I'm going to blast off. The other part of your interview was posted. Okay, We'll do all of that in a second. Anyway, John Oliver's episode on Modi got banned in India. Nice. Encampments are going up all around the country. In Columbia University, they brought it back. UC Santa Cruz had, of course, another violent apprehension, state suppression of free speech. 80 students were arrested. Why am I doing the news right now? What is going on? I feel like I'm on autopilot. Oh my God, I'm supposed to do personal news right now. Okay. God damn it. We're going to do personal news first. Okay. Personal news. I just have to keep reminding myself. Ended the broadcast last night and did the episode of Fear and another banger episode of the books. Hope you guys enjoy it. We put it out there. It's the Pride episode. You guys know it's like important one. Okay. Another banger Fear and episode. We filmed that. Will unfortunately couldn't make it because he was late. His flight got delayed. He couldn't make it. There was also obviously the Shroudy Rowdy 30th birthday party. Unfortunately, however, I could not make it to that. Okay. Shroudy Rowdy's 30th birthday party, and I could not make it to that. Why? Well, because I'm an old man. I'm older than he is. He's 30. I'm 33. Okay. So guess what? When you're 33 years old and you do a podcast till 9 and you've been doing like 2 a days, working out real crazy, like playing a lot of basketball on concrete, you have to make better decisions. You have to actively make better decisions in your life. And for me, that decision was, although I really, really, really want to go, I'm about to be 33, guys, soon. I really, really want to go and celebrate my boy's 30th birthday. I know that if I go, I'm cooked because I won't be able to wake up early. I won't be able to work out. And also my body is in pain regardless. So chill. 33 is the new 23. Guys, I don't think you understand. I'm not a normal 33-year-old either. I think a big part of the reason is because not only am I kind of old, but also on top of being old, I'm also constantly fucking working and working out and have been really going crazy mode on my workouts and shit. So that's like, that's most of it. That's the real reason, is because I'm like working out a lot. I'm tired all the time and I need to do, that's the only part about being old that sucks, is like you need to do active recovery. Not even active recovery. You just need to actively recover. So that is the issue here. It's okay though, you're 30 plus and actually feel it though. 40 will be a lot harder if you just overwork yourself in your 30s. Shit, most 20-year-olds overwork. Yeah, anyway, my point is I'm old and I didn't go to Shroud's birthday because I'm old as fuck and I went to bed. That's the point. That's the point I was making. The point I was trying to make is that I went to bed. I went to bed and I slept in bed, and that's what I did instead of going out, which is the case. Here's a snapshot if you want to understand what the episode looked like. This is what.
Let me show you how to do it. I've been to many.
Wait, you know how to do it?
I've been to many drag brunches. Okay,
oh my god,
I'm scared.
hold on just a second.
Anyway, but yeah, I did that, and I basically laid in bed and I went to sleep. That's what I did last night, and I hope that everyone had a great time. Once again, happy birthday to Shroudy Rowdy. He's the GOAT. And an old man. I welcome him to the old man club. Austin being legit upset that you and Cutie can snap the fan and he could not is great. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. We are going to be talking about Mark Ray Belay, friend of the show, and his filming of police brutality. That went a little viral over the course of the past day. We're going to be talking about Bruce Dropamoff coming back to Twitch and talking about his experience at Kick, which is, not the most shocking revelation. We might not have time for Jay Aubrey because there's a lot of news to cover. And I want to get right into it. Personal news wise, this morning I worked out. I was deadlifting, and I think I'm getting a lot better at like knowing what my limitations are. Obviously, I'm at a severe deficit for the past like year at this point almost, and I've been doing a lot more cardio and it's been working. I've definitely lost a lot of body fat, but I'm still not fully there. I'm still not in the fucking final. I haven't been able to kick it into the final gear. But when I was deadlifting, obviously you start losing strength when you're losing all that weight. And when I was deadlifting, at my top set, I'm doing 10s, and it was like 355. It wasn't that heavy, but like I felt like I was going to tweak my back a little bit. you know, because my legs are constantly shot from playing basketball. And you know, I stopped myself and I'm fine. So that's good. And beyond that, I'm still stuck at like the sub 240, but not like 235 range. So that's where I'm at. I love the 1v1 you in basketball. Yeah. In any case, that's it. Do you run? Yeah, a lot. As a matter of fact, I run a lot. And where do I run? I run when I'm playing basketball. Also, I just noticed something. Here, look at this. Can you see? Wait, oh, here, this side. Little basketball injury. Someone smacked me in the face yesterday. A little cut. Do you wear a belt when lifting? No. I don't want to be reliant. How's the diet from all the activity? Are you able to stay on track? Are you more hungry? No, I'm able to stay on track. Oh yeah, we got the MTG testimony as well. I mean, Fauci testimony, Fauci testimony. Republicans are going nutty mode on the congressional vaccine reacts in 2024, the holy year of our Lord. I'm out for a month from football because of MCL tear. Yeah, that's what I'm so scared of. That's muscle fatigue, either due to lack of off days or lack of overnight rest. Physio advice, not parasocial advice. No, I know. No off days and not enough rest you're absolutely correct, which is why I'm like trying to go to sleep earlier. Anyway, Mexico has gone woke, folks. Chris DiStefano talks about you in his recent
a video up on Pornhub. What did you do?
Yo, what do you think about the last few weeks of guests?
I think the last few weeks of guests have been good.
Well, we're recording this. We'll say we're recording this after Hasan and Jeff went out.
And
next week,
maybe?
Cat. So following this, Cat will be released. So we don't know what the response to Cat will be yet.
Yeah, I think Cat will be good. Dude, I'm back in on guests, man.
But what do you think about the response to Hasan and Jeff?
So I think the response to Hasan and Jeff has been mostly positive, right?
Yeah, Hasan's a little different. He's very divisive. Like, it's
Sure.
a lot of like, you either love him or you fucking hate him.
Right.
And so if you go look at the comments, it's basically like, oh, fucking Chris, yeah, I'm unsubscribing now because of fucking Hasan, bro. I thought you were better than this.
Right.
But there's also a lot, like, you guys barely touched politics, maybe towards the end, but like, I thought it was a good conversation. It's
fun.
Yeah, see, and I'm a big thing. It's like, I get people comment, I get it, but I'll say what I said on previous episodes. It's like, I didn't know Hasan at all, so it's like, I'm not going to judge. To me, it's like someone who would say they would unsubscribe to a pod or even get mad, where it's like, you don't know this guy at all. You just know the edited videos of what he's putting up. It's like, dude, stop. Like, how do you get through life like that? Like, being so angry at someone you don't know, that you've only seen in clips.
The only person who can be mad at Hasan is John.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, he was fucking roasting the thumbnails.
You got back at him, though.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Good.
well, yeah, you
Would
saw
you
I
see
put
the thumbnail?
the Twin Towers in
Yeah,
the thumbnail.
good.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
Because
Were the thumbnails more fire this week?
Well, look, Hasan said to John, you got to be shameless. You know, you got to just like, you know, put in, even if you only talk about it for a few seconds, you got to put it in the thumbnail. So John put the Twin Towers in the thumbnail.
But not burning. Like, you put like
No,
the...
no.
Oh, yeah.
Intact.
Did you think about that?
Yeah, well, because we are like, we have like a color palette, right? We're doing like black and yellow and like grayscale. So I had them on like a yellow wash.
Glad you're starting to control the narrative about you out there. Bro, it's not even controlling the narrative. It's just me being a normal human being. There is 0% chance if I talk to someone who's like not been brain broken about all the clips that they've seen, or even if they have seen clips, if I hang out with someone in real life as a normal person, they're not going to be like, this guy fucking sucks. I'm just a regular person, dude. I think we oftentimes get like misguided and have like a false sense of how things actually are in the real world as a consequence of like how people operate online. It's a genuinely weird phenomena that, and I'll admit, impacts even the person himself. Like, sometimes I think like, damn, man, I must be a real fucking piece of shit or something, you know? Like, it has the capacity to even change your fucking perspective about people that you like. It even has the capacity to change your perception of yourself. So, are you saying this? You're doing a character when you're streaming? No, dummy. I'm saying that who I am while I'm streaming is the same person I am off camera. The difference is the way that people can manipulate who you are when you're streaming through clips and through like massaging a narrative or whatever is very different than like actually being in the presence of a human being. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe this. Like, how how have we gotten to a point where I got to be like, hey man, it's different when you link up with someone in the real world as opposed to like the perceptions that you generate off of them, off of online clips. Like, is that like how am I supposed to explain this to people? You gotta be hyper online not to recognize it. Also, many of your haters don't understand your sarcasm and dry humor. That too. I mean, you're definitely on when you're streaming. It's a different version of you for sure. I think being a professional, I have developed a like I've even noticed on my own, like even when I'm around people before the cameras turn on, I sometimes just like hold it in a little bit lately in comparison to how I am when I'm on camera and I'm live. I'm like boom, 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 boom. But like otherwise, I'm like a normal person. You know what I mean? I'm just a dude. Like if you have one way or another, like these incredibly passionate opinions about how much of an evil person I am, like that's probably very unhinged and very unwell for you.
Brother was at my apartment while I was making it.
Which brother?
Little brother Richard. And he said, "Yo, they look like they're on fire right now. You need it." I was like, "Ah, good point, good point."
Dude, I admittedly don't know like the thumbnail world, but when I see the thumbnails, I always think they're fire, and I'm always like, these are
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like to hear it from that, like there is a formula and a process, and like I did change them a little bit. I'm gonna mix it up and basically like we're gonna do kind of like a center.
There were comments that said I did click this week because of the thumbnail.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Well, it also like for context, I know you don't know Hasan, but like the stuff he said about 9/11, super duper controversial, and like he said on our show, he said that he gets clipped out of context, and that's basically what happened with it.
He
But,
did,
like,
yeah.
But that's one thing, like where, like, for example, it literally could be like somebody like your dad, like they would like show on like Fox News or whatever, like, oh, popular influencer, political commentator says America deserved 9/11. And he doesn't know anything about Hasan. He's like, I know that guy. That's the 9/11 guy. Like,
right.
That's how people describe you.
The 9/11 comic.
yeah.
9/11 dad guy.
9/11 dad guy. That's who I am.
So a lot of people know him only because of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought it was good. I thought it was a good convo. He made me feel better actually about like what he said, like working out when we were talking about like guys who are jacked and ripped. Like he was like, yeah, but like I don't want to look like that's too much effort. Like I don't want to look like that. Like he feels like he's at peace with himself.
And then Jeff the week before was like, I'm obsessed with being ripped.
Right.
But like Hasan is like twice the size of Jeff.
Yeah, but Jeff is more cut.
Ripped. Yeah.
Hasan is like, but
He's
I'll
big,
say this.
dude, big.
We talked about this last week. You go to the gym for men, you judge men's bodies.
Yeah.
If you had to have one, whose body would you rather have?
Probably Hasan's.
Right?
Just a big boy. Because
Yeah.
Jeff is like he's ripped, but it's
Dude,
like
grass is always greener, dude. Jeff is so cut. He's so shredded. I mean, he's too shredded. It feels crazy how shredded he is. It feels illegal. You know what I mean?
it's too dainty for me. And I don't
Also, hey, there you go. Another point for Hasi. Let's go, dude. Hasi supremacy in here, okay? Yeah, guess what, Jeff? Your reign is over, son.
Hasan's a monster. Hasan's like a brick shit house. When he walked in, I was like, that's a fucking
He looks
big
like he should
kid.
work on a farm or some shit.
he's a big boy.
Oh.
That he's a big Turkish farm boy.
Is he? If all of your guests got into a fight, do you think it would be Hasan?
Recent guess, yeah.
But all time.
Wait,
I mean,
did
who
you
else?
have the,
I mean,
the
Brendan
chick
Schaub will
fighter?
kill everybody.
The Brooklyn
Oh,
chick?
Heather
Heather Hardy.
Yeah.
I mean, what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name?
Did you ever get the knife fight?
You had the wrestler on.
Oh yeah, you had the wrestler
Anthony
Anthony Bowens.
Anthony.
Where are they finding these clip videos of Hasan? Most I get are edits of his armpit. Good. That's why you're in here right now. That's why the thirst talks are working. That's my whole point. We do these thirst talks because we flood the marketplace. Because there's one thing that the haters can't fucking take away, and that is like the way I look and the way people perceive me. You know what I mean? Haters can just like clip anything out of context and be like, "Oh, he sucks. He's he's stupid. He's wrong. He loves the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He is anti-Semitic. Blah 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 blah. Like all this shit, right? Like that are just lies. But they can clip it in a way where they can massage the narrative. But the one thing they can't take away is like when they fucking post up on those pitties. Okay, when they post the pitties, like what are you gonna do? They can't take the pits away. It's why it's like pretty funny where they instead of showing instead of showing me half the time on the fucking thumbnails now, instead of putting photos of me on the thumbnails, they'll like draw me ugly. Anyway.
Bowens,
Anthony Bowens,
will
Heather
kill
Hardy,
people.
Hassan,
Brendan Schaub will kill you.
Oh yeah.
Brendan
That's
Shaw.
true. Brendan Shaw will
It's
beat
got
the shit out of me.
the lady.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the lady probably
They're
takes
no,
Hassan
she's-
in the fight.
dude, she's-
like, and
yeah.
he's like triple her size.
Yeah.
You wore sleeveless all Pride Month, ally card revoked. What are you guys talking about? I literally went to the fucking Pride parade without sleeves on. What are we talking about? Y'all are just too horny for the pits. It's crazy to me. Okay, that didn't count. Okay, well, that only counted for that day. Yeah, well, sorry. Okay, today this is the most you're gonna get. Heather Hardy might kill you too. Yeah, anyone that's like a professional fighter, or at least like a little bit of training, like fight training experience, is most likely gonna cook me. Let's be real. Okay, I'm not making any silly statements like I could take a fighter or whatever. As you guys know, I'm a big recognizer of like the fact that an athlete would cook me in their sport no matter what, and a fighter would kill me no matter what. Did I blast off yet? I can't believe I haven't blasted off yet. We're like watching videos and shit. Let's go. Let's blast off. Mexico's gone. Whoa. Yeah, I'm a recognizer of limitations, based recognizer and understander of the physical human limitations. Is that a chainsaw sound? Yeah, there's people working in the house. Okay, Mexico's gone woke, folks. Will Israel agree to their own ceasefire deal? You're big and beefy on the outside and soft on the inside. I love it. Yeah. Flexico has gone woke, folks. Will Israel agree to their own ceasefire deal? Cops brutalize children for selling fruits and more. And Batman season 2 later. Get in and out. There's no water all over Mexico because of the government, but people voted for them again. Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, honestly, is that the situation is so fucking dire with all Mexican administrations that the dude who is privatizing water is like one of the most popular political figures in recent Mexican history. So much so that he just fucking his successor is winning by like unimaginable margins, despite having a major setback, being a woman. But we're gonna get to that in a second. I got the Mark Rebele thing. Don't worry. Here, let's blast off. I haven't blasted off yet. That's the problem. Yep. First woman leader in NA, by the way. I think every single leftist on Twitch, YouTube pods, and most online spaces are celebrating while liberals are having a meltdown. I'm confused why this community is so anti the new president. Are we? I am, as always, cautiously optimistic. I think I've been pretty fair as far as like my considerations with respect to AMLO. But overall, like my thing literally was, and I said this yesterday, ain't nobody fucking provides the alternative. Canada had a prime minister woman for like 2 weeks. Oh shit. Everybody chirps about AMLO and his party, but nobody fucking talks about who the better alternative is. You know what I mean? Canada had a woman prime minister. Okay, Canada doesn't count only because it doesn't. She's a Zionist. That's a major setback. Yeah, you don't know anything about her Israel policies. You're just simply saying she's a Zionist because you saw an account be like, this is a Jew, which she is. She is Jewish. But the idea that like, if she even continued the strategic ambiguity with respect to Israel, it would be a continuation of AMLO's policies and the prior Mexican leadership's policies, as a matter of fact. You have no idea whether she's a Zionist or not. You have no... the party itself is literally incredibly critical of Israel, more critical of Israel than AMLO himself. So no, there is no major setback, especially as it pertains to like Mexico's policy, Mexico's foreign policy on Israel. His party and the administration is literally looking to join the ICJ court case, while AMLO himself has been like, there's very fine people on both sides of this, and maybe we shouldn't call it a genocide. I covered this extensively yesterday. We'll talk about it even more, but you guys, even if you yourself aren't anti-Semitic, funny how I didn't know she was Jewish. Yeah. Even if you yourself are not anti-Semitic, you're being duped by anti-Semitic accounts. Okay. You're being duped by anti-Semitic accounts. This woman's grandparents are fucking straight up communists. and you're over here being like, oh, she must be a Zionist. You don't know that. A relative of mine says she was okay with Claudia Scheinbaum so long as she doesn't bring her problems from over there. I guess he thinks Jewish equals Israeli. I don't know. What is she going to do? Bring in the militant terrorist organization and traffic people and murder en masse? Yeah, no, there's definitely going to be a lot of anti-Semitic sentiment, but the notion that like she is, yeah, if you only learn about the world through accounts like Censored Man or whatever the fuck, like these Andrew Tate impression farmers, you're going to be like, well, it's weird. It's weird. There's only 0.04% Jewish people in Mexico, and somehow a Jewish person became the president. It's like, yeah, dude, you're just doing anti-Semitism. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for just doing unrestricted anti-Semitism. Having said that, like, I don't even know. I don't know what she is going to do. I don't know what she's going to do as far as like, is she going to continue AMLO's ambiguity when it comes to Israel as a direct consequence of the fact that Israel, just like many other Latin American countries, which we talked about yesterday, like Colombia, and Colombia has already severed ties with Israel, severed diplomatic relations with Israel, as you guys know. But like many Latin American countries actually take advantage of Israeli surveillance technology and Israeli weapons. AMLO is not unique in that regard. This is precisely the reason why AMLO was taking a very different stance, you know, as a victim to Pegasus, as we learned yesterday, but also a recipient and user of Pegasus, a serial user of Pegasus, which is the Israeli spy tech, for those of you who don't know. Let's get to the real issue, though. Scheinbaum. The main setback is that she has not said anything about duendes. We do not know what her position is on wood elves. Are they real? Are they not real? Is she going to investigate? This is what I need to know. They say she is the spiritual successor of AMLO. But let me tell you, a real spiritual successor would be investigating the truth of the matter. Are there wood elves or not? Second question, is she going to continue streaming every day? Because if that's the case, I'm afraid I cannot, in good conscience, keep supporting this fucking fraudulent party, okay? They need to stay the fuck away from being leftist political streamers, okay? Calm down. You have broached into my territory, and it seems, and I didn't even fucking know this, I've been kicked out of the top 10 slot because of motherfucking AMLO. It's not even a joke. I'm number 11 now in NA because this motherfucker came in and is live streaming every goddamn day, and it turns out he's cooking. I did not even fucking know that. Okay? What is this?
I really don't
Who is this?
like this whole thing of people saying like serving the country when people join like the military and because
Dante's also going for his spot. Isn't this guy a major fucking Destiny dick rider, bro? Like, he's a league streamer. I don't even want to fucking touch that with a 10-foot pole. The only league streamers I respect are Sanchovies, okay? I don't know. Maybe he's recovered. AMLO streams cooking your ass, bro. Why are you bringing this back up, okay? Yeah, look at this. López Obrador, presidente constitucional de los Estados Unidos Mexicanos. Motherfuckers in the top 10 slot. You know who used to be on the top 10 slot? Me. And it's fucking me up, dude. It's fucking me up. Anyway, what? Most watched Twitch streamers in 2022 from the USA. Okay, that's 2 years ago. And not only that, but also that's just the USA, bro. That's crazy. Like, that's 2022. I've fallen off, bro. I've fell the fuck off, dude. What are you talking about? And that's just the USA. AMLO's not doing USA streams. He's doing streams in NA, but not USA. I think the Free Palestine coverage did you in, sadly. Yeah. To be fair, AMLO, leftist, supposedly. Okay. And also ambiguous when it comes to Israel. Maybe I really need to reconsider my tactics from a streaming perspective if I want to dominate. Okay. Oh, yeah, let's boycott the Maldives, dude. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Mexico City's Jewish mayor wants to be identified by policies, not ethnicity. Like many other liberal secular politicians around the world, Claudia Scheinbaum rarely identifies publicly as Jewish. It was during her successful campaign in Mexico City mayor that Claudia Scheinbaum made a reference to her Jewish heritage. Speaking before a group of Jewish women, she says she was proud of those origins. We celebrate all the holidays at my grandparents' house. For Scheinbaum, the capital city's first elected Jewish and female mayor, the reference to her Jewishness was rare. Like many other liberal, secular Jewish politicians around the world, Scheinbaum rarely identifies publicly as Jewish. You know what, though? Before we get into the weed of this, the weeds of this shit, why not let's do a fucking snapshot, okay?
History.
Let's get into Mexico election. It's historic. What are the liberals saying? What are the leftists saying? Why is it important? Let's start off here. Let's start off our journey today, not on Israel, Palestine, but instead in Mexico. Okay? Having said that, from what I understand, she was not great as the mayor of Mexico City, but that's neither here nor there. Let's continue.
Has been made in Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum has been elected as the country's first ever female president. She told supporters she would not fail the Mexican people and vowed to reduce violence and improve the lives of women in a country where one of the world's highest rates of femicide. Huge celebrations in Mexico City main Zócalo, the square there. Ms. Sheinbaum will replace her mentor, the outgoing president Andrés Manuel López Obrador, on the 1st of October. Will Grant is there for us.
A genuine moment of history in Mexico. In a nation where women only got the vote in the 1950s, Claudia Sheinbaum becomes...
Bro, you need to stop sending me censored mem posts when it comes to, just in general, okay? Just in general. You guys need to stop it, okay? I'm sorry. I don't want to hear... I don't want to hear from an account that literally will be like, this is the Jewish president. It's like, come on, bro. We know what you're doing, okay? You don't even know what our fucking policies are. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm genuinely confused. Why do you say AMLO is leftist? He's openly criticized the U.S. and brought the Mexican minimum wage up. The economy is going up and doing lots of senior population. Sure, the cartel and crime has skyrocketed. Yeah, I think, and I said this before, AMLO is, one, very popular for good reason. It's very popular. His policies are very popular. He's overall, he has some weird takes on a lot of issues, but he is the best Mexico has to offer. Okay, and it seems to me like Claudia Sheinbaum is going to follow through on that tradition. Okay, my question to the people who are beyond critical of AMLO, but saying he's bad or he's just awful, because there's a couple things that he did throughout his administration that I openly championed and said was good, whether it be the renationalization of petroleum, oil extraction, or whether it be the nationalization of lithium. Those are some pretty good things. Overall, obviously not great on the cartel stuff. And people are very critical about the way that the military has been beefed up. Some people say it's good, and the military does a better job and is harder to corrupt than the local police are. Others say that the military has been violent, suppressive, brutal, and turning into the Mexican government's own version of the cartel. Having said that, however, it seems to me like it is definitely the lesser evil voting alternative with no real alternative whatsoever beyond that. I don't really know. I don't really know what the other... You're wrong on this, like you were with Fetterman. Nah, fam. Am I wrong to assume that censormen pose their pro-Palestinian views from a firmly anti-Semitic point of view? They don't care for Palestinians at the end of the day. They just don't like Jewish people. I don't know. It could be a little column A, column B, but it doesn't matter to me. As soon as someone is demonstrating anti-Semitic bullshit, I'm not going to be on board with that regardless. I'm never going to... It's going to take a lot for me to trust someone after that shit. Okay. So... The other female candidate was wanted to privatize the electric industry. That's how bad she was. Yeah, it's what are we doing? You have someone who is on the aesthetic front, she hits all the markers. She's a woman, okay? She's a climate scientist. Even on the leftist front, there's a lot of things that AMLO has done, and being AMLO's spiritual successor in that regard is good, okay? Having said that, what's the alternative? The fucking small business owner, the entrepreneur, the right-wing entrepreneur, the opposition with the interest of beefing up you know, the startup culture in Mexico City or some shit? Like, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck is that about? You know?
The first woman to break centuries of male domination over the Mexican presidency, shattering the glass ceiling for generations of women to come.
I do personally like that people ride for a person whose like family is historically communist because she's a woman. Like, liberals have to do this thing where they just literally have to be like, well, this is great. It's the glass ceiling being broken. Isn't that wonderful? The glass ceiling is being shattered. Meanwhile, like, again, grandparents, straight up fucking Mexican communist, dad communist, from what I understand, is like, it's great.
Que por primera vez en 200 años.
For the first time in 200 years, women have reached the presidency, she told her jubilant supporters in the capital's main plaza.
It's historic, completely. It's for the women who are no longer with us and those who are still fighting, not just in the political arena, but in any way where we have conviction as women. To see someone who comes.
Yeah, this shit was crazy, by the way. Mexican candidate assassinations hit grim record ahead of Sunday's election. 37, bro. Mexico's election is now the bloodiest in its modern history after a candidate running for local office in the central Puebla state was murdered on Friday at a political rally, taking the number of assassinated candidates to 37 ahead of Sunday's vote. Like, it's a little different, you know? The situation is a little different, okay? Twitter leftists think they have more credibility than Evo. Yeah, I mean, guys. This is like, you know, Giannis Varoufakis posted celebrating her. I'm not like super fucking clued in on her policies at all. But, you know, there's a lot of people that I do trust that I am aligned with politically that are seemingly very excited about the prospect. So I'll, you know, I'll reserve my judgment for what she ends up doing. The real problem is that Morena is getting control of Senate and Congress. They can make changes in the Constitution now. They have whole control of the country. Well, here's the issue there, okay? Which it already did that did happen, as far as I understand, in Mexican politics regardless. But that could be a good thing, or it could be a very bad thing. It's just entirely related to the ideological commitment. It's entirely related to the ideological commitment that the party has to legitimately improving the material conditions of all people in Mexico. If they have that genuine vested interest, then it's a good thing. If they don't have that, and by the way, this is being done technically through the democratic process, so it's not like I know that there are other aspects of it. For example, the AMLO stuff as it pertains to the Supreme Court, right? I think there was some issue with the courts. Having said that, however, I'm not immediately going to be like, oh no, they are too popular, you know? Here's what Giannis said. You should trust no politician, but at the same time, consider everything AMLO did for the poor in Mexico. Claudia is committed to continuing AMLO's policies in favor of those lacking power and wealth, but that does not mean we should not be ready for fair criticism. Yeah. Like, I am going to reserve my judgment for her policies if she does, when she does inevitably follow through on them, rather than immediately be like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. Because the reality is that having this popular governing mandate, historically speaking, has actually led to prosperity in the past as well. It has also been incredibly damaging for Latin American countries in the other direction. And what I mean by that is when it's not actually the democratic process that brings someone in the position of power, but a fucking coup d'etat backed by the U.S. state that then go in and create this massive dictatorship. Oftentimes, however, when a incredibly popular, a populist, democratically organized movement that ends up working on solving some of the underlying material inequalities, when they actually have this incredible popular mandate to operate and they demonstrate a commitment to that goal overall, that goal that got them that popularity to fucking begin with, that yields pretty positive outcomes. And it's not just in Latin America either. This has also happened in the United States of America. Who am I referencing here? Obviously, no one in contemporary American history. I'm talking about FDR. So ultimately, we have this capacity to go, oh my God, this is terrifying. I don't really what's going on. We have like complete control of Congress and the presidency, and there's no checks and balances. And it's like we're kind of, in my opinion, behaving like American liberals who say stuff like they want to do split ticket voting because they want like a Republican Congress with a Democratic president. I'm not necessarily inclined to immediately say, no, it's good to have opposition in all instances. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, didn't this happen before? But like, yeah, Morena is the new PRI is what you're saying, right? But I don't know. I don't know if like having all of these different representations in Mexican politics has yielded positive results for Mexicans in general. I'm just looking at results. I don't personally give a shit about like, I don't personally care about what these guys are aesthetically presenting or what happens in this situation. Does that make sense? Please say PRI, not PRI. Can you sponsor me a visa? Maybe. Yeah, this is a real argument. I used to love the metro system in Mexico City until roofs started falling off, trains derailing and crashing more often. This is something I have heard. Overpasses falling on top of pedestrians. Now, that isn't entirely her fault, obviously. Mexico's crumbling infrastructure is not going to be directly the fault of the fucking last Mexico City mayor. But I have heard from people that she wasn't a very good mayor and more so a careerist. Why are you assuming you know what's going to happen in Mexico, though? Wait, what? Are you talking to me? I'm not assuming that, unless you're talking about the 3-minute ad break that Mexicans are definitely going to see right now. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, 5 pesos. You know? Yeah. Disgusting, lol. What do you mean? Morena is a new PRI. Shut up! It's 50 pesos for me, lol. Okay, dólares, no pesos. Like, the real thing is, I don't think she's going to do feminism, for example. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are like, well, that's a woman in charge now. Like, Mexico's about to be feminist. And I don't personally think that that is going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she's going to advance feminist causes. Maybe she will. I don't know. But, like, it's the social issues that I don't think... it's the social issues that I don't think are going to change in Mexico. But I'll take what I can get in terms of like any kind of advancement for the poorest Mexicans. Also, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Only for selfish reasons, of course, because like I said, I want every Mexican to be able to subscribe at the top of the hour. So the point is, it's all a matter of what will they do with the popular mandate they have? How did they arrive at this popular mandate? Well, it seems like they arrived at it through good policy, or at least comparatively good policy. I wouldn't say it's the best policy, but overall, making the most of making the most that they could with the obvious limitations that they have. We often forget how long and how arduous a process it is to change, especially a country like Mexico, which is like, it feels like it's a piece of land that is governed by a bunch of decentralized, like, no way you're calling Claudia woke. No, that's a meme, man. Jesus Christ. Kind of unrelated, but I remember last election's Partido Verde literally sponsored a ton of Mexican influencers, and they all posed with the same story supporting the party. Yeah. You're not going to be able to unironically, one, remove corruption as an element from Mexican politics, and two, you're certainly not going to be able to do that in one term, and three, you are not going to be able to dismantle the influence of the cartel. So, but yeah, see, this is what I mean. The metro system didn't have maintenance work for 53 years, and somehow it's the current government's fault that the infrastructure is crumbling. They handled poorly, though. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. It's like a competent governor, a competent leader, a competent mayor would try to work against that, but it's not entirely in her hands. That's my point. And the same way for AMLO as well. So we'll see what happens. People endorsed by AMLO has governed Mexico City for the past 20 years, though. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's see what the media is saying, and then we'll talk about it.
At the bottom to the presidency, it's so emotional. For me, it's marvelous.
Your chat ate my ass yesterday for saying mate and called me a fake Mexican. I live in Puebla. Puebla! And I'm called Carlos. I've never been to the USA. Puebla! I don't know. I can't stop saying Puebla like fucking, what's his name? When he was talking about the UAW strike, and he's like, calling Claudia woke is wild. Claudia is the handpick of the current president who just want to change the Mexican constitution so he can be president forever. Oh my God, bro. Let's continue.
Nation of such entrenched machismo, what Claudia Sheinbaum has achieved here is no small feat. Other women have tried and failed, but her offer of continuity with the governing party's social policies, which have pulled millions from poverty, have proved hugely popular with the electorate.
Her critics, in particular,
the right-wing liberals are right-wing liberal freaks are coming out of the woodwork today. I don't know if like there's that many fucking right-wing liberals in Mexico that are like also big fans of mine at the same time, who are just like, all I will point to is this. Where is the alternative? Where is the alternative? In fairness, I think some leftists are calling her a Zionist in the same way that they call AOC a Zionist, just complaining that she's not critical enough of Israel and that strategic ambiguity is a form of soft Zionism or whatever. Yeah, except her positions on Israel would merely be a continuation of AMLO's positions on Israel and not necessarily born out of her Jewish heritage or whatever the fuck. That's my point. So if she does continue strategic ambiguity against Israel, then that is directly a consequence of following through on AMLO's strategic ambiguity, in spite of the fact that there is, as far as I understand, a lot of people in the administration currently that is hypercritical of Israel, and including, but not limited to those who have tried to get Mexico to join the ICJ court case as well, alongside South Africa.
in particular her opponent in this vote, Xochitl Galvez, are left deeply frustrated, especially by the huge margin of victory. They say her mentor, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, is a populist and an authoritarian, and that Ms. Sheinbaum will govern as his puppet, something she denies. This election has been historic for all the wrong reasons too. It's been Mexico's most violent campaign in living memory, with dozens of candidates threatened and murdered. One of them was the candidate for mayor of Coyuca de Benítez, Alfredo Cabrera, shot in the back of the head by a gunman at his...
What is happening with this video?
His closing rally. His murder was a sign of the huge security task, a fear she isn't up to
what is happening?
Huge security task facing Ms. Sheinbaum. A staggering 11 women and girls are killed every day.
I know they can't show it. Why are they shaking it though?
In Mexico, and her critics fear she isn't up to the task of tackling the problem.
If Sheinbaum wins, I think the militarization will continue increasing. They will keep on having ever so more power, you know, both the military and the narco, because they have been together for decades.
For now, her supporters are celebrating having made history. But once the party ends, most voters want the president-elect to prioritize drug cartel crime over all other issues in her in-tray. Claudia Sheinbaum inherits a nation mired in violence. Her challenge now will be to succeed where so many men before her have failed. Will Grant, BBC News, Mexico.
Brother, those are the kind of people say we are becoming Cuba because you voted for Morena. Yeah.
City.
One can only hope. One can only wish that Mexico becomes Cuba. Okay? Like, great. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. That sounds like an objectively good turn for Mexican politics. Holy fuck, dude. Cuba is doing, you know, all things considered, despite the crippling blockades and endless sanctions that are completely unjustifiable, completely inhumane against the Cuban state by the global dominant hegemonic superpower United States of America for the crime of having a fucking revolution against America's the American-backed dictator. Okay, I would say that Cuba is probably doing pretty fucking good. If Cuba was allowed to thrive on top of everything else, like if they weren't so hyper reliant earlier on the USSR and then beyond USSR now, China, if they could like participate in the global marketplace as one does, they would do even better. Chad, don't you think HasanAbi should go to Cuba? Because I do. I had the opportunity to go, but apparently they can't I can't really live stream out there, so I am not gonna go. I was gonna go with like the People's Brigade or something. Like I forget what it's called, but you can't really live stream out there. So unfortunately, I'm a censored man. This was the bloodiest in terms of history of modern Mexico. And who are the victims? Poor people in the majority. Wait, what? This was the bloodiest term in the history of modern Mexico? I'm not ignoring this fact. It's one of the major criticisms that I think the AMLO government has. It's just that at a certain point, you have to recognize it is kind of outside of their control and outside of their power. You know what I mean?
Vanessa Rubio Marquez served as Deputy Finance Minister of Mexico, and I asked for her reflections on this historic moment for the country.
Definitely, this is a huge historic milestone in Mexico for women, of course, but not only for my generation, but for the generation of my grandmother, my mother. It's been only 71 years since women were granted the right to vote in Mexico. We have had 20 women holding governorships in Mexico. I myself was the first deputy minister of finance in the country in 2016. So we have been moving forward, but still it's a lot in our way to find parity at the end. But yes, this is a huge milestone.
She's incredibly close to the outgoing president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. How will she be different from him, though?
I think Mexico has a very strong presidency, a very strong presidential regime. So I think she will be her own figure, but it's yet to be seen where she stands in very crucial issues such as the definition of the democratic foundations of the country, the relationship with the legislative, an independent judiciary. How will she come along with this militarization of the country over the last 5 years? Not only security matters, but the military now control the customs and have built a refinery and have built an airport and own an airline. So that's a key issue to define moving forward. And also very key policies such as public finances. We're running the largest public deficit this year over the last 35 years. What the new energy matrix and the new energy policy will be, and also a series of elements in relation to competitiveness of the Mexican economy vis-a-vis
the violence in Mexico is the same propaganda that Trump and the right always say about the place. Different problems like guns in the USA. Wait, what? I mean, the violence in Mexico is definitely very real. Cartel violence specifically is very, very real. It's not like, that's not like a fake problem. That's a very real issue. Just like femicide is a very real issue as well. Those are legitimate problems. It's just that those are such, I feel the way I look at it is like, it's almost like grading it on a curve. Because like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Like, there's a 6-year term limit regardless, but beyond that, it's like this has been this has been Mexican politics for a very long time. I don't know how any administration can tackle it over the course of like 6 years. Maybe over like 2 decades, 3 decades, you can like try to chip away at it. Why doesn't Mexico crack down on cartel violence and jail every gang member like Nayib Bukele, the greatest leader in modern human history, did? Yeah, great question. That would be impossible. Okay, because they have American guns and American weapons and American gear and American dollars lining up their pockets. And therefore, they are in many instances more fucking powerful than the military. So you can't really do that. And also, that's not a good solution anyway. Mexico's cartel problem is not one that Mexico itself can solve. Mexico's cartel problem can only be solved with American politics. That is the unfortunate reality of the matter. They get their guns from us and they get their money from us. We are the market and we give them guns. So there is no way to solve it internally with internal Mexican politics in general. Okay?
The nearshoring expectation effect and our special relationship with the U.S., to which we're the first trading partner and the first source of imports.
A lot to pick up on there, Vanessa, but how would you say she defines herself when it comes to her relationship with the private sector? Is she pro-business?
She has said so. She actually today said it so and gave a huge emphasis to having a good relationship with the private sector, because I think it needs to be understood that it's not the public sector who creates employment, it's the private sector, and that you need the private sector as allies for development and as allies in particular for specific sectors such as energy, such as infrastructure, and many others. So we hope she moves forward in this direction, which is key for the competitiveness and for productivity of the country.
Vanessa, we were listing some of her impressive credentials. I wonder if you think that that influences the way she thinks, the fact that she is a scientist.
I think that will tell a lot, and she would have a challenge to move from ideology to pragmatism to a more rational perspective of government, and most importantly, to an effective government, because this is exactly what Mexicans want. Mexicans want their problems resolved. They want to live in a more peaceful country. They want to end up violence. They want to have employment. They want to be competitive. They want to have access to health and to social security and to education. So the more practical way in which she addresses the most challenging and pressing challenges for the Mexican society, I think is going to determine her presidency.
We can now reveal that Keir Starmer could be heading to Downing Street with a majority of 194 seats, bigger than Tony Blair achieved in 1997. And that is according to the first major polling projection by YouGov of this campaign, partnering with Sky News. Now, our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, has been pouring through all the numbers. Sam.
This is an extraordinary moment for the campaign. 194 seats is the projection of YouGov if there was a general election tomorrow. To put that in context for you, Sophie, this is a bigger figure than any election for 100 years. It's bigger than 1997 when Blair won that.
Okay, we're not done with the Mexico elections. So it's almost narco democracy, by the way. The politics have been very complex in Mexico since it started its inception. No thanks to the U.S. government. Plus, how are we going to stop the narcos when we are the ones funding them by buying their products? Yeah. Now the progressives are in power. They demand an end to the system of violence that the right continued to aid and increase through corruption and austerity for generations. Yeah, look, you have to personally grade on a curve. That's it. Like, that's what you have to do. You have to analyze the situation, you look at the material conditions, recognize how bad things are, and then see if the people that you're electing are moving the needle in positive directions. As far as AMLO's administration goes, there is a lot of things that he ran against, like corruption, ending corruption, which is, kind of laughable. And also tackling narco violence, which again did not happen. There are understandable criticisms of like increased military brutalization. But beyond that, like I said, renationalization of oil, nationalization of lithium. These are all positive. It's funny how leftist leaders and figures in newspapers are saying this is good, but chatters are saying it's bad because their racist families said she sucks. No, I don't think so. I think that there is a understandable growing problem with respect to narco violence. AI dubbed a great Univision video of Claudia's big 3 moments in her political career.
Studying physics at UNAM, Claudia Sheinbaum joined in student movements with a leftist orientation, from which came the leaders that would create the Democratic Revolution Party that Sheinbaum later became a part of. However, politics was not her first preference. Upon finishing university, she dedicated herself to research and education. It was not until the year 2000 that a mutual friend recommended Sheinbaum to AMLO for the position of Environmental Secretary of the then Federal District due to her research on pollution. At this point in time, Claudia Sheinbaum was married to Carlos Guimas, who was governing Tlalpan. But in 2004, he became involved in a corruption scandal when he was caught on video illegally accepting hundreds of thousands of pesos. After confessing his involvement, he stepped down from his position. Journalist Elena Chavez stated it was Sheinbaum who reported her husband to AMLO, thereby gaining his trust. Journalist Arturo Ocano states that Sheinbaum resigned after this incident, but López Obrador did not accept it. Instead, she served as his spokesperson in his first presidential campaign 2 years later. Then in 2015, she was elected to govern Tlalpan, now a member of the National Regeneration Movement Party, also known as Morena, also led by AMLO. 2 years later, tragedy struck.
Chad is literally just being misogynistic. No, Sheltered Rosebud, what the fuck are you talking about? If anything, they don't even give a shit about her or her gender. They care that she's a continuation of AMLO. Please read this without the radfem brain rot that you have. What the fuck are you saying? This has nothing to do with her being a woman. What are we talking about? If anything, this community loves Lula a lot, but we had some of those same issues here during his government growth, a lot of drug factions, increased violence against the black community, increased power of the armed forces, etc. Because it is a positive for women, at least give her the time to prove herself before you jump down her throat. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter. Most people's criticisms in this community literally have nothing to do with nothing to do with her being a woman at all. Okay? The country Mexico is as divided as the U.S. This is our Biden versus Trump. People support AMLO are called chairos, and the stereotypes as poor people, uneducated. The people against AMLO are called fifi. Stereotypes as white, middle class, or upper middle, out of touch with Mexico. Chacha's biased against her because she's Mexican. Yeah. Look, you cannot deny one thing, and that is that AMLO's party is fucking profoundly popular. I mean, you look at the fucking elections, and it's like, what are we talking about here? The popularity is unimaginable in comparison to like American metrics. So is Modi's though. Yeah, it's a little bit different, don't you think? Like, unless you're considering AMLO's party to be a fascist one that is running on a platform of fascism. Anyway, I spoke to some Morena members this past weekend. Shout out to Martha Garcia. Unfortunately, nationalization of minerals, especially lithium, won't happen until the next 50 years. Reason because the previous administration gave us, both the U.S. and Canada, a contract of those resources for 100 years. AMLO managed to cut that contract in half. First one of you to compare AMLO to Fetterman, then the other say, hold my beer, and comes out with the Modi take. Yeah. Ultimately, I don't think that, I think it's just the best option overall, it seems, out of like any viable parties. And they're pretty fucking popular.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rania Kalik with Breakthrough News.
I'm Zoe Alexander with People's Dispatch. We're here in Mexico City, and we're joined by Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum, the head of government of Mexico City, and one of the founders of Morena Party of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. She's a rising figure in Mexican politics and one of the frontrunners in the 2024 Mexican presidential elections.
Dr. Sheinbaum, thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you for coming.
So let's jump right into it. You studied environmental engineering in university, and today you are the head of government of one of the largest cities in the world, over 20 million people in Mexico City. And you're also one of the founders of the largest progressive political party in the region, Morena. Can you tell us about your journey into politics? You went from student activism to being an elected official. What were your politics like growing up?
Well, first of all, my background is physics. I studied physics, then energy engineering for my master and my PhD. And when I was 15...
Like, Sophia, you're a 3-month subscriber. You ostensibly are a leftist. I don't personally understand why you're in here talking like this. AMLO gained so much support by giving money to students and those over 60, which sounds good, but he's doing so by printing money. So that's just a ticking time bomb for financial disaster for Mexico. Like, obviously, it's a little bit different when you're a country like Mexico in comparison to a country like America. But this is the exact same kind of fucking sentiment that I hear from, you know, neoliberal right-wingers in the United States of America, straight up Republican Party voters that will say, like, that's what Brandon's doing. He wants to give, you know, free money to the students and take away their student loan debt. Like, it's like, what? Don't post his W's if you want to actually criticize him, because there are valid criticisms you can make about AMLO from a left-wing perspective. I don't even know if what you're saying is completely correct in any case, but you know, because Mexico operates different. Okay.
15 years old. That was the first time that when I was in high school, the first time that I get involved in student mobilization, the student movement, because many people couldn't.
This
get
is from a
into
year ago, by the way, when she's the
I was
mayor.
in, but I was, you know, in solidarity with those that couldn't have the possibility of studying. And then, you know, I get involved in social politics. And it was very important for us in 1988
when the Ingeniero Cárdenas was.
Yeah, it's different in countries that aren't monetary powerhouses like America is. You got to tread more lightly when it comes to that aspect. Yes, 100%. Like the real money supply inflationary shocks are way more significant. Like modern, even MMT enjoyers, MMT defenders will not make the mistake that you can do MMT in a country like Mexico. You can only do it in a country with like sovereign currency. Whereas like a nation like Mexico is still very much beholden to global market forces, and beyond that are in certain instances almost completely controlled by the IMF and the World Bank regardless. So ultimately though, good. That's crazy. That's a lot. Okay. Yeah.
Candidate for presidency. And it was very important for us because we came from a student movement, and we decided, I said us because our generation, and we decided to go to Ingeniero Cárdenas. And later on, I went to the US to study my PhD. And then I returned and I was part of the university. But I was involved from my parents that they were involved in the 1968 student movement. So I was involved in politics. But my main occupation was to be a mother and to be in the university. And in 2000, President López Obrador, when he was chief of government of Mexico City, he invited me to be the Minister of Environment. And I get involved, and later on in 2006 with electoral fraud, I was with López Obrador, even though I returned to university. I was, with him in all the movement that finally get into the burn of Morena.
Great. Well, we know that PRI and PAN really maintained a stranglehold over Mexican politics since 1946. In 2016, Morena was founded to be an alternative to this. And in 2018, of course, Morena achieved a historic electoral victory with the election of Andrés Manuel López Obrador. What does this mean for the course of Mexican politics?
In 2016, when Morena was created, nobody wanted to be in Morena because it was a new party. And in Mexico, you have to win a certain percentage of the votes to be an official party. And it was very difficult because just few people wanted to be in Morena. And the decision to get away from PRD, the party that we were, is that, we thought at that time that there was no possibility in that party that was getting very close to the official party. So we decided to create. I said we decided because there were a lot of assemblies in all the country that decided to create this party. And from 2016 to 2022, it's 7 years, and now we have the presidency, 22 governors of 32, the majority in the Congress, the majority in the Senate, and a lot of municipal presidentials. Why? It's because people want to change. And it's a change from economic model. We, neoliberalism now is in the past. And we have now a government that thinks in the majority, thinks in Mexican people rather than thinks in a privileged group. So, and right now we have the majority, and that's because people are, happy. Even though a lot of media is against the president and against Morena, people wants this change and wants this fourth transformation, as we call it, to continue.
So one thing that confirms some of what you're saying is the fact that you're currently leading all major voter intention polls for the 2024 presidential election. What do you think has led to this support?
Okay, first of all, I think it's that I have been in the movement always. I've been near President López Obrador, always since 2023 years. And at some point people remember that I was, you know, in the Adelitas movement that we have in 2008 against the privatization of oil, of the Mexican oil, of Pemex. And I was, you know, in many movements. So they think that I can continue what President Lopez Obrador is doing.
Oh shit, I was muted. Sorry, I didn't realize. If you look at the 2024 Mexico presidential election live results, she didn't just win 60%. She literally fucking wiped the goddamn map.
This news is front.
I mean, it's crazy. The problem here is that most of the members of Morena used to be members of PRI and PAN and other corrupt parties. At the end of the day, Mexican political class all comes from the same sewer and the same kind of rats. I need to understand what this chatter's, not this chatter's gripes with AMLO, but I need to understand who this chatter thought would have been a better alternative. Like, who do you think was better? Because you keep saying it's about picking what the most pressing issue. The issue is Mexico's going towards a state communism while pretending that it's socialism. If she studies what she said, it'd be great. But that's just not the reality. The proof is in how Mexico hasn't gotten any better in the past 6 years in the things that are most important. Like, who was a better alternative in your assessment? I've seen detractors, maybe like Sophia, who think cartels are the number one problem. Cartels are the number one problem. You know what I mean? They are the number one problem. The problem, however, with cartels is like tackling cartels in Mexico is like tackling capitalism in America. Okay. The way I look at it is like, if I had a fucking candidate American comparisons don't even fucking work that well because the situation in America is really dire, really awful, but like nowhere near. Like Mexico is not even a comparison. Okay. We did not have 37 fucking political assassinations this time around. You know what I mean? Like while we were having our elections, right? We don't have like 100,000 people that have gone missing. I have no problem discussing the things. The only reason why they picked, I don't even know how to say this name still, boys, because AMLO picked beef with her. She was a trash pick too, but AMLO just wants to be a dictator, so continuing his handpick is just concerning. Okay, but you're not giving an alternative. So chill. I'm a cartel member in Mexico. We are very chill. There's no problem here. People like that chatter mostly complain. All we do is watch DBC. Okay. People like that chatter mostly complain about them being tied to narcos, but they will never leave. They have control and always have had control over the country. The difference when Calderon won is that he went to war versus the cartels to give the power to other cartels. Do you think cartels in Mexico will eventually fizzle out like the mafia? No. I think that organized crime in Mexico is going to literally turn into fucking what the Yakuza is inevitably, but with more power, where they will just have like fiefdoms, which they currently do, but they will become, I guess, like one avenue out of it is to completely like legalize their operations or recognize them as like genuine fiefdoms. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I don't know how there's no fizzling out. They have a firm stranglehold on the American drug market in general. Like they have an incredible fucking they have all the supply. They have an incredible fucking base of support in America that will take all the demand. They have an endless stream of guns going into Mexico that has basically given them the power of actual militaries, sometimes more powerful than the militaries themselves. These are bad things, right? Yes, none of these are good things. The only way, that's why I said the only way to tackle the cartel issue, cartel are literally political parties law. They have people on the inside. OC, organized crime, is so embedded in politics that you need to deal with the underlying issue of why people join organized crime rather than a life of honest work. Yeah. And that can only come through, genuine solutions, genuine fixes to systemic inequality. But ultimately, if you want to tackle the other aspect of, the cartel supremacy in Mexico, you have to deal with it by, it's an American issue.
The second thing is who I am and what I have done in Mexico City. If they didn't like a scientist and a politic to be a president, they probably don't prefer myself. And also my work in Mexico City. If my job here in Mexico have been bad and people were, against me, but probably I couldn't go, to the next step. And finally, believe it or not, is because I'm a woman. It's now time for women. It's incredibly, it's not only the social movement of young women, and it's also that in Mexico, we have already 9 governors and many women participating in politics, so it's not strange. And at some point, people see that it's good to have a president, a female president.
Well, we'd like to talk about one of those reasons.
Hasan's lack of knowledge to Mexican politics leaves him prone to fall for right-wing talking points because he's viewing this from an American lens. Wait, what? I don't think so. Chatter is a conservative. I literally said that. I said that she is arguing on conservative talking points. Just because I'm asking questions to a chatter doesn't mean that I'm like it doesn't mean that I'm lapping up what she's fucking saying. The fuck? It's good to investigate these sorts of criticisms further so that everyone can become more knowledgeable about the counter positions. I do this for every single issue. I'm going to maintain my charitability when someone comes in with right-wing talking points, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I believe everything you just said. Why do so many people come into the chat and claim you lack knowledge for so many issues? Because there are areas of expertise that I have. I wouldn't say like full-blown expertise in the same realm as like a researcher or whatever, but there are issues that I am knowledgeable on and issues that I am not as knowledgeable on. This is definitely one of them for sure. I'm not like super tapped into the intricacies of domestic politics in Mexico. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean I'm like eating right-wing propaganda.
You spoke about, which is your role as head of government of Mexico City. Again, a city of over 20 million people, which is very significant. And you were elected by popular vote again in 2018. As head of government, you've taken on many initiatives to address some of the structural issues facing the city. And one of them that we'd like to talk about is, of course, femicide and the issue of women, which is a huge challenge for Mexico. It's a huge challenge for the region in general. But in your role, you've taken a lot of different initiatives to address this issue, to make the city a safer place for women. So can you talk a bit about those initiatives?
Yes, in November 2019, I decided to make an alarm for women, we could say that. And so we developed 11 points for women to be safe in the city. And we have now done more than that. I can tell you some examples. For example, we have 27 centers to attend women that have violence at home. We have passed many laws. One that I like to say in many places is that, when we think violence in the household or in families, what we think is, let's take the woman and her children to a refuge.
Yeah.
How do you say it in English?
Refuge.
Refuge.
Yeah.
So I asked myself, why do you have to take out the women and put it and hide her, right? So now we have a law here in Mexico City that it's the aggressor goes out of the house. So even if the property is not of the women, of the woman, of her, she has the right to stay at home. And the man or the aggressor has parental measures, or even he goes to jail if the judge decided. So it's a complete different way of thinking. And also we have made 800 kilometers of safe corridors with a lot of light and buttons for help, for the police to come. We have a special number. It's 765 to call for if you have you have problems, if you're a woman, and many other things that. So We don't know if there are more feminicides now than before, because before they were not counted, but we have to take care of that. Yeah.
Calling all men aggressors, yikes. Bro, imagine looking at a country like Mexico, that femicide is a massive issue, and being like, wow, it's really fucked up. This rad femme is chirping about all men. She wants to kill all men. It's like, bro, that's crazy. Calm down, okay? Fucking calm down. Cool it.
And I mean, you've dealt with so many other issues as well. One of the biggest ones affecting the entire planet, of course, is climate change. And you're an environmental engineer. As you mentioned, you were also Secretary of Environment. And you were part of the UN panel on climate change in 2007, which won a Nobel Peace Prize. And Mexico City, like all major cities, deals with many issues related to this, such as access to water or pollution, just the general impact of climate change. During your time in office, what have...
She thanks Jesus in her acceptance speech. I think it might be her husband. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was mildly surprised to see President-elect Claudia Sheinbaum thanking Jesus in her acceptance speech, as she is of a secular Jewish background, only to realize that she was referring to her husband, Jesus Tariba? Yeah. It wasn't. Why would they even elect her? She's not even Mexican. She's Lithuanian Jewish. I like that this is Goat K Kona Savage. I like that this is just pure anti-Semitism. Like, literally, just nothing else. I know I wanted some hogs in here, but not like this, okay? Just absolutely feral. I mean, just vintage, yeah. Yeah, just like Obama's not a real American. You know what I'm saying, brother? The head of the Democratic Majority for Israel said that too. The co-chair of Democratic Majority for Israel tried to smear the incoming Mexican president by implying she isn't Jewish enough. He said she even thanked Jesus for her victory. Important to note that she is not involved in the Jewish community and thanked Jesus for her victory, which is literally the name of her husband. But that, you know, she's not invested in her Jewish roots, and also, guess what, dude? She married a guy named Jesus. I mean, I don't know. Mexican is a Catholic country to the core. Religious diversity is scarce. That's why so many people are against their Jewish background. She runs under the impression that she isn't religious. I don't think she is religious. I think she comes from a fucking commie family, dude. That's all I need to know. Marrying someone named Jesus is kind of anti-Semitic. Yeah, she's not a religious person at all. What the fuck are we talking about? On that front, I would even go so far as to say she's better than fucking AMLO. Like, what are we talking about? She, unironically, in my opinion, everything that I've read so far, she literally has a lot of aspects to her that were AMLO's biggest weaknesses from my understanding. More dynamic, a woman. That's like, you know, automatic feminism there. Her background as a stem cell, her work in environmental activism. Now, obviously, there are glaringly obvious weaknesses. For example, her silence is violence, I will say, in terms of the issue on wood elves. Obviously, we don't know how much she's talked about it in the past. I tried to investigate, and I found 0 tweets from her about duendes. I don't know if she believes that they are real or not. Like, this is a major issue for me. Personally, I think it's important, but ultimately, I think her silence speaks volumes on the issue of wood elves. Okay. Claudia Sheinbaum has won Mexico's presidential election in a landslide. In her victory speech, she paid homage to the social movements of the past and promised to continue Morena's impressive record of social progress. The Morena leadership holed up in the Hilton Hotel in Mexico City was in a state of quiet shock. They knew they were going to win Mexico's presidential election, but not by that much. As results trickled in yesterday evening, it became clear the long-expected victory was a drubbing. So far, Claudia Sheinbaum holds a 30-point lead over her conservative rival, Xochitl Galvez, 58.3% to 28.7%, with the third-party candidate, Jorge Alvarez Maynez, coming in at 10.5%. Mexico said no to men, okay? Enough men. We got women now. Women are in charge, okay? According to the projections made by the National Electoral Institute, Sheinbaum's final total is expected to fall within 58.3 to 60.1%, outperforming all but a pair of the final pre-election polls. According to the Institute's Conteo Rápido, or fast count, the landslide was expected to carry over into Congress as well, with Morena and his allies winning up to 380 of the 500 seats in the lower house, the Chamber of Deputies, and up to 88 of the 128 seats in the Senate. This would put the center-left coalition within a range of its ambitious goal of achieving a qualified majority of 2/3, which would allow it to pass constitutional reforms on its own. Together with the state legislatures it controls, not only did Morena win the all-important mayorship of Mexico City with the candidate Clara Brugada, the Morena coalition is also set to pick up at least 6 of the 8 governors' races for grabs. This is like, people that are upset at technically, democracy in this situation. Now, I understand why people would be fearful about the governing mandate that this party now has, considering Mexico's history. I think that's what a lot of people are worried about. A lot of people are cynical and very worried about it, but ultimately this is literally a consequence of the party's popularity due to the party's many different policies of, as far as I understand, trying to tackle some of the underlying material issues in Mexico. To put Morena's victory in perspective, Sheinbaum is on course to best Andrés Manuel López Obrador's 2018 landslide victory of 53% by some 5 to 7 points. Where AMLO received a historic total of 30 million votes, Sheinbaum will have received some 35 million. Similarly, Galvez was running about 10 to 12 points behind the Conservative Party's total in that election in 2018. The Conservative Party's Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, and National Action Party, PAN, ran separately this year. They ran in a coalition, but instead of adding in numbers, the coalition wound up subtracting. Many of you were naysayers of duendes and their power to their power to offer you wish fulfillment, but it seems like who's laughing now? Okay, who's laughing now? A lot of you said it's not real. Wood elves are not real. They can't hurt you. Meanwhile, you know what AMLO was doing? Whispering to the wood elves about his dreams of increasing the power, the popularity of his party. Turns out that's a dub for him. A dub for the wood elves, and also a dub for him. What is this wood elf thing? If you don't know about it, don't ask about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. A refusal to be goaded. True to her scientific background, Sheinbaum ran on a disciplined, methodical campaign, taking nothing for granted. Despite holding a virtually unchanged lead since announcing her candidacy, Sheinbaum racked up the miles, holding 3 times as many rallies as Galvez, where Galvez veered from one uncosted policy proposal to another. Sheinbaum rolled out a 100-point program that includes extending social programs and scholarships, continuing annual minimum wage increases. That was massively popular. Consolidating Mexico's push towards national health care, building 1 million affordable homes on a rent-to-buy plan, constructing 7 long-distance train lines, avoiding the maquiladora experience of the 1990s by mandating that companies investing in the nearshoring phenomenon provide higher wages and benefits, and in what is certain to continue, raising the shackles of multinational energy interests, a public sector-led energy transition building on Mexico's state-owned oil, electricity, and lithium companies. Throughout the campaign and over the course of 3 debates, Sheinbaum refused to be goaded by opposition candidate Galvez's scattershot series of attacks that got nastier over time. Galvez, playing to the hilt a go-negative campaign strategy, attacked everything from her character to her family to her record as Mexico City's mayor, winding up a series of dog whistle insinuations about Sheinbaum's Jewish heritage. Sheinbaum also refused to be goaded by those who repeated that she is going to be a puppet of outgoing President AMLO. Every time someone would try to insist on the need to create a more individualistic image, as if she were marketing a new brand of cereal detergent, Sheinbaum would calmly explain that she represents a social movement and that her administration will proudly be segundo piso, or second floor, of Mexico's 4th transformation. And she did it all with the poker face persona that served her in good stead as mayor of Mexico City, one that, eschewing the attempt to force a lofty oratorical style, asserted her authority with understated consistency both in interviews and on the stump. And the voters approved. Okay? Sheinbaum's victory also came despite a coordinated international campaign of media and bots that attempted to paint AMLO and Morena as being in collusion with drug cartels. This is only a chapter of the nonstop media onslaught that sneered and slandered its way through AMLO's administration without deigning to learn about what was happening underneath its very limited radar. Maybe that's part of the reason why the chatters are coming in here and saying, like, no, AMLO met with Chapo's mom. They are in the pocket of cartels as well. And that, I mean, there is a very real escalation of cartel violence, for sure. Okay. Way, way, way more consequential and way more significant than the violence at the top of the hour ad break that chatters constantly chirp about. Like, that's the biggest type of violence that chatters see on a daily basis and fucking complain about on a daily basis. So, you know, that's important to recognize that you can defend yourself against that violence at the top of the hour ad break as long as you subscribe for $5 or free. I can't believe they wrote this in the Jacobin, by the way. Why does the Jacobin know about the top of the hour ad break? King Henry IV, thank you for the 10 community gift to us, allowing 10 people to no longer be victims of the top of the hour ad break. The 3 minutes that of ads that come at the top of the hour. Here's the 3 minute ad break now. For the election, a gaggle of foreign journalists touched down in Mexico City, marveling that such a machista country would be electing a woman president, and so comfortably. Once again, all the comfortable tropes, election of state voters, bought out by social programs, religious populace, and the thrall of a handpicked successor of a messianic leader were trundled out. Anything that avoid granting agency to Mexican voters are seeing what has been happening on the ground, a policy-driven process of party realignment in which working-class voters scattered across parties in the 2018 election have concentrated in Morena while maintaining the party's cross-class coalition largely intact. After a victory acknowledgement in the Hilton, Sheinbaum made her way to Mexico City's main square, the Zocalo, where, I don't know if I'm saying that right. There, she paid homage to the social movement as a path from workers to students, teachers to farmers, and read out the names of women who have played pivotal roles in Mexico's history. As the latest member of that list, Sheinbaum will have an enormous electoral mandate, even larger than AMLO's. As of October 1st, the Presidente will now be the Presidenta. Zocalo? Okay. This article is really bad. Morena is deep in ties to the cartel, as all Mexican governments have been, and there's no pushback against them. AMLO severely lowered collaboration with U.S. drug agencies. And I'm sorry, I'm not fucking rating Mexico's presidential performance off of how well they collaborate with the motherfucking DEA, okay? That is crazy. That is a ridiculous metric of success. That feels more like a dub that you just posted in the chat. That is insane. He has not caught any major drug capos. Remember, they let Chapo's son run away. It's important to cover that Mexico's government is and has always been tainted by narco money. Yes, this is true. But the notion that, like, American federal agencies are going to be very helpful when they are, like, I would say almost directly responsible for so much of the cartel's prominence and power, it's awesome to think that, like, you know, it's awesome to think that we should be rating the Mexican president's performance off of how well they collaborate with the American federales. Anyway, I share with you my 100 proposals for the construction of the second floor of the fourth transformation. You can consult them in the following link on my website. Wait. Oh, fuck. How do we Google Translate this shit? Is it just my algorithm, or is there not a single good word about her on Twitter? I think the most suspicious thing overall is how the media has been, like, mainstream media outlets have been, like, relatively pro Sheinbaum, which I find rather odd. Like, they just say, oh, she's a woman, and that's good. And they just, like, move on. You know what I mean? Which I think is, like, strange. Not the Spanish outlets. No. I'm not talking about Spanish outlets. I'm talking about, like, NPR. I would go so far as to say they haven't even fucking ripped AMLO as much. Like, I know you are becoming a conspiracist, lol. Wait, what? No. What are you talking about? There is, in comparison to prior years, for like the past 100 years of American media and its alignment with State Department interests, the pink tide that occurred in Latin American countries did not get the same level of coverage, with obvious exceptions, like Evo, who is right here. With the coup that occurred, the Bolivian coup, like, was a moment where people were just like, yeah, these guys aren't fucking psychopathic, rabid, violent Christo-fascists that are physically trying to overthrow the Evo Morales government. It's actually, the mandate, the popular mandate, I promise. Now, that in and of itself was like a brief moment, but beyond that, you haven't really seen a shit ton. You haven't really seen a shit ton of like negative sentiment being deployed. I don't know if it's because they just don't have the smoke for it. You know, I don't know if they just don't have the time for it. I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is. I am in Bolivia. It was the popular mandate. What the fuck are you talking about, my man? Your takes on Latin American politics are so out removed. Dude, how could, there's no way this is a bait, right? Are you doing a bait or are you being serious? Like, there's no fucking shot. Not real Bolivian. Wait, what? I can take a pig if you like. No, I'm not saying that you're not a real Bolivian. I'm just shocked that you are talking about shit. You're talking about shit that is like well established. To when you read comments like that, just remember all the your Ukraine takes are bad. I think that's because there's been a growing movement of leftists in Latin America that I would say wouldn't look well for mainstream media to attack anyone, especially with outspoken leaders like Lula and Petro. You are leftists. There are a lot of Central and South Americans that will call you a communist and be against you sharing leftist ideology when talking about Latin countries. Bro, this person is my age, Bolivian, and has been in here since 2022 and has previously subscribed for 10 fucking months. The idea that like the idea that there wasn't a fucking coup in Bolivia and it was actually a popular uprising and it wasn't like a violent, a lot of media portray people opposing the electoral fraud as neo-Nazis, Christians, crazy people. The major players involved were absolutely, first of all, the media did not portray them as such. The media did lie about them. Okay. Mainstream media unironically dropped the ball in a historic fashion. And that's what I talked about specifically here, which a lot of those pro-NATO, pro-State Department, but supposedly leftist content creators also yelled at me about. But that was quickly fucking packed up. That's crazy. It's like, yeah, it's like thinking about the last Cuban coup attempt, which wasn't even really a coup attempt. I'm just saying, like, all of this spells trouble for the CIA involvement in Latin America in general. The media defended the Christofascis. Yeah, they said it was a popular revolution. Like they literally they act like it was just a thing that happened. Like this woman. Wait, or no, where was the other ones? Hold on. The lady who succeeded Evo literally wanted to ban indigenous people and the indigenous religion, calling it satanic. Definitely not a fucking. It didn't happen in like 2 weeks. Protests were going on in Bolivia since 2018. Evo cheated the Constitution twice to keep getting reelected. Yes, I know. I don't know if you know this, but like, I don't know if you know this, but I am in favor. I mean, again, FDR. When someone is cooking, I don't have an issue with it. I do care about. I mean, I think that older leadership in left-wing parties is genuinely a genuinely a problem because they just like refuse to. They refuse to bring up new talent and young leadership, and that becomes a leadership issue down the line. I ultimately don't care as much about like these limits, especially when the opposition is just fucking insane. In the afternoon of the 12th of March, 2021, the prosecutor's office issued an arrest warrant against Inés, 5 of her former ministers, and multiple former members of the high command of the armed forces. The news was broken by Inés herself, who published a photo of the document through her social networks. The political persecution has become. The Associated Press described Inés's apprehension as a crackdown on opposition. Coup 1 and coup cases. Family friends of mine are genuinely afraid the Sheinbaum will make Mexico into Venezuela, especially because Moreno has worked to remove protectionist business practices like in agriculture, and the party being left-wing. Plus, this reminds them of the Ejido system and Echeverria Latin us. Runs on this talking point and puts fear into people with what they already have experienced. Coup 1 and Coup 2 are cases in investigation because they have no proof the military pushed Evo to resign. Okay. It just happened to be that way. Dude, that's what every right-wing person in Latin America says for every left-wing government. No, I know. Defense Minister Luis Fernando Lopez and Interior Minister Arturo Murillo have taken refuge in the United States, which is odd. But I guess it's because of severe political persecution, which is why you escape to America. That's not historically what happens in Latin American countries when you do a coup, and sometimes it fails if the people are aggressive enough, and then they fucking come to the United States of America, or sometimes England. Yeah, people hating AMLO have been saying for years he would become a dictator and will want to stay in power even though Mexico's constitution doesn't allow it. Now that it didn't happen, they're saying Claudia is his puppet and he'll stay in power that way. An audit by the Organization of American States, which releases a full report afterwards, concluded that significant irregularities happened in the wait, by the way, the third paragraph is from the OAS. Observers from the European Union released a report with similar findings and conclusions to the OAS. The military and police of Bolivia, along with the Bolivian Workers' Center, recommended President Evo Morales to resign. He did, accompanied by other resignations by high-level politicians throughout the day, some citing fears for the safety of their families. The government of Mexico offered political asylum to Morales the following day, which Morales accepted a day afterwards. Yeah, he had to escape to Mexico because they were fucking butchering people. The OAS. All these anti-Claudia chatters here are just a reminder of pro-white-sican culture, middle-upper-class aspirationists with neoliberal and pro-capitalist sentiments. Social was the candidate of the right, and the parties supporting her were the same ones that complied always with American interests and privatized Mexico's natural resources. They're liberal. Think about the class demographics that watches your stream in the global south. It's not shocking that they're libbed up. Oh, no, I know that. Yeah, brother, I don't think, like, fucking indigenous and poor Mexican populations are fucking tuning in to an American white guy from Turkey talking about Mexico and Mexican politics. This is something that I try to explain to my audience on a regular fucking basis as well. I personally have a lot of criticisms for Latin American countries, Latin American governance that I regularly repeat. However, having said that, one thing that you have to always keep in mind, something that I always mention, is that you will never, in American media, never, ever, ever hear from the majority working class background people in the countries that we're discussing, because the American media will almost always cover business interests and prioritize business interests and those who are representatives for business interests. This is why people are like genuinely confused when we talk about Maduro. Maduro, for example, for many of his faults and failures, rode the wave of Chavez's broad popular mandate in Venezuela. But you would never ever fucking hear that in American news until it became a major problem. So you would never recognize the long staying power of Chavez's popularity in Venezuela, because the people who are pro Chavez, the Chavistas, for the most part, are not getting broadly represented in American news or global news at all. They're not. You're not going to hear from them for the most part. Maybe Parenti will fucking talk about it or whatever, but you're not going to hear from them in general. I feel like you fell a little bit in the propaganda hole on the Bolivia topic. There was a lot of nuisance that the Evo government didn't let international press to show. Brother, international press was eating the dick of the people that you are currently defending in this chat. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. If I fell a little bit into the propaganda hole, by the way, you mean nuance, not nuisance, but it's fine. It's ESL. I understood what he was trying to say. But if I was falling in the propaganda hole, I would have been like, yeah, there was a fucking coup that happened because Evo was not popular in Bolivia, and he resigned out of disgrace because he was like cooking the books and cooking the elections, and the OAS is a institution that is infallible and the most moral institution, and that they were completely right, and the rabid psychopathic Christo-fascist weirdos and their gang of thugs that were butchering people on the streets were actually in the right, because that's just popular uprising shit. You know, that's what I would be doing. Latin Us is the news chain founded by PRI dinosaurs, old ass crusty party members and oligarchs to basically run propaganda on Morena and Scheinbaum by using stupid comparisons like Vuvuzela. Yeah. I never expect to see supporters for the right-wing Latin politicians in here. Are there any Bolsonaristas in here too? There were. When we were talking about Brazilian politics, there would be Bolsonaristas as well. My point is this, okay? It's important to recognize why some of these politicians are called authoritarian dictator monsters and violent. It's important to recognize like who's saying that, what business interests do they represent, and what, let's say, working class people in the nations think about their leadership. Debate Claudia Scheinbaum. What?
Funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/donate. /give. Gonzalez. We turn now to Mexico, where this Sunday millions of voters are poised to elect the first woman president in Mexico's history. The landmark moment has filled many with hope, as Mexico has one of the highest rates of gender violence and femicide in Latin America, with at least 10 women murdered in Mexico every single day. Voters will be choosing between frontrunners Claudia Sheinbaum and Xochitl Galvez, third candidate, Jorge Alvarez Menez. Sheinbaum has maintained a significant lead in the polls ahead of June 2nd elections. She is the former mayor of Mexico City, member of the ruling Left Morena Party, seen as a continuation of the current president, AMLO, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, while Galvez, a former senator, is backed by a coalition that includes the conservative PRI and PAN parties. The PRI, or Institutional Revolutionary Party, ruled Mexico uninterrupted for 71 years until the 2000s. Rampant violence, perpetuated in part by the decades-long U.S.-backed so-called war on drugs, is a central issue. This campaign cycle has been one of the deadliest in Mexico, with at least 34 candidates or aspiring candidates assassinated since September. Immigration and Mexico-U.S. relations are also pivotal issues. In a minute, we'll be joined by Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Maria Hinojosa to discuss the historic elections. But first, let's turn to clips of Maria's recent interviews with both frontrunners, Sheinbaum and Galvez.
I went to a private school for a year on a full government scholarship. All the kids I knew are shouting at me for sharing a picture of Claudia winning. They're all chirping, saying Mexican democracy is over. We shouldn't let poor, uneducated people vote. They aren't ready for it yet.
Which recently aired on Latino USA. Maria Hinojosa and her colleague, Penile Ramirez, were in Mexico City earlier this year, where they spoke to Claudia Sheinbaum at a campaign rally. They asked her how she'd handle immigration.
What is your message to Latino Mexican voters in the United States about this election and your candidacy?
We're going to fight for them, for their rights, and we're going to fight for the families in Mexico. We want welfare for all the Mexicans.
Now you have said a few days ago that Biden and Trump should stop talking about the Mexican elections. Why you said that, and what's your plan regarding immigration?
The best way to reduce migration is to invest in the countries where people have to live and want to go to the U.S. Either if Biden wins or Trump wins. There are a lot of problems in the U.S., and it's better that their campaign not use Mexico as the problem. We are not the problem, we're part of the solution.
They met Xochitl Galvez while the presidential candidate traveled to New York to meet with Mexican voters here. This is what Galvez said.
What is your fresh, new approach towards the issue of immigration?
Primero, entender que el fenómeno de la migración es un fenómeno mundial.
Now, she did not really answer the question, but she did say to us that we needed to understand that immigration is a worldwide problem, and therefore the solution, she said, was to sit and talk.
Entonces, no nos sentemos, no hablemos, no hagamos cooperación profunda, y se van a seguir muriendo jóvenes en este país.
She replied that if we don't sit and have a dialogue, young people will keep dying on both sides of the border.
Xochitl Galvez, the other Mexican presidential candidate. For more, we are joined by Maria Hinojosa, the Pulitzer
That's brilliant.
Prize-winning journalist and founder of Futuro Media.
That's brilliant.
Host of Latino USA, which has just released its new episode titled A Presidenta Will Lead Femicide-Plagued Mexico. Maria, it's great to have you with us at the table. Why don't you start off by talking about the historic significance of these elections and what it means for what's happening in Mexico today?
You know what's interesting, Amy, because you and I have been doing this for a while, right? The reason why two women end up being the two frontrunner candidates is not just like, oh, it just happened. There was a tremendous decades-long work by feminists in Mexico, along with feminists all over Latin America, pushing for equality, pushing for equity for women. In the face of violence, in the face of impunity, the feminist movement in Mexico and Latin America just kept on pushing to the point where you were able to make it by law that there had to be parity in the government, and this leads to both women ending up as candidates. And it is historic. You know, I'm asking the question, it's a little, but which Which country is more machista? The United States, that has two old men, one accused of strange and weird sexual and cover-ups, etc., and fraud, etc., and the other one who's just quite elderly. And in Mexico, you have two women. And so what they're talking about in the political debate in Mexico is really, frankly, light years away from the political debate that we're having in this country.
I believe one of the main issues you've seen in chat that you have not seen is that we as Mexicans are not saying that Xochitl would have been a better candidate, but AMLO seriously fucked up the national security issue, and it's disheartening to hear you hand wave it away. We know he could not have solved it, but he did make it way worse. Brother or sister or MB, I'm not hand waving it away, okay? I'm not. I'm recognizing it while also simultaneously telling you that there isn't much any Mexican president in a 6-year timeline could do anything about it. It's an American-born problem, okay? The best you can do as far as like dealing with this domestically is try to improve the material conditions for working class Mexicans to the best of your ability so that there isn't like a steady flow of new recruits. But even beyond that, it doesn't matter. There's like, that will still not stop it. So on that basis, it seems like AMLO's policies were ultimately the best Mexico was going to get. That's all I'm saying. I never said he's perfect. He's awesome. He's my GOAT. I have not seen any candidates in the previous election, or I have not seen any candidates in this election that were offering an alternative that was going to actually work, or that had a track record of success in this field, whether it be their party's history, or what their party has done. No, I didn't say he was my GOAT. I said he's my GOAT only because of the duendes thing, only because of the wood elves, the truth about the wood elves. That's it, and I will stand on that. He is cool for that.
Country. Mexico, strangely, Mexico, Amy, becomes like a North Star. When would I have said that? I could have never imagined. And having said that,
you were born in Mexico
and I was
City.
born in Mexico, and I've watched the entire political process. I'm not Pollyanna. Impunity and violence against women, corruption, the assassination of multiple candidates. It's a real problem. But Mexico has a different political debate happening now.
And Maria, I wanted to ask you if you could talk a little bit about the major differences between the two candidates policy-wise. Clearly, Claudia Sheinbaum is being supported by the current president, AMLO, and she appears to have a very big lead in the polls. But your sense of their differences?
So they will both say that they are from the left. Xochitl will say that she's center-left. Claudia Sheinbaum will say that she's obviously more to the left. The policy differences have to do kind of with the historical differences between their two parties, as it were. The Morena party, which was a street activist movement that now has ended up in the presidential palace, versus you have the PRI and the PAN. These are the two oldest parties in Mexico. It would be like the Republicans and the Democrats getting together to support a candidate. It is a very strange coalition. And so what they represent is actually these two very different parts of American history. Having said that, there's a big critique that Claudia Sheinbaum will continue the policies of AMLO. She responds in a retort that's saying that's a misogynistic question. You're saying that because I'm a woman, I'm only going to follow what a man has done before me. Xochitl Gálvez says that she's going to change things, that she will root out corruption, that she has a vision. But interestingly, Juan, when I was with her and spent an hour with her, and 2 days later, I was trying to process, like, what really happened in that hour-long interview? What were we able to get at? What does she really represent? And I came to a strange conclusion. It is strange, but I feel like her entire candidacy is strange because of these parties supporting her. And I said, it's like she's the Sarah Palin of Mexico, the center-left Sarah Palin of Mexico, in the sense that she's kind of like, hi, I'm here, and I just kind of ended up as the main candidate here, and I'm bright, and I'm smart, and I'm a survivor, and everything is going to be fine. And it's like, Mexico is much more complex than that. You know that. Why do you continue to kind of do this performative political stunts? Even here in New York, she ended up riding her bike to the New York Times for a series of interviews there. One, she wasn't wearing a helmet. Who rides a bike in New York without a helmet?
People say Xochitl is center left because she had to shift their policies a lot to the left to be able to slightly compete with Morena, because the common Mexican person despises PR and PAN because the country's history and plugged in politicians getting rich off people's tax money, which is very stupid because she's neoliberal at best.
Helmet. And also, why do you want to ride a bike in Times Square? So she does that, and people kind of pick up on these performative acts that she does.
No!
And also, I wanted to ask you about the importance of the Mexican diaspora in the United States. For several years now, Mexicans abroad who are Mexican citizens have been able to vote in the election. Can you talk about the kind of interest there appears to be in the U.S. and Mexican communities?
You know what, Juan? I have been trying to get my Mexican citizenship back because when I became an American citizen in 1989, I had to give up my Mexican citizenship. It got messed up because of the pandemic. I'm just one of probably millions of Mexicans who would like to be able to have a vote and a participation in the Mexican political process. When you look at how close recent Mexican elections for president have been, you can understand why Mexican parties, presidential campaigns, are coming to ask for Mexicans in the United States to vote. It's small now, maybe 200,000 or so, but if you continue to push to get after these votes of Mexicans living in the United States, it could actually be quite influential. And I think for the politics of Mexicans living in the United States, it's a welcome idea that we don't have to decide, am I from here, am I from there? We actually can vote in both places.
I wanted to go to some of the clips, the interviews you've done. This is Xochitl Gálvez speaking to you, Maria, about her experience with gender violence.
How do you define feminism?
O sea, yo creo en la igualdad sustantiva en todos los temas, en nuestra vida personal.
She said that she believes in equality for all women in terms of political, economic, and reproductive rights. And to emphasize why this matters to her, she told us she suffered violence as a child.
Porque tuve un papá alcohólico y era brutalmente violento.
This story has become a part of Xochitl Gálvez's stump speech. Her father, she says, was a violent man who terrorized her as a child. One time, she tells us in the interview, he pointed a shotgun at her mother and threatened her. She says that they escaped, but that this experience marked her. And then I asked her what she thinks the solution might be for this kind of gender-based violence in Mexico.
Entonces creo que las mujeres deben de tener la certeza.
What Xochitl said to us was that women in Mexico need a support system in cases of violence, and that men need to know that if they commit violence against women, they will be prosecuted.
This is another clip of Latina USA's interview with Claudia Sheinbaum. Futura Media executive producer Penny Le Ramirez asks her about her presidency, what it would mean for Mexico. She spoke to her at a campaign rally in Mexico City.
What's going to be unique about your government?
Well, you know, I'm a scientist, so I'm going to put a lot of effort in science and development. We're going to go for women's rights, and we're going to continue bringing education, a good health system for the people, housing, and what I call the rights for the Mexican people.
So that's Claudia Sheinbaum, well, she is the front runner for sure. They both call themselves feminists. Women got the right to vote in Mexico when? In 1953. And what about abortion?
So abortion right now actually is more progressive in Mexico than in the United States. This is actually not like a primary issue in the presidential campaign right now, unlike here in the United States, because what's happening in Mexico is trending towards legalization across the entire country. There are parts of in Mexican states where it is legal, but it's not kind of the kind.
Catholic country, by the way. Mexican women fought fucking hard for that shit. Catholic country, by the way. We have a Catholic president, but, you know, look at our situation.
Of abortion politics that we're having here, where you would expect
Catholic dubs across the board, even with Ireland, too.
Amy, a Catholic country, to be making the decisions on abortion like the ones that are being made in the United States that says it has no relationship with the church in its politics. So right now, again, for women on the issue of reproductive rights, more progressive, but on the issue of violence, on the issue of impunity, the number of female candidates running at different parties in different states, much lower down the ballot, being assassinated. It's really a huge issue, and this is the primary contradiction for Mexico.
Ireland was very late to legalizing abortion for EU standards. No, I know, but they did. That's what I was saying. What? I was here. I covered it when it happened.
You're going to elect a woman, but you still haven't resolved the fact that women are being murdered at the rate of about 10 to 11 every single day, and the impunity that comes with it.
And Maria, in terms of this issue of Mexico electing a woman president, several Latin American countries have already done so. Chile, Honduras, Argentina, Brazil, and now Mexico. And yet here in the United States, the potential for electing a woman president will have to be postponed for another 4 or 8 years. I'm wondering your sense of the difference, especially with the United States supposedly claiming to represent a much more forward-looking view on equality between the genders.
Well, Juan, you won't be surprised when I say that the North needs to learn from the South. There's always this perspective that the North, the United States, is leading the way, is the way to go. And in fact, what the United States and the feminist movement in the United States needs to do is to look at what happened in Mexico and the rest of Latin America. The number of countries that have elected a woman president in Latin America is stunning, considering the fact that the United States is still at about a third of women in Congress. You have countries like Rwanda that have legalized parity in political representation, and our country is lagging behind. It is huge, Juan. On the issue of immigration and whether or not Claudia or Xochitl, more likely it will be Claudia who ends up as president, will do something profoundly different, fresh, stand up to the United States, say no more remain in Mexico, begin to do.
Yeah, no, the best part about it was that the right wing in Mexico was saying that Claudia is a Stalinist, or that she was female Stalin. I saw those posters, which from my perspective, like, that goes pretty fucking hard. But ultimately, like, a lot of the policies are borderline sock them shit in general. Even though that one chatter literally said they're moving towards state communism.
Kind of political battle on the issue of immigration. As you know, this is one of my key issues as an immigrant journalist in the United States. To be seen. The thought, though, of a Claudia Sheinbaum, who frankly, Stanford educated, speaks perfect English, sitting down in any kind of meeting with a potential Donald Trump is it messes with the brain. Although I don't think she will take things sitting down.
And it's very interesting. They were just.
To be fair, Morena has been pretty. I mean, they've been definitely pretty submissive to American foreign policy in terms of immigration. So that is definitely an argument you can make against AMLO and the party in general. So
major protests in Mexico City outside the Israeli embassy around Gaza, and AMLO, the president, and the Morena Party supporting Mexico joining South Africa in its genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. And Claudia Sheinbaum, the front-runner following AMLO, is a Jewish woman.
Correct. This is extraordinary because the fact that she is a Jewish woman, but she doesn't really, she's a scientist, so she's not very religious, but she is a Jewish woman, and then her name is Sheinbaum. It's not a big issue, which is fascinating in and of itself. In some ways, my colleagues at Mexico.
That part is actually kind of wild when you think about it, because like America hasn't fucking done that. You know what I mean? And we have a much larger Jewish population than Mexico does. Mexico's like 94% Catholic or some shit. Like that is kind of that is cool when you think about it. Way to go, media, and typecast all Jews as Zionists. Wait, what? I don't think Democracy Now! Would never do that in a million years. And no, I haven't seen anything from her that is, I have not seen anything from her, from Claudia, that says that she is like pro-Israel, even remotely. The only thing I've seen is that a bunch of fucking right-wing accounts that are like supposedly pro-Palestine talking about how she's a Jew. That's it. And how she must be Zionist, which is ironic considering that like AMLO, as we discussed at great length yesterday, AMLO was definitely more ambiguous about Israel, despite his own party not being so ambiguous and being very critical on Israel. He himself personally was much more ambiguous, refused to call it a genocide, yada, yada, yada. And part of the reason for that is, I suspect, because of the contracts that AMLO has with Israel. Very importantly, that that sweet Pegasus surveillance technology that AMLO's government has used on top of the military contracts as well. Israel sells a lot of weapons to Latin American countries. Israel also sometimes sells its surveillance technology, Pegasus, to Latin American countries in leadership. So that definitely is part of the reason why I suspect AMLO is, not as overtly critical of Israel, despite the fact that it seems like Mexico in and of itself, the ones that do care about the Israel-Palestine situation are definitely not pro-Israel.
Mexican journalists in many ways are leading this conversation of how you cover politics and you don't play into authoritarian and propaganda games. For example, there might have been journalists who wanted to kind of fuel the fire of saying, but she's Jewish. It hasn't really been an issue. And if what's more interesting is that Claudia Sheinbaum and Xochitl Galvez, both of them wearing huipiles, which is the traditional indigenous Mexican, you know it because of the embroidery. This is the fact that both of them are like, we love indigenous women, we love our indigenous roots. Again, fascinating for Mexican politics, which again, to me, that would be the word that I use in terms of Mexican politics right now.
Like as far as Claudia's opinions on Palestine goes, I would suspect that if she were to move to a less critical place in terms of Israel, it wouldn't be because she's Jewish or whatever the fuck. It would be because she is representing a continuation of AMLO's policies. Do you know what I mean? Figures non-Mexicans will fall for this photo op when this woman is a governor of Mexico City, a cops trained by Israeli forces in her party by spy software. Yeah, that part is true, for the record. Yeah, as I've mentioned as well. So her continuation, her opinion on what do you call it? Her personal opinion, I don't know in terms of Palestine, but as far as like this shit goes, it's classic. And that is the reason why I suspect AMLO was also critical of Israel, but not as critical as other Latin American countries. It is pretty funny that the Abu Obeida Stan account, though, is personally saying this is simply a fucking photo op and discounting it across the board. Like, that's ridiculous. Figures non-Mexicans would fall for this photo op when this woman is governor of Mexico City, a cop trained by Israeli forces. Again, regular order of business, business as usual. And her party by spy software, Pegasus from Israel, which is true. But the notion that like this is just simply a political photo op is ridiculous, dude. Who the fuck is putting on a keffiyeh? What politician is like, this is not the kente cloth, okay? This is not Nancy Pelosi kente cloth. When you put the fucking keffiyeh on, it means it is far more significant than Nancy Pelosi putting on the fucking kente cloth, okay? No, Nancy Pelosi in 3 months? Fuck no. That's precisely the reason why the Democrats don't do it, as a matter of fact. That's ridiculous. That is actually, unironically, that is ridiculous, okay? Yeah, There's a reason why Democrats don't do that aesthetic the aesthetic posturing of like being pro-Palestine. You know what the Democratic Party is doing right now? Inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to speak in front of Congress. When the last time he spoke in front of Congress, he came in defiance of Barack Obama, invited by the Republicans. And they're doing it when he's in the midst of, one, obviously political corruption charges internally in Israel, and two, is being petitioned to have an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. Yeah, keffiyeh photo ops are only a thing in Turkey where the 90% Muslim majority exists. Okay, fair. That's true. Yeah, you will see a keffiyeh photo op from Muslim majority nations, but you won't see it in fucking Mexico. That's crazy. Yeah, and Obama still signed a $30 billion fucking security package for Israel because he's so cucked. Oh, yeah, I heard about this as well. She wrote something pro-Palestinian. Claudia Sheinbaum, expected to be elected first female and first Jewish president of Mexico today, wrote this in an editorial during Israel's previous war with Hamas in 2009, in which the death toll of civilians in Gaza was very high. Because of my Jewish origin, because of my love for Mexico, and because I feel like a citizen of the world, I share with millions the desire for justice, equality, fraternity, and peace, and therefore I can only see with horror the images of state bombings, she added at the time, adding, no reason justifies the murder of Palestinian civilians. Nothing can justify the murder of a child. Now, once again, like I said, her opinions might have moved more to the center on Israel as a consequence of AMLO's opinion and security contracts they have with Israel. Okay? But it's not because of her Jewish origin or whatever the fuck people are trying to say. Do you get it? Do you understand? Mexico, principles on foreign policy are constitutionally recognized. It includes non-intervention in domestic affairs of other countries and peaceful resolution of conflicts. Even if she is Jewish, Mexico will keep a neutral stance on 99% of foreign conflicts. In any case.
Fascinating. That is not the term that I would use when discussing U.S. politics at all.
And Maria, finally, in terms of the legacy of Andrés Manuel López Obrador, obviously he came into office with a lot of hopes of progressives around the
How much leverage does Mexico has on Israel? It's like every other country, dude. It's like fucking the same shit with Colombia. You know what I mean? It is yet another avenue of pressure. Anytime a foreign nation says that they are participating in some form of BDS, whether it's the B or the D or the S, every point of pressure helps. If you think entire nations coming out against Israel's genocide isn't significant, then why the fuck are you protesting in the streets in the United States of America? Obviously, at the end of the day, the only country with any sort of serious moving power would be the United States of America. Okay, that's it. It's not the ICC, it's not the ICJ, it's not the UN, it's the United States of America. The United States of America is the only country that can reign in Israel, which is why I'm so critical of Joe Biden. But having said that, all of these other countries making Israel out to be a pariah for its ethnic cleansing campaign upon the Palestinian population or the apartheid will unironically cause America to reconsider its unconditional support. Just like you going out in the fucking streets and protesting will make American politicians greatly withstand a political penalty potentially, or at least fear a political penalty potentially. Okay?
The hemisphere. He remains very popular, but of course he's under a lot of criticism for his handling or his mishandling of the femicides, of the killing of journalists, of his dealings with the United States in terms of immigration. Your sense of how he will be remembered and what were his accomplishments?
Well, it is a very divisive time in Mexican politics as well, so we can't walk away from that. I mean, my own family is deeply divided. This feels very much like U.S. politics. Families divided. We won't talk about politics over dinner or no political conversations because of how divisive it is. Look, AMLO, again, came from a street movement to end up in the presidential palace. You're right, all of the critiques that surround him, but there is a lot of support for the policies that he's done specifically in terms of progressive.
What possible reason do Jeffries and Schumer have to invite Netanyahu other than being devoted ideological Zionists? It serves no political benefit because they're trying to hit the I don't like Netanyahu, I just like Israel angle. No, because here's the real reason, okay? Joe Biden, perhaps foolishly, because he's unable to fucking see how Israel has operated over the course of these past 8 months, still thinks that throwing a fucking political bone to Benjamin Netanyahu will cause Benjamin Netanyahu to not like use the bone to fuck Joe Biden, but instead turn around and go, thank you. I will now actually follow through on your desires and not completely fucking destroy what remains of American soft power in the region by, personally being disinvested in this bloodlust and ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? So that's the reason why they're doing it. The Democratic Party thinks that if you fucking throw a bone to Netanyahu, then Netanyahu will capitulate to the very reasonable demands that have come far too late, mind you. That is also the same reason why Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu, or not Benjamin Netanyahu, but Brandon, is literally fucking foolishly being like, well, hey guys, this is Israel's policy actually. Israel actually wants a ceasefire and a 3-step negotiation. It's Hamas that's not doing it. Okay? Yeah, Netanyahu will address Congress, will be in Washington when POTUS is expected to be out of the country in order to attend the G7 summit in Italy. Netanyahu will address Congress on June 13th. Meanwhile, the boycott are working according to the chairman of Israel's Security Authority for investors who have withdrawn 34 billion shekels from the Israeli economy since October. They are feeling the weight of becoming a pariah state. Yeah, I'm hearing from on-the-ground reporting in Israel that they can't even fucking avoid seeing the commercial breaks at the top of the hour, that is. That's right. Except for Time Without an OWO, who is a subscriber and will avoid seeing the top of the hour ad breaks. Many other Israeli chatters will not be able to. By the way, this won't be the first time that Netanyahu has addressed Congress without the president being there. Without the Democratic president. Just saying. Maybe this will piss off the Dems further. I don't know. Hopefully. Hopefully we get these fucking libs on board with subscribing at the top of the hour so they don't see the fucking 3-minute ad break, or by getting gifted a sub, avoiding the top of the hour ad break that way. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. CNN, Netanyahu says it's not true that Israel agreed to a ceasefire deal outline. Dude, it's so good. Dude, I'm sorry. This is so fucked, but it's also so incredibly funny at the same time. Okay? It's just like, all right, let's get to Israel-Palestine.
Back as we turn to some significant news out of the Middle East. A senior Israeli official tells NBC News that President Biden's description of the latest ceasefire proposal is, quote, not accurate. The official specifically disputed that Israel has agreed to fully withdraw its troops from Gaza, a clause, the second phase of the proposal. The comment comes as far-right members of the Israeli government have voiced their opposition to the deal. President Biden announced the framework on Friday, describing it as a durable end to the conflict. The 3-phase plan begins with a 6-week truce and the return of women, children, and other vulnerable hostages in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Israeli troops would also withdraw from populated areas of Gaza. The second phase would see a permanent end to the war, as well as the release of the remaining hostages. The third phase outlines a 3 to 5 year period of reconstructing Gaza and the establishment of a non-Hamas Palestinian government. Hamas to this point has responded positively to the proposal, though not officially accepting it. Now the U.S. is urging both sides to indeed accept the...
Bro, it's so funny. It's like every time you hear American mainstream media go, well, Hamas has said that they are looking favorably at this deal. I wonder why, because it's literally fucking identical to the deals that they've presented for months now. Okay? Anytime MSNBC says this and Israel turns around and goes, fuck no, we're not accepting this deal, and they have to report on it, that is a major blow to Israel's PR in the Western world. It is a major fucking blow. Okay? A ginormous blow. It's great. I personally think that Brandon kind of cooked it a little bit, thinking that they could get away with just being like, yeah, it's actually Hamas that doesn't want a ceasefire, guys, which is what they've been doing since fucking October 10th, okay? They have lied since October 10th, being like, we really, really, really want a cooperative agreement here, and we really want a ceasefire, but Hamas just keeps fucking it up. Okay? They keep saying that over and over again, and I keep malding over and over again. But now it's getting to a point where, like, even the dumbest of Americans will look at this and go, what the fuck do you mean Hamas is not cooperating? I'm looking at MSNBC, and they say Hamas is actually looking positively at this deal. They've said it themselves. Why has this ceasefire deal been confusing? Because there is too much political pressure for unconditional support for Israel's genocide. And therefore, Brandon had to fucking come out and say something. And what he ended up saying was a miscalculation, I think. They most likely thought we could we could change political discourse once again by just simply lying and saying that, like, you know, Hamas is not negotiating in good faith or negotiating at all. The real problem or the real confusion stems from the fine print of the deal. Israel, okay, here's how it works, okay? Kaya, out. Get out of there. Get out of there, lady. Wait, fuck. Okay, so here's what happened. Okay, here's what happened. Israel suggested a deal that looked aesthetically similar to the Hamas proposals so far to the American government. Okay, Biden then took the deal and bolded certain aspects of the deal that Israel had not agreed to or thought that Israel could, like, hide away in the fine print. Specifically, the hostage negotiations between phase 1 and phase 2 and the permanent ceasefire that comes in phase 2. The immediate ceasefire in phase 1 and the permanent ceasefire in phase 2. Israel thought that they could get away by being like, yeah, we'll do talks. We'll start the negotiations process, and we'll do the best we can to you know, well, we won't stop fighting. We won't stop bombing. But maybe we'll I don't know, maybe we'll start considering whether we'll stop bombing or stop fighting. Biden took that deal and was like, great, say no more, fam. It's actually fucking permanent ceasefire. When you come out swinging with those statements, obviously the population is going to look at that and go, oh, thank God Biden is finally doing something, right? Especially because so many people no longer have the same appetite for death and destruction after 8 months of baby murder. So now we're at an impasse where Israel did actually fucking present a deal, but Biden kind of cooked it by bolding some of the key parts that that people actually only care about. People don't care about the minutia of how the hostage swap is going to happen. They care about a ceasefire more than anything else. So if Israel won't cooperate on that front, then all of a sudden they're cooked. Yes, Ryan Grimm's assessment on the issue is actually pretty solid. This summarization was pretty good. We covered it before. There's a lot of manufacturing confusion around these ceasefire proposals, but what happened is fairly simple. 529, Israel's war cabinet approves an offer for a ceasefire that was transmitted to Hamas. Netanyahu only agreed to it under extreme pressure and over opposition of Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who are not in the war cabinet. On 530, Hamas rejected it, saying no to talks unless Israel stopped its assault. Now, why did they do that? That was one of the few instances where Hamas said no to a deal that seemingly would have had ceasefire written all over it. The real reason why they did it, at least Ryan thinks, and I don't necessarily disagree with him, was because Hamas saw the amount of political pressure that Israel was receiving as a consequence of the Rafah tent massacre and knew that they could get more solidified terms on the ceasefire rather than some wishy-washy bullshit that Israel was presenting. On 531, Biden grabbed the Israeli proposal, which Netanyahu had been happy to see rejected by Hamas, and made it fully public, cleverly but accurately calling it the Israeli proposal, which it is. But Netanyahu hates it. So now Netanyahu is walking back from it while Hamas is responding positively. Now the mediators at U.S., Qatar, and Egypt are putting pressure on both Israel and Hamas to accept the deal. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, the far-right members, say they'll leave the government if the deal happens. They'll leave Netanyahu to form a government with center-right figures. The proposal laid out by Biden, however, had a major issue for Israel, which was that it had the terms a complete ceasefire on phase 1 and had the term a permanent end to hostilities in phase 2. Benjamin Netanyahu thought that they could have cleverly written out a proposal where they could actually just act like they care about a permanent end to hostilities when in fact they would not actually remove and withdraw their forces from populated areas in Gaza, by the way, which is bullshit. It should be a complete fucking retrieval, a complete removal of Israeli forces from Gaza. So that in and of itself causes the confusion. Biden came out and in fine print said these terms. Israel then went, whoa, hold up. We just kind of faked it. Like, we didn't mean it. What do you mean? Well, what the fuck's going on? And then here's Netanyahu subtly acknowledging he did make the proposal, but what he doesn't really mean it, because he'll keep waging the war no matter what. Note the language. The prime minister, and this is in English. It's important that this is in English. Okay? The prime minister authorized the negotiating team to present a proposal to that end, which would also enable Israel to continue the war until all of its objectives are achieved, including the destruction of Hamas's military and governing capabilities. Okay? But that's the issue. The issue is one side was negotiating in bad faith and personally thinking that they could continue with this narrative that they're doing their very best to put forward a ceasefire, but they made a mistake. And the mistake was to even mention ceasefire at all. Now, I don't know if the actual text of the deal featured these words or if Brandon added those words, but it wouldn't be the first time an American envoy has added permanent ceasefire and an end to hostilities, as we heard from the prior iteration of this deal that Hamas had accepted, which Israel said they did not accept, actually, because maybe there was a third-party involvement in massaging the narrative on whether or not the Israeli proposal would feature a permanent end to hostilities and a ceasefire. That is, of course, what I suspect was the American intervention in the matter, the CIA's intervention in the matter. So now the situation is even more cooked for Israel because people are no longer, like I said, have that same fucking smoke for Palestinian baby murder that they once did in the immediate aftermath of October 7. They're becoming more and more of a pariah state. America recognizes that and is trying to fix the situation. And they're trying to do we're doing what's good for you. But what if they were actually doing what's good for Israel, they would literally just, stop giving Israel weapons and tell them to, finally start listening to America. Meanwhile, all 4 hostages were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7. Israeli army checking on whether or not they were killed by IDF fire in Han Yunis. I don't know if it's the same 4 hostages or if they fucking murked another 4 hostages. But this kind of shit makes this war less popular in Israel as well. Okay? Netanyahu refuses to show Smotrich and Ben-Gvir the 4.5-page Israeli offer that was approved by the war cabinet, which Biden referred to in his speech. This has led outrage from both ministers. Ben-Gvir said, Mr. Prime Minister, what have you got to hide? If the deal is not reckless and it includes a clause on the destruction of Hamas, why won't you show it to me? The reason can only be one. This is a draft of a reckless proposal as presented by Biden, and now you're trying to legitimize it. Meanwhile, Smotrich called the wartime cabinet decision illegitimate and contrary to the law. This is also interesting because Ben-Gvir came out today and said he had no idea about the specific details of this deal before Biden's speech. It's been widely reported that its details were not shown to the National Security Cabinet. We're literally reading that right now. They only got a vague outline. In fear of leaks, supposedly. Take his word with a grain of salt, obviously, but Ryan saying Ben-Gvir and Smotrich opposed it is interesting. No, Ryan saying Ben-Gvir and Smotrich opposed it is they're saying publicly that they are not in support of any kind of deal that Biden has presented that has the word ceasefire, that doesn't feature a permanent end and dismantling of Hamas's military and political power in the Strip. They did publicly say that. Doesn't matter. They didn't have to read the fine print at all. They are seeing exactly what we are all seeing all around the world, which is ceasefire and permanent end to hostilities being fucking, broadly celebrated and talked about on those terms, on no uncertainty, under no uncertainty. Now, of course, the issue for the Brandon administration is they keep saying, oh no, this is Israel's deal and Hamas has to accept it over and over again. Meanwhile, Israel's like, we don't accept it. Fuck you. And I think there's only so much inconsistency that the media can continue with because people already heard the words come out of his mouth and it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the fucking tube.
Terms, while cautioning that more negotiations will need to take place, especially when it comes to moving to phase 2, the permanent ceasefire.
All this progress would make Israel more secure, with Israeli families no longer living in the shadow of a terrorist attack. And all this would create the conditions for a different future, a better future for the Palestinian people, one of self-determination, dignity, security, and freedom. This path is available once the deal is struck. For months, people all over the world have called for ceasefire. Now it's time to raise your voices and demand that Hamas come to the table, agrees to this deal, and end this war that they began. Of course, there'll be differences on the specific details that need to be worked out. That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal.
Joining us now, retired CIA officer Mark Palmeropoulos. He's an NBC News security and intelligence analyst. Mark, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So let's get your reaction to this breaking news from a senior Israeli official who says that the president does not quite have the details correct of this proposal, particularly on the idea of moving troops out of Gaza. Do you think, from what we know of this deal, do we think that both sides will eventually take it?
Well, Jonathan, good morning. And I think, President Biden, that was a masterful play on a Friday night speech. Particularly, this is the Sabbath in Israel when some of the more, hardline members of the...
This part is so funny that they just keep going. Biden used the weakness. Expert play. Masterful gambit, sir. He played the Sabbath card.
coalition do not have access to media. And he put forth a plan, which in essence was the Israeli plan. Now, there's going to be some back and forth on this. And, you got to remember, Henry Kissinger once said, Israel has no foreign policy. They only have domestic politics. And in some sense, Biden's move was a reflection of that. But at the end, there might be some back and forth. You also have some Israeli officials over the last several days saying, no, actually, this was what the Israeli negotiating team did put forth. Don't forget that the Israeli negotiating team, along with the war cabinet, was aware of this proposal, but the entire cabinet and Israeli population were not. So lots of moving parts. I think that ultimately the two sides could get together. We've been optimistic before. The last piece on this, and I'll throw this out there, I'm not entirely sure that Bibi Netanyahu has what it takes to do this, but he has a visit to Washington within 8 weeks. There's arrest warrants out for him, but there's a chance for him to kind of reshape his legacy. Will he take this? It really remains to be seen. One tries to be optimistic. At the end of the day,
It's kind of crazy that this is a fucking CIA guy, and he's wrong. He doesn't have arrest warrants out. There's an application for an arrest warrant. I don't think it came down yet. But like that's a wild mistake to make on MSNBC as like the fucking CIA guy. Anyway, like I said, though, it would be cool to follow the letter of the law and show a firm commitment. I would like to see a firm commitment by the United States of America to the rule-based international order. I demand the arrest of this war criminal whose hopefully his application for his arrest warrant will go through, and America will, in an effort of good faith, arrest this man.
There's no other plan B. So again, a masterful move by the Biden administration. Let's see what happens next. Let's see actually if Hamas can accept this as well.
Yeah, we'll come back to Hamas in a moment, but staying with President Biden and Netanyahu, it did seem like the president was trying to box in the prime minister here a little bit. We know Netanyahu's taking a lot of pressure from the far-right part of his coalition to not take this deal. And he's certainly got one eye at all times fixed on his own political future.
I don't get it. Isn't this the Israeli deal? Should mainstream media not be asking that question more? Be like, why aren't they recognizing their own deal? Didn't Biden present this as the Israeli deal that Hamas must accept? Kind of confusing. That's the best part about this, though, is that Brandon used the term ceasefire, recognized that it is international pressure at play. He said the entire world is looking for a ceasefire. Now it's time for you to put pressure on your government and a permanent end to hostilities. It's over. You took the fucking toothpaste out of the tube, baby. Israel thought that they could get away with the ambiguity in terms of the hostage negotiations between phase 1 and phase 2. Now, obviously, the part of the problem here, the reason why, while it is a good thing that Brandon said this, the reason why I think it was a fuck up for him, the reason why I think it's a fuck up for him personally is because, I don't think he, I think he miscalculated what Israel would do. And I think this is going to make him look weaker if Israel continues to do Israel shit, and the rest of America and the rest of the world look to what Brandon said and the lack of enforcement on the Brandon side against Israel when Israel keeps doing Israel shit. That's just going to make him look really fucking bad.
So tell us a little bit more here about the dilemma that Netanyahu faces.
So he has the more extreme members of his coalition who are now threatening to withdraw from the government if the deal collapses. That's Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. One of the interesting things will be, does the Israeli opposition actually come to the rescue of Netanyahu? It says if he does take this deal, they'll keep the government afloat only for a short period of time. Kind of lots of moving parts here. But again, there's a fundamental disconnect between some of Netanyahu's numerous statements about finishing Hamas off entirely versus what his negotiating team put forward. Does he do something that is historic but risk his own political survival? And I think these are his calculations. Never underestimate him. A lot of us can criticize Netanyahu for good reason, but he is frankly a survivor. And so in the next several days, we'll kind of go forward. One idea, of course, is that he actually okayed this proposal knowing that Hamas, or expecting that Hamas would reject it as well. So lots of moving parts. Netanyahu's legacy is on the line. And again, don't forget, this is in the backdrop of a visit to the United States and an address of Congress in the next 8 weeks, which will be, have really profound effects both here in the United States and abroad as well.
Unclear if Netanyahu will also get a White House invite when he is in Washington later this summer. So, Mark, tell us about, is there a sense that Hamas will indeed reject this? Address that, and then also just give us the latest as to what Israelis' moves in Rafah might be. Tanks spotted in the center of town.
Right. So, I think a lot of this, when we discuss this proposal, kind of fails to address the notion of would Hamas accept this deal as well, because there's parts of this where it's unclear if this would be an actual full cessation of hostilities. And don't forget that the Biden administration has also, in essence, given a green light for Israel to go forward with the elimination of, Hamas senior leaders. That's a whole separate kind of intelligence, kinetic campaign. That Hamas is going to be under incredible pressure from the Qataris. I think what the U.S. is really counting on is for both Qatar and Egypt to bring Hamas to the table on this. But again, Yahya Sinwar, who in essence is calling the shots, he's deep underground somewhere in a tunnel in Gaza. What does his legacy, want to be? Is he willing to actually call an end to the war as well? So, we shall see. Finally, on Rafah, you have the Israelis, the Americans, and the Egyptians, the Qataris as well, meeting on this. One of the things that certainly the Egyptians want to see is for Rafah to reopen. But I think a lot of this has to do if Israel and Hamas can come to a deal.
Yeah, a very delicate moment in this conflict. We, of course, will stay on every single detail. We appreciate the insights this morning from retired CIA officer Mark Palmeropoulos. Mark, thank you again.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support.
This is actually a really good video. If it's the one I think it is this with David Levy? Yeah, it is. Okay, we'll watch this. I listened to this morning.
First phase would last for 6 weeks.
Anyway, we're skipping the intro.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not yet publicly backed it. One of his aides said Israel's agreed to the framework of the deal, but no official announcement has been made. Two far-right members of the Israeli government, the finance minister Bezalel Smotrich and national security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, have threatened to leave Netanyahu's government if he supports the truce proposal. On Saturday, tens of thousands of Israelis, led by relatives.
Channel 11 poll yesterday from our Israeli chatter. Only 38% of voters favor Gantz as prime minister, down from 46%, while 30% favor Bibi, up from 24%. Meanwhile, Likud is stable at 21 to 22 mandates, whereas Gantz is down at 25 to 27, down from a high of 41. The opposition polls at about 69 seats, with 61 needed for a coalition. But it's too divided in such a way that it couldn't form a government either. Why in the ever-living fuck would Bibi destroy his career just when he's bouncing back?
Of hostages took part in protests calling on Netanyahu not to sabotage the ceasefire deal. On Sunday,
I think one of the wildest aspects of what Time Without an Ovo is mentioning here is the fact that Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu's popularity is seemingly bouncing back with every new dead Palestinian child. Israelis are like, you know what? This guy is our guy, actually. Okay? It is fucking insane, actually.
Families of hostages protested outside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office in Jerusalem and urged him to accept President Biden's peace deal. This is Shay Dickman, whose cousin.
Like, the more he's fucking up, the more there's like new reporting on, you know, his spokesperson being like telling the fucking hostage families and their negotiators that like, you can suck my dick, we're gonna kill all of them, or whatever, any number of different things. The more the Israeli society broadly is like, you know what, this is our guy, actually. Yeah, you're right. Hostage families should suck our dicks.
Is an Israeli hostage in Gaza.
I'm here to support my government in taking this deal, the deal that Netanyahu suggested, our prime minister, that will get all our people back home. We are all here in support for the return of all hostages.
Meanwhile, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer have invited Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. Senator Bernie Sanders slammed the idea of inviting Netanyahu at a time when the International Criminal Court is seeking his arrest for war crimes. For more, we go to London, where we're joined by Daniel Levy, president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israel.
Remember when I said early in October, Israel was using the hostages cynically as a broad mandate to genocide Palestinians, and people were like, wow, Hasan, how anti-Semitic of you. Remember all the other commentators that were chirping at me back then? I ask you to revisit some of my early October commentary, my conversations that I had with many people, even those who I disagree with, and try to understand where I was coming from and how correct I was even back then in comparison to where we're now and what the broader public sentiment is now.
Peace negotiator under Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin.
I wrote about this in university, and my professor loved it. He couldn't believe what I was writing, but little did he know I was plagiarizing you. Bro, don't admit that. What if your professor is a HasanAbi head?
Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Daniel. If you can start off by laying out what this plan is, the significance of President Biden presenting this plan, and where Netanyahu and Hamas stand on it.
Thank you for having me back, Amy. This is significant because it's not something you can do, every week for the President of the United States to say, here's the plan. I don't think he's done it at the most propitious moment. I don't know why he's waited this long. But there you have it. He has set out this plan. What he set out was various phases. It's not something particularly new. I think the crucial ingredients were that President Biden seemed to suggest that this is a package which is a permanent, sustainable ceasefire in the context of the current hostilities. That was a crucial missing ingredient. The other thing was he suggested that this is an Israeli proposal. Curiously, he then went on, considering he said this was an Israeli proposal, he then went on to outline why this was so advantageous to Israel and why, therefore, Israelis should accept their own proposal. Now, Amy, I'm a strong believer that there is sometimes a place for constructive ambiguity in order to advance something. And sometimes one needs a bit of poetic license. In other words, where he gave the Israeli victory narrative, I don't think that was an accurate reflection of reality, the balance of forces, the balance of power. But if that's what will get us to an end to these horrors, so be it. That's Friday night. We then have an initial Hamas response, which talks about this being positive and constructive. We have Egypt's foreign minister today visiting Spain, telling us that Hamas has viewed this positively. I think for Hamas, what they have suggested is the key is making clear that indeed this is the on-ramp to a permanent ceasefire. We had a couple of strange tweets from the Israeli prime minister over the weekend in which he suggested, well, we've got our own.
I love that his cadence is like mirroring mine as well when talking about how curious the nature of the Israeli proposal is and how it is in direct juxtaposition with how curiously Israel is now saying that they are not in support of their own proposal. How odd. I'm noticing a direct juxtaposition here with what the fuck Israel is saying about their own proposal and what they're doing so far. It's just very odd. I don't know. I can't for the life of me put my finger on it. It's awesome.
Conditions. And then you had not only the ministers you've referred to, Amy, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, but much of Netanyahu's own Likud party unequivocally rejecting the deal. And just now, appearing before the Israeli Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, Prime Minister Netanyahu, because I think this is important, said the following: the deal will not stop the war, will not stop the fighting. It will bring a temporary ceasefire for 42 days to get the hostages out. This directly contradicts, should he stand by his word, what President Biden said. And so the question now is, do you allow constructive ambiguity, Netanyahu having forcefully rejected this, do you allow that to become duplicity and dishonesty, or do you act differently? The ball is back in President Biden's court.
So talk about Hamas's response as well. And again, to be clear, what we understand at this point, the first stage proposes a 6-week ceasefire during which the Israeli army would withdraw from the populated area of Gaza. Hostages, including the elderly and women, would be exchanged for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Civilians would also return to all of Gaza. 600 trucks carrying humanitarian aid flooding the enclave daily. And then going on to the second phase, where Hamas and Israel would negotiate terms for a permanent end of hostilities. And also, even if Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who was not only charged with but convicted of terrorism and supporting a terrorist group. And
I want to reiterate something here, something that my girl Amy is about to mention. I know many of you, prior to October 7, had probably heard me talk about Itamar Ben-Gvir, whether it be in 2021, but certainly in the judicial reforms that were going to take place in Israel. And at that time, I reiterated something to you that is a matter of the record. It's a part of Israeli law that Itamar Ben-Gvir was too nutty and too anti-Palestinian for the Israeli Defense Force. Now, at the time, you probably just kind of listened to it and went, huh? But now that you understand how fucking right-wing the Israeli government and Israeli society is when it comes to Palestinian murder, now reimagine how unimaginably insane it is that the motherfucking Israeli government was like, yeah, dog, you're a little bit too invested. Because maybe you didn't understand how fucking deep that well of hatred went pre-October 7, but 8 months after, I think you understand how the broader Israeli society views the actions that have taken place. So now think about how fucking unimaginably insane Ben-Gvir is, that at a certain point, the Israeli government was like, yeah, dude, you're, like, we all want to kill Palestinians, but you want to maybe kill them a little too much. Yeah, it's like David Duke applying for the NYPD. Exactly.
Inciting anti-Palestinian hatred. Even if they were to leave the government, that doesn't necessarily mean that the survivor, Netanyahu, would fall, which has often been said, right? If the other parties came to his support.
Right, so that's a lot to unpack. Let's start where you started with the details of the plan. By the way, the plan has apparently been kept from the Israeli cabinet, not the war cabinet, but the broader cabinet in which the individuals you mentioned sit. Interesting in and of itself. That plan, there are the details that you mentioned. What exactly will be the parameters of the IDF withdrawing from population centers? Can we actually get the humanitarian assistance in this time? We've had all these fantastical ideas, a seaport, airdrops. Why did we need to engage in these failed efforts? We knew they would fail because Israel has closed off the land crossings, which is how you get normally the humanitarian assistance, the necessary basics into Gaza. That's one of the reasons that the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has asked the court to issue an arrest warrant against Netanyahu and Gallant on the Israeli side because of the use of starvation as a weapon of war. So you've got what are the details around getting the humanitarian assistance in? What are the details of Palestinian prisoners to be released alongside those Israelis being held in Gaza? That already is a lot that could unravel. But what is, I think, even more crucial is what are the maximal guarantees that can be given that this is not just a 42-day hiatus followed by yet further death, killing, destruction that we still now see every day, mass civilian killing events. And that is where I think the heightened tension exists between what appears to be, needs to be put to the test, the position of President Biden and the now clearly articulated position of the Israeli government. So I think that is where the focus is for the Hamas party, because their position, relatively clear and consistent, has been full Israeli withdrawal and full end to the fighting. Now, what exactly is the Hamas response? Well, here we have an internal Hamas leadership. Quite difficult for that communication to take place, as you and your listeners can imagine, given the nature of the warfare, the tunnels where people are located. You have a leadership in exile. And so teasing out the final answer might take time. But what Hamas seems to have said is, we want a clear understanding of what is the commitment that phase one leads to phase two, and it can't end at the end of phase one. On the Netanyahu side, he now has an equation to deal with. As you say, he could conceivably have a majority in parliament because Gantz's party and Lapid's party have both said they will provide a safety net for Netanyahu if he takes the deal, and that gives him the numbers. However, and let's be clear, Gantz and Lapid have supported this war throughout. They've had no qualms about any of the violations.
Yeah. The problem with that coalition is that it is like the most Israeli coalition, which means it's destined to fucking fail again. Like, those dudes are salivating at the prospect of fucking dismantling Netanyahu. So for him, it's like, yeah, okay, they protect me now, but tomorrow I'm cooked. Because Benny Gantz and Yair Lapid are both anti-Netanyahu. You know what I mean?
Of international law that is committed, just so we correctly characterize those folks. But they have said they will offer a safety net for this deal, and that's important. However, that makes Netanyahu dependent on people who want to bring him down, who want him out of power, as well they should as the leaders, putatively, of the opposition. Therefore, if he wants governmental stability, he needs to stick with the original.
And they're both anti-Palestine? Yeah, except that is even a further problem for Benjamin Netanyahu. At least if one of them was like somewhat kind of pro-Palestine, he could easily posture against them and be like, these guys are not a better alternative. They love Arabs. I don't. Meanwhile, they are also just as rabidly anti-Palestinian. There's a reason why Benny Gantz, who's America's guy, by the way, for replacing Netanyahu, straight up ran saying, I'm the real war criminal, not Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm a general. I did war crimes. Look at my fucking war crimes. You had to vote for me. If you think I'm joking, I'm not, okay? That's a bad campaign. No, in Israel, that's not a bad campaign. Israeli politics only goes to the right. That's it. How is he America's guy, by the way? You've said that a few times without explaining it. Benny Gantz was invited to the White House a couple months ago. And America obviously is looking at this with a broader long-term plan, and they see Benny Gantz and like liberal Zionism or some aspect of some form of liberal Zionism as like the only way that Israel can continue maintaining its apartheid regime. So they think Benny Gantz is more manageable. He's not like outwardly right-wing. He's not as corrupt. Netanyahu's own Likud party leaders are firmly opposing Biden's Israel ceasefire proposal, threatening to collapse the government if Bibi agrees to it. It's not just the far-right extremists like Ben Gvir and Smotrich. His entire government is far-right lunatic. It's true. Why is this community so hostile? Like, people like me get timed out for no reason? Hey, yo, is that a strategy to make your stream boring? I just ask you, could you watch whatever, but you choose to watch this no one cares video? Don't ban me, heart. Can't the chatters watch something fun for once? Don't ban me. We not all debate lord, okay? Most people here watch you for your content, okay? I think this has got to be the same guy, right? There's this one guy that comes in here and is always like, hey man, can you please stop covering politics? Don't ban this guy. I want to watch this space. I want to see what else he comes up with. But yeah, you got timed out because you were fucking annoying. Because you were fucking annoying, dude. Demanding that I change the motherfucking channel. Like, who the fuck are you? What are we talking about here? There's 24,000 people in here who are literally like, hey, listen, we really like this and we really appreciate this coverage. Meanwhile, this one guy is like, actually, can you not do this?
Coalition that he formed that was in power until October 7th, that continues to be in power, which includes his own party, many of whom have opposed this deal, and which includes these characters from the extreme right, alongside his own extremists, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. And Netanyahu, therefore, this is the crucial thing, Amy, he therefore looks at the proposal and says, is it more risky politically for me to say no to Biden or to say no to Ben-Gvir and Smotrich? And that is why I suggest to you that the question is for President Biden, does he up the ante and make the cost of saying no greater, or does he allow Netanyahu to stare him down? And then Biden has the choice. I can throw more goodies at the Israelis. You know, the congressional invitation, that's a goodie for Netanyahu. It's not just the Republican leadership, it's Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries signed on that letter of invitation. Do I try and package something more around this Saudi deal that is clearly not budging Israeli internal politics? What more goodies can I throw? That's not going to work. It's failed. It's not our first rodeo when Netanyahu undermines and goes ahead and does what he wants.
By the way, this is why I said earlier that it's a fucking failure. Like, I mean, we'll see what happens, but ultimately, this is why I think it's fucking so stupid to let this goddamn criminal come here and not actually start using the stick. America's been using the carrot for far too long. America has been using the carrot for far too long against Israel, and they have to fucking use the stick. What? Why you speak for everybody? No one said that. Your bubble's going to agree with you, but you are wrong on this one. Sorry, but the chat room is for people who speak. Why hate on people who speak? What? I'm not him, and maybe you are annoying as well. What? Bro, I'm a political commentator covering fucking one of the more important issues of our time. Just rewind your brain what you told. Yeah, I mean, it is ESL. It is a sock account. Stick around, chatter. You'll learn a few things.
And stares down the American president. His other choice is to say, you know what, just as I kind of did in my speech, I'll blame Hamas. Then I can say to my American voting public, I tried, it was Hamas's fault. Maybe it will work. I suggest people who are following this closely will find it hard to see that as credible. Or he can up the ante and actually, rather than have Netanyahu win this standoff, escalate the cost to Netanyahu, to the Israeli security establishment, to the Israeli public and the Israeli voting system of continuing with this war, continuing with the violations and war crimes that are being committed.
What about implementation? I mean, we saw what happened. The ICC responds to the emergency request of South Africa and says, yes, Israel must pull out of Rafah. And the next day, Israel bombs this tent city, kills 45 people, injures well over 100, charred bodies everywhere. How does this get implemented?
Yes, indeed. The court's decisions are not self-implementing. It was the International Court of Justice that called for the provisional measures on 2 occasions now. The International Criminal Court has requested the issuing of arrest warrants on both the Hamas and the Israeli side. In the absence of the ability for these decisions to be self-implementing, it rests on third-party actors to try and make it costly not to implement those. Now, the US is very well versed in how do you make it costly for a party not to implement. That sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't work. But it means that you align with the decision of the International Court. And I think the American voting public, some of whom, perhaps many of whom, care about this issue, deserve to know, does a president seeking re-election who is apparently standing on a platform that I respect law, does he also respect international law? Because his reactions to the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court have been criminally dismissive. And therefore, if Israel's most important ally, if the party providing the weaponry without which none of this would have been possible, including the latest horrors of Palestinians going to so called safe zones, which are nothing of the sort, if that party is ready to dismiss and not abide by international law, that's important to know. It may well be in violation of US law in doing this as well. And does the American president, therefore, want to bring this to a close? Because if he does, then rather than in a mealy-mouthed way in a CNN interview saying, well, I'm reviewing one transfer of weapons, he would actually make this costly, whether that's the weaponry, whether that's other parties taking steps that America doesn't oppose. Look, there's the Olympics next month, in a couple of months. Israelis care about things as long as it's just rhetoric. As long as Israelis don't see a tangible cost, then I think it will be very difficult to budge the equation where Netanyahu says, I can win this, I can carry on, I will get away with it, and the US will continue to run cover for me.
You are a former Israeli peace negotiator. What do you see happening as we wrap up this discussion at this point? The fact that speaking from a podium, President Biden laid this out, this plan, and suggested that Israel was supporting it, and Hamas said they were open to it. How serious is this?
The president has to prove its seriousness. I don't dismiss that it was important that he set this plan out, because he's kind of now put in a transparent way. This is the option. If you want to get your hostages out, there are good reasons for Israel to take this deal. Israel may not be exhausted, but it's overextended, and there are elements of exhaustion. There are less and less hostages alive if you want to see them home living. That's why many of the hostages' families are out on the streets screaming. If you don't want these international actions to continue, then there is a path forward here. However, if the Israeli decision, as it currently seems to be, that this war should continue, their military objectives are not going to be realized. They have not been realized. Hamas will not be vanquished in the way that Netanyahu suggests. The Palestinians cannot be defeated militarily. Some of the fantasy day after plans are precisely that. They are magical, not realist thinking. But if you want that equation to change, then, as the leading Israeli columnist Nahum Barnea has said in a column today, he has said there will have to be internal and external pressure to change that equation. So I fear that initially what we are already seeing is that Netanyahu will try and get away with poo-pooing the American president's plan and trying to have the blame placed on Hamas. Will the US go along with this? That's not a question for Netanyahu. That's a question for the administration. The chance that we actually see an end to these horrors is if it's too costly for Netanyahu to continue. We are not there yet. I'm not suggesting Hamas will be an easy negotiating partner, but their position has been quite clear and consistent, and their initial reaction to the Biden plan has followed suit.
That's it. He's literally taking the long way to say that it is entirely in the hands of Biden, now that he put this out there like a fucking bomb, to actually enforce it. Because if he thinks he can get away with just simply claiming that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break, when there obviously is one, and especially if he doesn't offer gifted subs to every single person so they don't see the top of the hour ad break, you're gonna see the top of the hour ad break inevitably. Okay? Chatters can't be the only ones who constantly do that. Okay? Chatters cheer on ad break debates. It's 6 minutes early. Bibi does smear Gantz and Lapida's pro-Palestinian. The Gantz wants a Palestine state campaign really kicked in full force back in November. Never directly, but rather through his personal outlets like Channel 14 and Israel Hayom. It would kill him to sit with the same people he's smeared endlessly for years. Meanwhile, Netanyahu's future is inextricably dependent on Ben-Gvir, polling at 10 seats right now, who's been chipping at his right flank anyway. It's an easy calculation for Bibi. I was eating up what you were saying. How dare you betray my trust? Yeah, well, don't eat this top of the hour ad break, though. At least don't eat it. Don't take it lying down. Okay? You can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime and or get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break. Here it is. Anyway, what I was trying to fucking say ultimately was that Biden fucking thought, perhaps as a miscalculation, that if he drops this bomb of like ceasefire and drops this bomb of permanent end to hostilities, He thought he could get away with it by being like, Hamas is not playing around, Jack. And they'll keep repeating that till the fucking cows come home. But Israel, doing the most Israel shit, is consistently repeating like, no, dog, this deal ain't ours. Even if it's ours, we don't want it anymore. We just want to kill Palestinians. Fuck you. Why would an expert elderly statesman who has been doing this for fucking 700 years, who's been alive for longer than the Israeli nation state has been alive, why would that guy ever think Israel would do something different now without penalties, without not just like calls for restraint, but actual repercussions for Israel? That's the issue here. Joe Brandon is a bit of a dumbass, in my opinion, for thinking that he could just simply put this out there and not follow through on it, and Israel will just fall in line when they never have.
Daniel Levy, want to thank you for being with us. President of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin.
By the way, we are going to see what the Brandon camp is doing now. The American State Department, of course, is still pushing this narrative that it's Hamas that's not playing ball.
Say that this is basically what Israel has proposed or accepted. Of course, there's criticism within Israel as well. It's not a monolithic country. I mean, are you sure that Israel can follow through on this? That if Hamas says yes, that considering the coalition politics and the politics within Netanyahu's cabinet, that Israel would definitely go ahead with this?
So I certainly can't speak to internal Israeli politics, complicated enough for Israelis to speak to without the United States trying to weigh into them. I would say two things. Number one, this is a proposal from the Israeli government.
It's so funny that we act like we don't have a say in Israeli politics and it's too complicated when we literally were like, Benny Gantz is going to be the next leader of Israel. And that's not all. Israel constantly has a say in what happens in American politics. Benjamin Netanyahu is coming to address Congress. There is no world where this happens. You object to Israel? Come on, bro. Debate time is past. Don't get me started.
So that's the first thing that's important. But number two, I think it is important to speak to the benefits of this proposal to all Israelis. And that's why you saw the president do it on Friday. That's why you've seen the secretary speak to some of these same themes and issues a number of times, including in Israel. And I will say the point that the president made in his remarks on Friday that you've seen the secretary say a few times is that endless conflict in Gaza in pursuit of some idea of total victory is not going to make Israel safer. We agree with Israel that Hamas cannot run Gaza. We agree with Israel on Israel's right and Israel's obligation to pursue Hamas for the terrorist attacks of.
Bro, Zelensky came to address Congress on several occasions just to much less effect. Yeah, that's a client-state relationship. With Israel, they've gone above and beyond, like far beyond client-state relationships. Also, Zelensky is not under international trial, and Zelensky's not coming from a country that has been like only defended by America on the Security Council, and without America on the Security Council would have been fucking dismantled already, like, 70 years ago. In the one situation, in the Zelensky situation, we're the ones who are doming. In the Israel situation, we're the ones who are being fin-dommed. I'm tired of it. I'm kink shaming, man. America needs to stop being fin-dommed by Israel. What the fuck? Sick and tired of it, dude.
Of October 7th. But an endless conflict without a political plan forward is just going to leave Israel bogged down in Gaza, and it's going to exacerbate the security challenges that they face.
You mean femdommed? No, fin-dom. Fin-dom. Financial domination.
It's going to exacerbate the security challenges they face in the West Bank. It's going to exacerbate the security challenges they face against Iran and the proxies that it funds, because it makes it more difficult for Israel to work with its allies and its partners in the neighborhood. So in addition to the long-term security interests that we think this proposal would help address, in addition to bringing the hostages home, which is obviously in the national interest of Israel, it addresses the very real short, medium security challenges that they face, and that's why we think it's in their interest, and that's the case that we will continue to make. But the president was pretty clear about this, that we recognize there are people in Israel, including the Israeli government, that oppose it, and we're going to continue to make that case, and we expect that the government of Israel will too.
Can I just follow up on two things with that? The first of all, in the proposal itself, I mean, in the president's remarks, he was saying that Hamas basically can't do another October 7th attack. In terms of what's the assessment for that? What's the basis for that? Is there anything else that needs to be done to ensure that outcome? Basically, would Hamas need to more formally lay down some arms? Is there some sort of settlement that would be involved to make sure that that's the case?
So let me separate two parts of that question, because I think they're slightly different. One is just a question of capability, and Hamas clearly does not have the capabilities it had on October 7th when it launched.
That's crazy that they're saying that. This is obviously far too little, far too late, and still in defense of Israel. But it is still kind of crazy to me that, like, we've gotten to a point where they're like, come on, you've done enough killing. Okay? Like, this is basically the State Department admitting, like, come on. It's just, you've done it. You've done enough killing. You've killed enough. You've defeated Hamas, like, as best to the ability that you can, which is, of course, not just a defeat of Hamas, but instead you've defeated many Palestinian children. You've killed them.
That horrific terrorist attack, it has seen its leadership degraded, not all, but significantly degraded. It has seen a great deal of its personnel killed or captured. It has seen a great deal of its military materiel destroyed, and not just the weapons themselves, but the underground factories that they were using to produce more weapons that they used on October 7th. Those have been, in many cases, destroyed by Israel. So it is, in many ways, an incredibly diminished organization from the one that it was on October 7th, and we do not believe could conduct an attack anything like the scale and scope that did on October 7th. Now, it still poses a threat. Absolutely. Hamas launched rockets against Israel just last week, and Israel needs to continue to have the ability to defend itself against that threat. But this goes to the point that we ultimately think you cannot address this threat with just a military solution. This is what I was getting to the other day when I said this idea of pursuing a total victory, which the president spoke to, that just a military campaign in itself, while it will, without a doubt, continue to kill and capture members of Hamas, is also going to serve as a recruitment device for other potential Hamas members that will come and join and replenish the ranks. And so you have to have not just a military campaign, but a political path forward as well. And that is, to get around to the second part, or what I deemed as the second part of your question, what the secretary and other members of the administration have been working on with other partners in the region since intensively since early January. And that is a political path that provides for the reconstruction of Gaza, a political path for the security of Gaza. And so when you look at this proposal, obviously the first phase is for the immediate release of some hostages and a ceasefire. And then during phase one, you would negotiate phase two. And in phase two and in phase three, we would pursue what we've termed the day after. And it's how you ultimately come up with a different governing authority for Gaza that is not Hamas. And I'll just make clear, in case there's any question, when the secretary gave a speech.
Oh, by the way, our fucking bitches, our fucking cucks came out and they chirped a little bit too. G7 leaders release a statement calling on Hamas to accept the ceasefire and hostage exchange agreement outlined by President Joe Biden. Interesting, the statement says the deal is something Israel is ready to move forward with, which is not what Netanyahu has been indicating in the recent few days. I despise these fucking animals, okay? Every single one of these dogs that are in fucking leadership positions in America, just suckling on America's teat, asking how high when Joe Brandon says jump, and therefore also asking how high when Netanyahu says Joe Brandon is telling you to jump. G7. It's ridiculous to turn around and be like, Hamas, you got to come on, go along with this now. For those of you who are wondering, G7 is Canadian, French, Japanese, Italian. You're not even making sense, Guy, lol. Am I not making sense to you? This is an abject lie. If your eyes are open, if you have seen what is going on, if you were literally listening to any amount of coverage that we have done on this matter, you would recognize that there's one state that is currently lying, both internally and externally, about their ambitions with this ceasefire negotiation. The notion that it's actually Hamas that's not aligned with this ceasefire three-phase plan and not Israel that's like regularly chirping. Sorry, I'm getting text messages from my mom. I graduated from law school this weekend and will be a public defender. Congratulations, chatter. Anyway, if I sound defeated, it's because I've responded time and time again to these same exact fucking considerations.
In November in Tokyo, he made quite clear that one of the principles that we see for the end of this conflict is that Hamas cannot continue to govern Gaza. Period. Full stop. Sorry for the incredibly long answer.
That's okay. Do you want to proceed actually just one thing that's slightly different, but just in the proposal, just the language major population centers that the Israelis would withdraw from that. Is there actually a list of what the major population centers are, or is there some wiggle room? Could this be something that could become a point of contention in the future?
So it just means what it means, which is major population centers, and partly that is because the population of Gaza has been fluid, or where the population of Gaza is has been fluid over the past months because you've seen people move from one place to another. So it means major areas in Gaza where you have people gathered together. And so that's the point of it. I don't want to get into it anymore from here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get into it anymore from here because there is no real fucking answer. It's strategically ambiguous to say that. It's fluid. God, he's such a fucking goofball. He is such a funny looking motherfucker. It makes it way better for me, at least. Like, Smotrich is kind of evil looking, but this guy is such a fucking Israeli Peter Griffin archetype. It's awesome. Yeah, he put the yarmulke on sideways because he's a gangster, son. That's...
שהמשמעות שלה זה סיום של המלחמה בלי להשיג את היעד שהקבינט קבע בצורה מפורשת, השמדת חמאס. ראש הממשלה הבטיח לי שלא תהיה עסקה מופקרת, ואמר שאין דבר כזה סיום מלחמה ללא מיטוט החמאס. ביקשתי מראש הממשלה לצפות בטיוטה, ראש הממשלה אמר לי ודאי, תבוא ותצפה בטיוטה ותראה בעיניים שלך את הדברים. יום ראשון הגעתי ללשכת ראש הממשלה על מנת לצפות בדברים, ושם האירוע התחיל להיות משונה. נעמדו שניים מהעוזרים המוכרים שלו, אני מפאת כבודה.
God, I want him to be Nuremberg so bad. I want him to be Nuremberg so fucking bad, dude. Holy shit. It would be so just. Just for once, can we get like a crumb? Can we get like a tiny crumb? Just a little bit. What the fuck? Why does he look like that? Racism. It's just like think about it. Think about him. Imagine him upside down, like a Mussolini style situation. You know what I mean? Can't stop me from imagining it. In my mind, in my heart, I see it. This bullshit is such a failure. Hamas cannot continue to govern Gaza. Just muddies the already shit-filled waters. Does the deal leave them with power or not? Exactly. If it does, okay. If it doesn't, say so. The ambiguity makes this whole maneuver pointless. All I'm saying is, in a just world, he would get a Nuremberg trial, which is correct. He would, and he should, and he hopefully will one day. He's an asshole, but this feels a bit dark. What? He's a genocidal monster. Bro, he's further right than fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. What are you talking about? Wanting, like, genuine accountability for people who are conducting a genocide? I don't think it's dark. It's actually pretty bright. Like, what do you think happened at Nuremberg, bro? What's going on? Now, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but it's not gonna stop me from dreaming for a better tomorrow. I want you to understand something. This dude is like, he's responsible for interior security. He has personally handed weapons to the Jewish Ku Klux Klan. Okay? Like, imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay? Like, the most illiterate, inbred, religious fundamentalist, white supremacist guy you've ever thought of. Like, think about it. Close your eyes and think about that guy, okay? Eyes looking in different directions, okay? Now, instead of that guy being Christian, imagine if that guy was Jewish and was currently actively doing pogroms, setting Palestinian homes on fire. That's Ben-Gvir's people. That's his homies. That's the people that voted for him. That's his neighbors. Okay, that's who he is defending with the military, and that's who he is giving weapons to. Just think about that.
ראש הממשלה עצמו אמר לי בוא תראה את הטיוטה, מספר פעמים הוא אמר את זה.
They said a Palestinian-owned market owned by dozens of people on fire just yesterday. Yep.
אנחנו קרוב ל-48 שעות מאז השיחה שלי עם ראש הממשלה, שכללו מריחות והרבה עמימות. ואני שואל, אדוני ראש הממשלה, האם יש לך מה להסתיר? אדוני ראש הממשלה, האם העסקה אינה מופקרת, כמו שאתה אומר? אם אין הסכמה לסיום המלחמה, מדוע אתם מסרבים להראות לי את הטיוטה?
Yeah, he's in charge of the police, prisons, and demolitions. They put the most racist guy in charge. It's crazy.
סיבה להסתרות, למריחות, לסחבת, יכולה להיות רק סיבה אחת. מדובר בטיוטה של עסקה מופקרת. וכעת יש איזשהו ניסיון לערוך לה הלבנה. לכן אני חוזר על הדברים שלי בצורה מפורשת, ואומר לראש הממשלה, אם תחתום על עסקה מופקרת, שתביא לסיום המלחמה בלי השמדת החמאס, כפי שהקבינט עצמו קבע, עוצמה יהודית תפרק את הממשלה.
Overnight, the families of Israeli hostages protesting in Jerusalem, demanding Israel and Hamas agree to the sweeping ceasefire proposal laid out by President Biden on Friday.
It's a roadmap to an enduring ceasefire and the release of all hostages.
The three-phase plan calls for the freeing of all hostages, living and dead. In exchange for an end to the war, a ceasefire, and Israel's withdrawal from Gaza. Hamas says it views the plan positively, but has not yet given a formal response. And while the U.S. says it's an Israeli proposal, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not endorsed it publicly, saying ending the war before Hamas is destroyed is a...
Yeah, I mean, dude, his party is literally called Jewish Power Party. Like, what are we even talking about? What the fuck? What the fuck are we talking about, dude? It's just so funny to think about. Promiscuous is kind of a mistranslation. He's basically saying it's a deal that abandons the people. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know how many times I have to have this conversation until people like get it. I'm using terms that Americans can understand, like inbred hick, fundamentalist, illiterate psychopaths. Like but I guess Americans also fell in line post 9/11, you know?
It's a non-starter. While his far-right allies threatening to topple his government if he agrees to the deal. The Israeli leader also accepting a bipartisan invitation to speak to a joint session of Congress for the first time in nearly a decade. But some Democrats threatening to boycott.
Bring them home.
Over the weekend at the annual parade celebrating Israel in New York, marchers calling for the release of the hostages.
Shalom.
Among those still captive, Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Poland. We met his parents in Jerusalem as they await news of a deal.
I certainly pray and hope, and I am optimistic, but I am nervous, I'm frightened, and I also just know you cannot count your hostages until they're home and you're hugging them.
What is your message to the leaders of Israel, to the leaders of Hamas?
I would beg the leaders to act like leaders, and part of being a leader is you put your people ahead of your own personal self-interest. And I would beseech all the leaders to do that.
Now, it remains unclear exactly where Israel stands on this deal. A senior Israeli official tells NBC News that President Biden's description of the ceasefire proposal was, quote, not accurate, saying Israel has not agreed to withdraw from Gaza. But the White House is saying that if Hamas agrees to this deal, it expects Israel will too. Savannah.
Raf Sanchez in Jerusalem for us. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday
Let me ask you about what's been
Look
taking
at this
place.
fucking dipshit. Now let's get back to American domestic affairs, which pertain to, obviously, American foreign policy as always. I would say that Israeli policy is just not even foreign policy at this point. It's just domestic policy. It's like, what is our state doing? What is our 51st most important state doing in terms of its personal ethnic cleansing campaign? Here is, of course, the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who recently, alongside Chuck Schumer and Michael Penis, signed a joint letter inviting Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a war criminal, who is slated to be arrested, hopefully, inshallah, one day, by the ICC, or at least the Rome Statute of abiding country, if he ever travels to one of them. That he is welcome in America, welcome to speak to American Congress.
Overseas right now, in news that was made just this morning, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel just accepted the invitation from you and your congressional leadership colleagues to address a joint session of Congress. We don't have a date for that yet, but the Senate's top Democrat.
Tell that to D. Pac-Man, who avoids the Israel-Palestine topic like the plague. I mean, it's probably good that he does, if we're being real. I feel like you'd probably be more mad if he was like regularly chirping. The amount of money NYPD got from this weekend in New York City is blood boiling. Checkpoints everywhere, including metal detector barriers, TSA style scanning for luggage before entering Fifth Avenue. Wait, what?
Chuck Schumer recently called Netanyahu, quote, a major obstacle to peace. So do you agree with Schumer's assessment that Netanyahu is a major obstacle to peace?
Well, it's my hope that the Prime Minister, upon his arrival in the United States Congress, will address the Biden peace plan that has been put forth, that I think comprehensively provides a way forward to bring the hostages home, to end the conflict in Gaza, to allow for a just and lasting peace to be put into place, which is what every reasonable person
Is he a major obstacle to peace, though, sir, to my question?
It's my hope that Prime Minister Netanyahu, consistent with what has been done by the Israeli War Cabinet, which is to unanimously adopt the Biden peace plan, will conduct himself in a manner consistent with that Israeli War Cabinet. It's on Hamas, as far as I can tell, as President Biden indicated, to accept the peace plan so we can end this conflict and move toward a just and lasting.
So you don't have any criticism of Netanyahu's conducting of this war to this point?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, dude, you don't want to be in this position. You don't want to be an AIPAC mouthpiece in this position. Let me tell you, oh, boy. Oh, shit. Things are changing, and I fucking called it. I told you on Friday when this came out, I told you the fucking toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put it back. I told you Pandora's box. Okay? Biden came out and fucking said ceasefire. Israel went and did Israel shit. And now you got the media being like, what are you talking about? Are you really going to fucking tell me that, like, Netanyahu, who is now saying this is not his peace plan, or even if it is his peace plan, that, like, he doesn't want to do the ceasefire on the peace plan? Who's the actual fucking villain here in the conversation? It is very predictable.
I think that there will be ample room to be able to assess what was done right, what may have been done wrong. I certainly criticized the Israeli airstrike from earlier this week. It was a tragedy. It should not have happened, and we mourn for the loss of people.
Thanks for watching.
Ooh, goddamn. Okay, this is going to make all of us collectively have aneurysms. I'm just giving you guys a trigger warning. Genocidaire John Kirby, also known as Genocide Kirby, okay? He is about to fucking be a massive cretin.
Some people have been killed, including thousands of children. Far
Noise
too
gate too
many
high.
have been
Shut the fuck
badly
up!
wounded. It's time to begin this new stage. For the hostages to come home, for Israel to be secure, for the suffering to stop. It's time for this war to end.
That was President Biden on Friday calling on Hamas to agree to a ceasefire deal with Israel. White House Security Communications Advisor John Kirby joins us right now. John, thanks for joining us as always. Let's begin with that proposal the president laid out there late this week. Israel has said that this was something they agreed to, but their conditions have not been met. Where does this stand exactly?
Well, it is an Israeli proposal, one that they arrived at after intense diplomacy with our own national security team and over at the State Department. It is a phased approach, George. So where we are right now is that proposal, an Israeli proposal, has been given to Hamas. It was done on Thursday night, our time. We're waiting for an official response from Hamas. We would note that publicly, Hamas officials came out and welcomed this proposal. So what would we hope would happen is they would agree to start phase one as soon as possible. And phase one would allow for some hostages, the elderly, sick, women hostages, to get out over a period of 6 weeks. No fighting, more humanitarian assistance in. And while that's all going on, the two sides would sit down and try to negotiate what phase two could look like and when that could begin.
But based on what we're hearing from Prime Minister Netanyahu, are we in the situation now where if Hamas says yes, then Israel's going to say no?
No, this was an Israeli proposal. We have every expectation that if Hamas agrees to the proposal, as was transmitted to them, an Israeli proposal, that Israel would say yes. Again, well, all you get in a yes right now, George, and it's not a small thing, but what you get is the start of phase one. So you get some hostages coming out, initial hostages. You get some calm. You get some more humanitarian assistance.
God, I hate him so much. I really, 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 really hate him. I really hate him, but they're blaming Hamas. U.S. roadblock the Gaza ceasefire. Is Hamas, not Israel. Yeah, I know. They did it. They did it over and over again, and they keep doing it. But it doesn't matter because everyone can see it. Everyone can see that they're fucking lying. At this point, you have to be literally the dumbest motherfucker on the planet to go, yeah, no, I think it's Hamas that's an obstacle to the fucking ceasefire process. Like, yeah, you can try to fucking keep reaffirming this false narrative over and over again. Okay, you can keep doing that over and over again, but people have the capacity to see, right? Like they hear what Netanyahu's saying. This is a crisis born out of no consistent, coherent narratives. There is not enough back and forth correspondence with the American government and Israel. America keeps saying, no, trust me, please. Like, please, yeah, no, this is an Israeli proposal. Israel's like, fuck no, it is our proposal, but it's not our proposal. We want to keep murdering. This isn't like a Al Ahly hospital strike moment. It's 8 months past October 7th, okay? People are very aware of what the fuck's going on at this point. The Barbaras and the Deborahs have been activated. There's no fucking chance people don't see this shit. That's why there's this weird moment of conflict amongst the American administration, American leadership, and the Israeli leadership right now, where people haven't been able to get on one message. And if the message in and of itself that everybody can agree to is that Hamas is actually saying no to this proposal, that's not a good message at all.
Maybe up to 600 trucks. And then the two sides can start talking about phase two. So Prime Minister Netanyahu's team, in fact, his foreign minister, again, just said that they welcome this announcement by the president and that they did, in fact, agree that this was their proposal.
The president said Hamas is no longer capable of carrying out large-scale terror attacks. Is that based on new U.S. intelligence, and do the Israelis agree?
It is based on accumulation of our own intelligence assessments across the intelligence agencies that militarily speaking, Hamas is in no position to conduct another attack like October 7th. Now, we're also not saying that Hamas has been wiped out off the face of the map. We've not said that Hamas has no military capabilities. We've not said that they don't still represent a viable threat to the Israeli people. Of course they do. But they don't have the military capabilities to do what they did on the 7th of October. And so from a military perspective only, George, as President Biden said, the Israelis have accomplished most of their goals in Gaza.
Let me ask you about Ukraine. President reversed his previous position and granted Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons. What prompted the switch, and are you worried that it's going to draw the U.S. into a direct conflict? That was the president's concern before.
We've been concerned about escalation since the very beginning of this war, and those concerns remain valid. The president has said he does not want to be responsible for starting World War III. We're not looking for a conflict with Russia, another nuclear armed power. That said, around the middle of May, the Ukrainians, faced with an incredible amount of pressure on Kharkiv, that town in the north of Ukraine, not far from the Russian border, asked for some limited permission to use U.S.-supplied weapons against imminent threats just across the border. So we're talking about military emplacements, gun positions, that kind of thing, logistics, staging bases that the Russians were.
No, they want to bomb the airports, by the way. That's it. They want to bomb the airports inside of Russia with American weapons that have the capacity of targeting airports inside of Russia, because Russian drones are flying out of Russian airports across the border, which is true. And they got, it seems like, in a desperate last-ditch attempt, even though I don't think that this will greatly fucking change the prospects of Ukraine winning the war, they're just saying, like, sure, go ahead. The only reason why they're doing that is not because they think this will help move the needle. They just want to do one last huzzah before the inevitable. It'll reduce civilian casualties dramatically. I doubt it, but it doesn't matter. It will reduce civilian casualties? Not really. It will, however, increase civilian casualties on the other side. But, of course, ultimately, will it win? Will it actually allow Ukraine to defend its territory? Will it actually allow Ukraine to push back against Russian forces? No, I don't think so. I don't. Meanwhile, you got, on the one hand, Vladimir Putin being like, we're going to do nuclear testing, or not testing, but like we're doing nuclear brinksmanship. I think it's a way to try and punish Russia in the same way that Russia has destroyed Ukraine. Please react about Corporal Hasan. What? Corporal Hasan
using to create some sort of buffer zone so that they could continue to pound Kharkiv. The president looked at that, talked to the interagency team, made sure he understood all the ramifications of the request, and then approved it. It is limited to the Kharkiv region, and it is limited with respect to the kinds of targets they can hit and how far back they can go.
It was part of a pattern of the president refusing at first to provide Ukraine with certain munitions and permissions, and then going along with it. Have those delays prolonged the war and put Ukraine in a tougher position? President Zelensky seems to suggest that.
The delay that most prolonged this war and made things difficult was the delay in the Congress, George, when we had a supplemental request submitted in October of last year. And for 6 months, Congress did nothing to get us the kinds of funding we needed to supply Ukraine. And for 6 months, basically, the Ukrainians got nothing from the United States, the biggest contributor of security assistance. In just the month or so since that supplemental was passed, I would remind you that we had submitted now 5 security assistance packages to Ukraine to get them the capabilities that they need. And as for the other argument about the creeping nature of this, what we have done is, as the war has changed in character over the last 2+ years, our support has evolved. In the beginning, they needed Stinger anti-air missiles and Javelin anti-tank missiles. Now they need much more air defense and long-range capabilities, and we continue to provide those capabilities, again, as the war has changed, as Putin has changed his operational strategy.
Finally, former President Trump said this morning on Fox News that the world is out of control and laid the blame on President Biden because he said world leaders don't respect President Biden. Your response?
Well, I don't get into election campaign rhetoric. I can't do that. I can just tell you that everywhere the president goes, and he will hear this message, I have no doubt, when we go to France next week for
Ukraine needs men, and that's one thing you can't buy. Yeah, that is the major issue here. One of the largest issues is that it has taken far too long to redeploy, or not redeploy, but like it has taken far too long for the Ukrainian front lines to get ammunition necessary to defend. But beyond that, there aren't enough fucking people. They don't have enough manpower. Unless you start arresting people in Western Ukraine and force them into the fucking front lines, or engage in like forced deportations of Ukrainian men that are in the Western world as refugees. Just like revoke their refugee status and like ship their asses back to Ukraine to forcibly get them to fight. And the first thing that I mentioned as far as like arresting Ukrainian men in Western Ukraine and sending them to the front lines is correct. It's already happening. It is going to create a much larger political penalty for Zelensky, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, because if he were to ultimately say, you know what, this is over, this has been over for months, I want to delay I am no longer delaying the inevitable. We need to do a ceasefire. We need to do a ceasefire immediately before more Ukrainians are mercilessly and senselessly killed by the Russian invading forces, and just like really reconsider our priorities here. Yeah, there's also this other aspect as well. You're right, Central Committee. It's not just manpower. The entire Western world no longer has the productive ability to make weapons as simple as artillery in the levels necessary for grinding this attritional war. Neoliberal deindustrialization can't even do war correctly, Lamau. It's not necessarily that. It's just that they don't think it was necessary to have this level of artillery. But if you're like 18 to 35-year-old male still in Ukraine and you're not picking up arms for helping in some capacity, what the fuck are you doing? Bro, that's crazy. That's actually a crazy thing to put on the Ukrainian population. I don't want to fucking die. You know what I mean? That's insane. Like, hence why I said logistics, etc. Yeah, well, there's no guarantee you're going to stay in logistics. You know what I mean? I mean, you can go and join the foreign forces, by the way. Like, closest thing to an okay buddy meme on Philly D today. What is this?
Celebrating and half fuming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him!
A rigged law in a rigged courtroom with a rigged jury.
Down goes Donald Trump! Down goes Donald Trump!
Hatred and fear dominate the Democrat ruling class.
I'm so goddamn libbed up today, dude. Let's go, baby.
Now, the legal case is an atrocity. It's a ridiculous, ridiculous case.
Woo! What a treat. What a treat. What a treat. What a treat.
It was a political put-up job.
Thank you to the criminal justice system for giving us this beautiful thing.
It's a trash case. It's an absurd case.
Thank you, Alvin Bragg Jr. Thank you, Judge Merchant, or whatever the his name is.
It's so obviously a stupid case.
Thank you to the Democratic Party.
This case is a fraud.
Thank you to New York City.
It was kind of a turducken of a charge.
Thank you to the jurors.
This thing was rigged from the start.
Dark Brandon strikes again.
This jury was rigged from the start. The judge rigged this thing along with the prosecutors.
There's no shortage of feelings, but let's talk about what we know about the Trump conviction.
You live too close to the sun. I don't give a fuck. I stand by that. Like, yeah, I'm being, I'm memeing when I say I'm libbed up today. Ew, you were hella libbed up. Oh, fuck you, dude. It was awesome. It was awesome. I stand by that for sure. I want more of it. Should the Palestinians also come to terms with the occupation and stop fighting, which is what you suggest to the Ukrainians? They're in a far less favorable position than Ukraine. Brother, I don't know if you understand this, but on the Israel front, we have the capacity to directly stop it. On the Ukrainian front, if Ukrainians wish to fight, great. But ultimately, you can't lie to them, okay? And if you were to ask me, should Palestinians not be fucking slaughtered, the ceasefire argument is the same for both of those situations. Do I believe you can trust Israel on a ceasefire negotiation? No. Has that stopped me from advocating for one? Also, no. The same goes for Russia and Ukraine. If the United States had leverage over Russia in a similar capacity, I would fucking demand the exact same thing that I'm demanding from the United States in terms of what I demand from them for Israel. That's it. And there was a incredibly favorable position, a 15-point plan, a 15-point negotiation plan between Ukraine and Russia. That was fairly early on when Ukraine had significant more leverage. Okay. And at the time, once again, I was right, but too early. I said, this is a good fucking deal. No, I'm not even talking about Minsk. I'm not talking about Minsk 1 or Minsk 2. I'm talking about the Antalya proposal. I think it was in Antalya. It was in Turkey. I feel like some chatters bringing up Ukraine are trying to get a gotcha on your Ukraine takes, which is no war, lol. Yes. Forced mobilization in Dnipro in native region of Zelensky in Ukraine. Daily number of such videos of forced mobilization in different regions of Ukraine increased significantly after this no mobilization law came into effect 2 weeks ago. Those who want to fight to the last Ukrainian do not volunteer to fight themselves. The problem here is like this shit is going to it's going to incur severe political penalties for Zelensky. Like if this exact same thing was like happening in Israel, for example, which is the offending party in this circumstance. I'm not comparing Israel to Ukraine. Okay, I'm not one of those like weird fucking pro-Ukraine, pro-Israel Andes. Okay, this is exactly what I would point to and say like this is how Israel loses, because this means that it is no longer as favorable by the majority population to continue the war, even if it's a defensive one, and even if it's one that like actually unironically is perfectly emancipatory and valid. What do you think how mobilization looks in Russia? No, mobilization in Russia looks like this from the jump. You try to apply pressure or help your allies in any way you can. We have no power over Russia. It's worse than this in Russia. The difference is I can't fucking say shit about Russia. What's your stance on Biden saying Ukraine can now target Russian territory? I think it just broadens the conflict. I don't think it's going to be helpful. There is no reasonable solution out of this beyond There is no reasonable solution to the end of this to the end of this unjustifiable invasion without some kind of ceasefire. It's so weird how with Ukraine and Russia, it's Ukrainian civilians are being mercilessly killed, stop the war, and with Israel, Palestine, it's poor Israel hasn't killed Hamas yet, keep the war going. Yeah, I'm in favor of no war. It is entirely, of course, in the hands of Russia to end it. I hope that everybody understands that. I'm not saying that it's not. It's just that I think we are basically at this point, especially when it comes to Kharkiv, yes, Russia is doing cross-border raids and bunching up troops with artillery within artillery range, and also using airports inside of Russian soil to send drones and guided munitions off of drones into Ukrainian civilian territory. America, for understandable reasons, up until this moment, has always told Ukraine that they are not allowed to use American weapons and American weapons or American guidance systems to target inside of the Russian border, because Vladimir Putin has claimed that he would see that as an act of war, an act of aggression against in between Russia and the United States of America. If America was in a weird way pro-Russia and funding and facilitating the Russian invasion, it's over. I would be saying the exact same things that I'm saying about Israel. How does the tide change if Ukraine acquires nukes? Okay. Anyway, the conscription thing does have an analogy here with the conscription of Haredis law. There was a huge Supreme Court hearing on it yesterday, and things could potentially blow up in the next 2 to 3 weeks with the two Haredi parties. The Haredis are furious, blocking roads and shit. One dude came in the courtroom and said, "We'd rather die than conscript." It was crazy. Do you think China could pressure Russia into ending the war? Yes. But as it stands, it's not in their interest for fucking Russia to end its war. China gets to enjoy not participating in any of this shit. Like, it is completely within their realm of interest to just keep fucking keep the war going, keep the Russian invasion going, watch America's soft power diminish on the global stage, sit back and say, look how hypocritical it is for America to consistently fucking claim Russia is bad, but then defend Israel unconditionally. China is doing the Osama bin Laden would have been better off just kicking back his feet and watching America crumble policy. They also get cheaper oil, and the U.S. NATO are distracted from the China pivot where they isolate and try to choke China's economy. Yeah. But at this point, as Russia has lost so many people and resources, is it realistic that they will just go, okay, let's just go home? It was fun while it lasted. No, they won't. And I think, what was it, like a couple weeks ago where Vladimir Putin, I mean, you don't have to trust him, by the way. What did Putin say a couple weeks ago about a ceasefire? He said that it would be on the boundaries of the current annexed territory if there was one, which is, again, ridiculous. Reuters Europe exclusive from May 24th. It was also repeated in the Forbes as well. Russian sources indicate Putin is ready to halt conflict at front. Putin to take more land to pressure Kyiv to talk. Does not want another national mobilization. Putin has no designs on NATO security. Russia concerned about nuclear escalation. I think Ukraine should surrender. Is Putin really any more corrupt than Zelensky? Yes, he is. Because while Zelensky is corrupt domestically far before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, ultimately he didn't fucking invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. So yes, he is definitely significantly worse than Zelensky. It's not even a question. Could you explain how Russia is able to continue the war on the logistics front? How haven't they run into the same munitions problem as the Ukraine? It's kind of wild. I don't know. They get artillery from North Korea. How is invading a country corrupt? I mean, it's bloodthirsty. It's genocidal. It's monstrous. It's completely unjustifiable. And there it is. Russia should have let them die. Let the Russians in Donbass should let die the Russians in Donbass. Yeah, look at Donbass now. It's so much better. Yeah. In order to save the thousands of lives in Donbass, Vladimir Putin bravely killed literally 10x more Russians and pushed the front line away from a proxy war in Donbass to all the way to the fucking east of the Dnieper River while killing a shit ton more Russians. It was a brilliant move, sir. Thank you. Everyone doing question marks is senile law. The question was initially about corruption of Zelensky versus corruption of Putin, to which you claim Putin is worse because he invaded Ukraine. Is significantly worse. Not even in the same fucking wheelhouse. Yeah, Russia is a leading war machine country. They'll turn off the heat and go cold before they stop making weapons. Anyway, I live in Ukraine, in Kyiv. Today, these bastards beat up women. Women tried to save a man who was grabbed on the street by military commissars. I don't know. This seems a little bit like one woman was hit in the face by a military commissar, and one old disabled woman had her crutches taken away. People are being brutally abused. No one wants to fight, but they're forced to. Sounds a little weird. Although, you know, forced conscriptions are real. That is definitely happening. And that definitely isn't great. And it, once again, spells trouble for Ukraine's prospects. I don't understand how you can criticize the United States for not pushing an end to the war in Ukraine, but have none of the same smoke for China. Bro, at the top of the hour, the Chinese are not forcing my hand to serve a 3-minute ad break, okay? It's just like, I get it. You hid your subscription, you changed your username to a gray one, but it's not going to work. 19-month subscriber. So much bait in the chat while talking about Ukraine. I know. You can't be coming in here like that. Yeah, put your fucking hands up. Put your hands up. You tried. You fucking tried. Chatters are doing gray face in the chat. I live in Gay City. These bastards are beating up women now. A woman was trying to protect a man that refuses to twerk. A commissar of homosexuality punched her in the face. Lucky Pom Pom, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Anyway, not bait. How is Putin invading Ukraine to protect ethnic Russians any different than Hitler invading Czechoslovakia to protect ethnic Germans? I never understood why this is a legit pretext. It's not. That's why if anyone is like even remotely reasonable, if anyone is remotely reasonable, they would say that's a ridiculous claim. Every pretext that Vladimir Putin used in the justification for this special military operation is ridiculous. Oh, there's Nazis there. Oh, we're trying to defend the ethnic Russians in Donbass and LPR and DPR. All of that is ridiculous. It's just a reason to invade. It's a shitty one. Anyway, Putin can fight for as long as it takes, but Putin is also ready for a ceasefire to freeze the war, said another of the 4 senior Russian sources who's worked with Putin and his knowledge of top-level conversations in the Kremlin. He, like the others cited in this story, spoke on condition of anonymity given the matter's sensitivity. 3 of the sources familiar with discussions of Putin's entourage said the veteran Russian leader had expressed frustration to a small group of advisors about what he views as Western-backed attempts to stymie negotiations and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's decision to rule out talks. Now, again, a negotiated ceasefire that recognizes the current battlefield lines is obviously ridiculous. Look out for red lines for Russia or a large-scale operation in Kharkov. We haven't seen them hit the major population centers. Ukraine has gone from a bad position to a completely unwinnable position since 2022. The country has been devastated economically and demographically, and the West is preparing to feast on the carcass of what remains of the country's national sectors while handing off the rest to Russia. Why is it unrealistic? I mean, it's ridiculous to be like, yeah, we're actually taking all of eastern Ukraine. The current battle lines, if recognized, would mean permanent annexation of the entirety of eastern Ukraine, which is insane. I don't even think that it will inevitably lead to like that being the final, that being the final battle lines being drawn. And the other option is Putin retreating out of the good of his heart. East Ukraine is gonzo. No, I don't disagree. He, like the other side in the story, spoke on the condition of anonymity. For this account, Reuters spoke to a total of 5 people. Let them resume, he said, adding that negotiations should be based on the realities on the ground and on a plan agreed during a previous attempt to reach a deal in the first weeks of the war, not on the basis of what one side wants, he said. Dmytro Kuleba said on X that the Russian leader was trying to derail a Ukrainian-initiated peace summit in Switzerland next month by using his entourage to send out phony signals about his alleged readiness to halt the war. Putin currently has no desire to end his aggression against Ukraine. Only the principled and united voice of the global majority can force him to choose peace over war. Yeah, totally. That's why we just haven't been united as hard so far. Like, how much more unity do you need? Every day that passes by, the irony, of course, is that every day that passes by, like, that unity is falling apart. Not eternal war. The appointment last week, economist Andrei Belousov as Russia's defense minister was seen by some of the Western military and political analysts as placing the Russian economy on a permanent war footing in order to win a protracted conflict. Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, in a response to a request for comment, said the country did not want eternal war. Based on their knowledge of conversations in the upper ranks of Kremlin, two of the sources said Putin was of the view that gains in the war so far were enough to sell a victory to the Russian people. Europe's biggest ground conflict since World War II has cost tens of thousands of lives on both sides and led to sweeping Western sanctions on Russia's economy. The national call-up spooked part of the Russian population, triggering hundreds of thousands of draft-age men to leave the country. Peskov said Russia had no need for mobilization and was instead recruiting volunteer contractors to the armed forces. The prospect of a ceasefire or even peace talks currently seems remote. Zelensky has repeatedly said peace on Putin's terms is a non-starter. He's vowed to retake the lost territory, including Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014. He signed a decree in 2022 that formally declared any talks with Putin impossible. One of the sources predicted no agreement could happen while Zelensky was in power unless Russia bypassed them and struck a deal with Washington. However, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, speaking in Kyiv last week, told reporters he did not believe Putin was interested in serious negotiations. Swiss talks. Do you personally think Zelensky should bite the bullet? The irony is if Zelensky bites the bullet on this, he will literally bite a bullet, as in they will kill him. He's a dead man. So there's that other reality as well. Some nationalist Ukrainian will 100,000% execute him. Like, it's not even a thing. Derek Davison said the same thing on Chapo, and I don't understand. How are you so certain? Are you kidding me? What do you mean, how am I so certain? What did I tell you guys in the eve of the Russian invasion of Ukraine? I told you that when a foreign nation invades another, the most nationalistic elements are galvanized and seen as emancipatory forces. It's over. Once Putin fucking invaded Ukraine, it was over. It started a sequence of events that will inevitably make Ukraine a significantly more right-wing country that will have permanently broken Ukrainian politics for the worse. And it was already pretty bad to begin with. Why doesn't Zelensky just run away and give up to end the killing? Because the reason why there is no end to the conflict on the Ukrainian front is not because Ukrainians are like desperate to fight down to the last man. Although I'm sure there are plenty of people who do want to defend Ukraine, understandably so. But the major reason is because America wants them to keep fighting as well. Like, it's not our interests in Ukraine were never emancipatory in nature. They were never about like trying to put an end to the conflict. And we have been very open about that as well. It's not like we're hiding it. Maybe in the earlier stages of Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, we would be like, no, this is, Slava Ukraini, like, you're fucking wrong. We're doing this because we love Ukraine, flying the Ukrainian flags. But a year into it already, you had the likes of Lindsey Graham, Elizabeth Warren, Chris Murphy, Democrats, Marco Rubio, Democrats, Republicans alike, joining hands to be like, listen, dude, this is fucking sick. We're reappropriating our Afghanistan budget to Ukraine. Okay. We're literally offloading our fucking old ass equipment that we weren't going to use anyway. And with a minor percentage of our military budget, we are able to kill Russian soldiers and basically reduce the Russian military's power without a single active duty service member dying in the process. That's like a massive win. Anyway, it's not the people that are losing are obviously Ukrainians. The people that are losing are Russians too. Not that I don't think a lot of people care about their well-being, but ultimately it's fucking awesome for American military contracts. Anyway, let's hear something from CNN.
The Israeli Prime Minister has spent the last couple of days really walking away from some of the key parts of this deal, indicating that this will not lead to an end of the war, which was very much the way that President Biden tried to frame the deal on Friday. And the Israeli Prime Minister is doing that for one key reason, and that's because two far-right members of his governing coalition have threatened to topple the government altogether if the Israeli Prime Minister moves forward with this deal. But at the same time, there are now new concerns, Wolf, inside the Israeli government, according to two sources who I spoke with, concerns that the Israeli prime minister is in fact undermining the very fabric of this deal and the way in which it's being sold to Hamas by the mediators, by focusing so much on the fact that he will not allow this to lead to an end of the war until all the conditions of this war are met, meaning the destruction of Hamas. There is a key part of this deal that is very much intended to be ambiguous about how exactly you go from a 6-week ceasefire, one that can be extended for weeks or months even, and ultimately leading to a longer term, perhaps even a permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hamas.
There is no win for Ukraine here. Ukraine already had a defense agreement with Russia and the U.S. in 1991. If Ukraine cedes territory, they lose 20% of their territory, and they still need to find security guarantors. On top of that, Russia can restart the war after rebuilding equipment losses and test if their security guarantor will actually step in this time. Yeah, ultimately, even if there was a ceasefire for a brief moment and then Russia fucking re-upped and re-attacked, then you're back to square one. So I don't personally think that there's any harm in trying. And I've said that from the jump. Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar is in no hurry to end the war, telling Arab mediators, while Israel is turning into a pariah, the Palestinian cause is being revived. According to messages Sinwar has sent the mediators from the Arab states, Hamas political leaders in exile, however, are eager to end the war, provided that a deal guarantees the group's survival and grants it a continued role in governing Gaza. Yeah, I think this is Wall Street Journal shit. It's just like to say, oh yeah, they really enjoy it. They're really enjoying being fucking blown to bits. Wall Street Journal has done a really, really, really bad job of covering Israel from the jump. They've been just going nutty with it. Whereas Financial Times has actually done a pretty decent job, surprisingly enough. But yeah, they've been caught a couple times just straight up reporting the exact opposite of what is actually going on. So I don't fucking know how much I can trust that. Important thing to mention, this fits one-to-one with HasanAbi, which what he told the hostage families with regards to stage A, the humanitarian stage. I think we'll achieve that in a few short months. I don't think the government will complete the other stages of the deal. This government will not end the war for the hostages. Yeah. Do we really expect Wall Street Journal to support the Palestinians? No. But I would expect them to I expect them to not get fundamental details of a story wrong in the interest of doing propaganda. And HasanAbi is absolutely correct here. This is exactly what I was thinking of when I said this. They reported uncritically that Iran was directly involved in 10/7 and caused both the Israeli government, the Iranian government, and the United States State Department and Hamas to collectively say, no, Iran was not involved. Wall Street Journal's reporting was so bad in the beginning that it caused a brief moment of, collective action from all of the belligerents in this conflict. It was ridiculous. And in almost every single one of those instances, whenever they just come out with a ridiculous article, it gets incredible levels of reporting, or not reporting, but it plays well on Twitter. And then everyone has to be like, that's not true. No, not that Hamas fighters were trained in Iran before October 7 attacks. This part is correct. This is not what I'm talking about. This reporting is correct. Anyway, what is this? New York City to get a very limited spectator area at Israel parade. Attendees must go through security checks. Yeah, we're going to talk about the NYPD's wonderful work, more of the NYPD's wonderful work. But before I do that, yeah, Israeli officials are concerned. Netanyahu's statements of recent days could sabotage a constructive ambiguity used by negotiators to draft a proposed Israeli hostage ceasefire deal that could be accepted by Hamas. They're mad that they want to go along with constructive ambiguity, which is just lying, is more beneficial, and Benjamin Netanyahu is forcing America's hand. Some of Netanyahu's aides even went as far as distancing themselves from the proposal and saying Biden's description was inaccurate.
There was a desire for those to cancel this parade.
Is that the chick from Eurovision? No fucking way. My goat, Eric Adams.
Message, there was a desire for those to cancel this parade. There was a desire of those who believe we were going to be unclear on our message. Our message is extremely clear. Destroy Hamas, bring home the hostages. Let's bring peace so we don't lose lives of innocent people. And today you're seeing the solidarity. The loudest is not the majority in the city. The majority of people support the Jewish community here. They support destroying and removing hate out of our city. And that is why we're here today. You see the hostages' families, and you see prominent leaders that are coming here and saying, united for peace. We don't want to see any innocent person die, but we have to deal with the hate of Hamas, and it must be dismantled and destroyed.
Israel parades are so funny because it's literally just like more government, please. We love what the American government is doing. Can you please keep that going? Yeah, we already talked about how his own fucking members of the Knesset from his own party are like talking shit about Netanyahu. It's dope. The situation is so fucking cooked. House Republicans went on the COVID shit. Jury selection begins for Hunter Biden's federal trial. Oh, this was funny. Dr. Anthony Fauci testifies before the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic. And these fucking dumbasses were like, how much money have you made? And he was like, I haven't made any money from the royalties. And I think he made $700 or something total.
Aliatakis from New York for 5 minutes.
Yeah, COVID arguments are back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think many of us in the committee are really disturbed by revelations to this committee that there were officials at NIH that deleted government records, they deleted they used personal emails to communicate and circumvent freedom of information laws. So I just had a couple questions about that. Dr. Fauci, did you delete any emails or records related to the Wuhan lab or the origins of the virus?
No, I did not.
Okay. Dr. Morins said in a May 2021 email, he indicated that he was connecting people to you in a, quote, secret back channel. Do you know what he was referring to?
I don't have any idea what he's talking about. There is no back channel at NIAID.
Okay, there is, he also said in another email that there is no worry about Freedom of Information Act. I can send stuff to Tony on his private email. Did you communicate with anyone relating to anything regarding NIH or with Dr. Morins on a private email?
I do not do government business on my private email.
Okay, so have you communicated with Dr. Morins via private email, even if it was not necessarily your definition of government business?
It might have been because, as I mentioned in my opening statement, one of his functions is to write chapters, medical scientific chapters with me, so it is conceivable that I communicated with him on my private email when we were writing a chapter, and that was not official.
What about Peter Daszak?
No.
I just want to clarify for the record, because today you testified that you did not suppress the lab leak theory, yet in the past you have said, quote, it is a distortion of reality, unquote. You've said, quote, I've heard these conspiracy theories, and like all conspiracy theories, they're just conspiracy theories. That's what you told the American people.
Yeah, you want to know why? Because the only people at the time that was saying the lab leak theory is 100% correct was not the scientists. It was actually the American State Department. A fun fact that many liberals who now also are like, no, it's definitely the lab leak theory, which I'm not ruling out. It is still a theory, just like zoonotic spread is a theory. You have to weigh these theories. You have to weigh these theories with as much evidence as is physically available. Okay? There is no scientific consensus. At the time, the scientific consensus was leaning on zoonotic spread, which I believe still, unless something is like genuinely shifted. Ryan Grimm was a lab leak theory for a bit. Yeah. Shh, guys, let Fauci cook. Okay, Toddick. Okay, Toddick. We still have no fucking actual evidence in either direction.
So would you like to clarify what science were you following then versus now?
No, I've also been very, very clear and said multiple times that I don't think the concept of there being a lab leak is inherently a conspiracy theory. What is conspiracy is the kind of distortions of that particular subject, like it was a lab leak and I was parachuted into the CIA like Jason Bourne, and told the CIA that they should really not be talking about a lab leak.
Thank you.
That's the conspiracy.
Appreciate that. Dr. Fauci, how much have you earned from royalties from pharmaceutical companies since the pandemic began in 2021?
Zero.
See, that's
It says NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers. You're saying that you did not receive.
so that's the article that she printed out. Okay, look at this fucking dumb fuck. Okay, hold on. A fact they tried to hide. Okay, almost all of that went to the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, the sub-agency led by Antonio Fauci. Okay, except it turns out he got no money from it directly in his fucking, like, he didn't make any of the money. Like, they're making it seem like he was the one who was just like fucking raking it in. Is she implying he made $700 million off the vaccine? Yes, that's what she's implying. Except the reality of the matter is, yeah, they're funding the fucking vaccinations. It goes back into grants as far as I know. Like, yeah, that's just how the government works. You know what I mean? They give money that Donald Trump also gave to corporations. Operation Warp Speed, if you will. Okay? And then that money goes back to the government.
Receive any of the $710 million.
To make more gay vaccines. And by that, I don't mean vaccines to stop you from catching the gay. I mean vaccines that make you gay and autistic.
On COVID, I received, I think, $122 for a monoclonal antibody that I made 27 years ago.
Okay, so just in general, though, how much have you?
Yo, that's kickback, son. There you go. This guy, it wasn't $0. It was $112, baby. We got him. Fucking got him, dude. Fuck this guy. Nope. That's it. Throw the book at him.
Received, not related to COVID, just in general, how much have you received in royalties between 2021 and 2023?
I think none.
Okay, so somebody received the $710 million.
Somebody did, but not me.
You didn't receive any royalties. Okay.
I mean, I see no royalties associated with COVID. I mentioned.
I said.
No, I want.
No, I just said.
I'm on the record, and I want to make sure that this is clear. That I've developed a monoclonal antibody about 25 years ago that's used as a diagnostic that has nothing to do with COVID, and I receive an average of about $120 a year from that patent.
Okay, but the bottom line here is that scientists at NIH did receive.
I'm honestly surprised you like Fauci as a good guy. What? I think it's ridiculous. I understand that epidemiologists and people in healthcare, in public health, are in a really fucking unique predicament, especially when there's a novel disease that is literally melting the old, okay? In that circumstance, you have to play a fucking tightrope. That tightrope is, how cautious can we be to ensure the maximum amount of fucking people, all right? How cautious do we have to be? What can we communicate? Did they go far out in their caution? Absolutely, of course, but that's completely fucking... That is one of the few unique instances where the government does have your back for obvious reasons, because they don't want you to fucking die. Like, what do you mean? Their job is to literally communicate dense scientific literature to the public in a way that is like understandable and set precautions so that people don't fucking die, because unfortunately we're stupid as shit. Okay? It's the same exact principle behind seatbelt laws.
$710 million in royalties, and I guess my question is, don't you think that if these experiments are made using American tax dollars, that any of those royalties, this nearly billions of dollars, should be going back to the American taxpayer, not in the pockets of the scientists? Do you believe that's a law that we should consider changing?
If you want to change the patent laws and the Bayh-Dole Act, then go ahead.
Okay.
But that's not for me to say.
I'm asking your opinion. Okay. Well, anyway, moving on, I just want to say that, we know billions of dollars have been funding these animal experiments, both here domestically and in foreign land. I'm very troubled by the cruel, horrific animal research that has been done on U.S. land and in foreign laboratories. Taxpayers are footing the bill for billions of dollars.
She's trying to hit the white woman angle too. She's like, yo, think about the puppies. What was it? They killed beagles or something? What the fuck was it?
These beagle puppies that have their their throats slit. They're being injected with ticks. They are murdered after just a few months.
Bro, I think it's literally more just to engage in animal testing for life-saving medication for humans than it is to eat them for personal consumption. And I don't even have an issue with eating them. So I'm sorry, like, animal testing when it comes to like makeup, ridiculous. Animal testing when it comes to like actual life-saving medication, are you fucking kidding me? Are you insane? Like, yeah, no shit, dude. I think we should do that, actually. You know who else we test medication on? Life-saving medication? Humans. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck? I don't know if you know this process, but it's for the betterment of society as a whole. So the dumb fucks like you who are too stupid and that natural selection would completely fucking remove you from this planet under every other goddamn circumstance is actually going to work against your better judgments. Then skip the animals. You are out of your fucking mind. The reason why we tested on animals first before we tested on humans is so that we're just not melting humans. What are you saying? Like, humans are going to die regardless, ultimately, in this process, but it might as well be that we kill the least amount of humans. The difference is consent. The animals can't consent to being melted. Yeah, I don't give a shit. They're fucking animals, dude. What are we talking about? Vegans, shut the fuck up. Okay, trust the process. I don't know if you're fucking farming in here, but what is happening here? What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Okay. All right. Clipped and sent to PETA. Yeah, they're factory farming harder right now than fucking they care.
Piglets, rabbits, you name it. FDA is saying we no longer need to be testing human medications on animals, that there's other ways to achieve this. Can you comment on that, if it's time for the United States of America to be moving on from these cruel animal and horrific costly tests?
I'd be happy to comment, but I'm puzzled as to what that has to do with the origins of COVID.
Well, I have a question about it.
Okay,
and you're
I'd be
before
happy
this
to
committee,
answer.
and it has to do in general with the amount of waste of tax dollars that NIH is using.
Well,
you are being speciesist, and history will not look back fondly at you. It's all right. Everyone should be allowed to have one bad take, okay? If history looks back at me and says I'm a monster, then so be it, okay?
The animal experiments that are conducted by and funded by NIH go through strict regulations of the proper use of animals in research. So I'm not, Congressman, with all due respect, I'm not trying to be confrontative. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but the experiments that the NIH funded go through strict regulatory processes of the treatment of animals, the humane treatment of animals.
Well, they're not very humane, and I will say, as the former director,
Bro, what are you talking about? You're a Republican in American Congress? Like, get the fuck out of here. What do you mean? They're not very humane. Like, what is your party literally fucking melts the poor in its advocacy and women that want to fucking get a medical process like an abortion. Shut the fuck up. It's so, what a ridiculous sham trial. But I guess vegans would agree with that because, like, human beings are consenting or something. I don't fucking know. What? Drake, X Snow Day, Wagwan, Delilah?
And oh, there's a 40 in my jeans. And oh, your shorty wants to reach. So these are my Camry jeans.
No, I refuse, man. I refuse. All right, they're doing COVID conspiracy theories this morning by somehow pinning the pandemic on Fauci, the one guy in Trump's orbit who was sane and rational throughout the ordeal. They don't want to have a reality-based conversation about who really botched things and who guided us out of the worst of it.
I've got a lot of questions.
Okay.
Dr. Fauci.
Can I finish the answer to you?
You were the director of the NIH for more than 3 decades.
And infectious diseases for more than 3 decades. Is that right?
38 plus years.
38 years. Okay. And I assume that you've never been accused of trying to start a disease before. Is that right?
That is correct.
You have devoted your life to fighting infectious diseases for the American people. Is that right?
That is correct.
And to say to the American people about your service to America.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an accident that like the COVID vaccines were a scientific marvel, an international scientific community collaborative effort, and brought about in phenomenal time. And the mRNA vaccine research is also most likely going to yield incredibly positive results for severe life-altering, life-ending diseases. And it is, of course, because of that reason that every dumb fuck is chirping against it, because they're stupid. I don't know what else to say about it other than the fact that you are just afraid of things you don't understand, like a goddamn caveman, like an ape. Okay? Like, that's it. And I can't believe that I had this argument over and over again for like years, and now we're back in the pocket of like 2021. It's mind-boggling to me that this is what's happening. It's crazy. Oh my God. We're desperately trying to kill ourselves. I think that's what's going on. This is the irony, that so many of these people would be too dumb to survive if modern medicine didn't exist. And now all of those people are becoming the majority. I'm not being a eugenicist, I promise. Okay. I'm joking, but also kind of not joking, in the sense that like the very same people that are surviving due to modern medicine are turning into like this very loud majority of people that are like, actually modern medicine is bad. It's what the fuck? Oh my God. What is a conspiracy theory? Is the kind of distortions of a particular subject, like a lab leak. I was parachuted into CIA like Jason Bourne.
Life.
Oh, here, let's hear what Ms. Dangle.
Personal life, in a way that should be unacceptable to all Americans. Dr. Fauci, you and I have known each other for a long time, and I'm not even going to admit how long. But during that time, I've seen your commitment
Get in
not
there,
just
Debbie.
to science,
Get in there,
but
Deborah.
to advancing the greater good. And I know that this isn't a topic you enjoy discussing, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you about it. But I think the American people need to know.
Anyway, she's fucking talking about the death threats that he's receiving.
At the White House.
Here's another Deborah. This time an evil Deborah. Okay. Fauci, you said about 4 or 5 things that were just not true.
You, sir, did you cite this article at the White House because the NIH director
We go from good Deborah to bad Deborah.
asked you to suppress the lab leak theory?
I did not do that in response to anybody's suggestion to suppress anything. It was in response to a question that someone asked at the podium. And I did not edit any paper as shown in my official testimony. So you said about 4 or 5 things, Congressman, that were just not true.
Well, we have emails to prove it.
Well, you don't.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Owned.
I now recognize Mr. Mfume from Maryland for...
Fucking owned. I yield back. Fauci's grilled by GOP Representative Michael Cloud about if he still supports COVID public health measures. These were important when we were trying to stop the tsunami of deaths. Yeah, I don't Dude, this shit is crazy, man. It's crazy.
Over the course of the pandemic. And
What the fuck? I know it's like really fashionable to shit on Fauci ouchie and stuff like that now, I think. I don't know. Because the holdouts, the ones that like still care about this, are the most manic people of all time. So they kind of dominate the conversation amongst themselves about how bad of a guy he is or whatever. Like, I don't know what to say.
Me a yes or no as to whether you believe these measures were justified. Business closures?
Early on when 5,000 people were dying a day, yes.
Church closures?
Same thing.
School closures?
Again, the
stay-at-home orders?
These were important when we were trying to stop the tsunami of deaths that were occurring early on. How long you kept them going is debatable.
Mask mandates for adults, mask mandates for children, mask mandates for children under 5.
And going back to what I said before, all of that is in the context of, at the time, 4,000 to 5,000.
I love that, like, we have completely fucking dropped preparedness for a novel virus, okay, that wiped out, that removed 1.2 million people from the U.S. total population. What the fuck are we talking about? It is literally part of the reason why Donald Trump did not get reelected. A major part of the reason, because people were like, holy shit, we are getting fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by an invisible enemy. Okay. And half of the population at the time was like, I'm on the fucking war. I'm joining the coronavirus war on the side of COVID. What is going on? All you needed to know at the time, with how silly these arguments were, was that first COVID was fake. Okay, first COVID was fake, and then we mustn't get vaccinated against this fake COVID. But also simultaneously, we should be going around, and that it was a bioweapon created by the Chinese that was developed to kill Americans. But also, it's not fake and it's real, and that's why we need ivermectin. It doesn't even stand up to an ounce of scrutiny. Like the logic that they were trying to cultivate was like faulty. It's just a couple questions would like destroy the argument in and of itself. It's both fake and also a Chinese bioweapon that was built in a lab that we paid for, okay, to kill American whites, the God-fearing patriots. But it also is, you shouldn't vaccinate against it, but you should also use another, medication, ivermectin, even though it's fake and gay. Like, it's inherently contradictory principles that you were deploying in this argument. Didn't some Republicans say that Jewish and Asian people are inherently immune or something? No, it wasn't a Republican congressperson. It was RFK Jr. You're thinking of RFK Jr., who once famously said COVID was a bioweapon developed by Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese to kill white people. That was not a Republican congressperson. That was RFK Jr. He did say that.
Under 5, there's scientific evidence for that?
Excuse me?
Mask mandates for children under 5, there's scientific evidence supporting that?
There was no study that did masks on kids before. You couldn't do the study. You had to respond to an epidemic that was killing 4,000 to 5,000 Americans.
Vaccine mandates for employees, vaccine mandates for students, vaccine mandates for military.
Vaccines save lives. It is very, very clear that vaccines have saved hundreds of thousands.
Like the arguments against the lockdowns or the preventative measures before we fully grasped how this thing was like spreading and like what it was doing to people was definitely heavy-handed, but perfectly understandable. And even then, nobody in the red states listened to it anyway and suffered the consequences of it. Okay? And beyond that, when we get to the vaccine part of the conversation, that's when you really lose me, where I'm just like, bro, you are fucking insane. Like, this deleted 1 million Americans, man. What the fuck are we talking about? 1 million Americans just deleted, gone, dead.
Of Americans and millions.
I'm not debating. We're talking about the COVID-19. Did or do the vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccines, stop anyone from getting COVID?
I answered that question to the chairman. Early on, it became clear that
they did.
No, actually, no. In the beginning, it clearly prevented infection in a certain percentage of people, but the durability.
Did you have COVID? I did. And that shit sucked. Well, honestly, thank God for the fucking vaccine, because I don't even want to imagine how badly it would have sucked ass. I streamed through it. If it wasn't for the fucking vaccines, holy fuck, I don't even want to know what the hell would have happened to me, okay? It's just like ridiculous. The patent of the COVID test kit is owned by a Rothschild. It was filed in 2015. Okay, brother.
Its ability to prevent infection was not long. It was measured in months.
And they didn't stop you from spreading it either.
Early on, it did if it prevented infection. But what became clear that it did not prevent transmission when the ability to prevent infection waned.
I think what's troubling is when the American people look at
it literally eliminated some of the worst symptoms, which means that, yes, it is going to have a tendency to reduce spread. That's it. If you reduce the symptoms, you automatically reduce the spread. It's, oh my God.
The certainty and the case at which people lost jobs, they lost livelihoods.
In science, because Mr. Fauci, you were quoted on CBS Face the Nation saying it's easy to criticize, but they're really criticizing science because I represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci?
I am a scientist who uses the scientific method to gain information.
Yes, you said you represent science.
I don't think that there should be like this big of an intelligence gap between two individuals having a conversation. Again, another fucking achievement for modern medicine, And in the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene, maybe an L for modern medicine. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we shouldn't be saving everybody. Okay? Like, hearing Republicans talk about this sort of shit over and over again kind of makes me question, perhaps it's better to just let society collapse a little bit, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. The natural yearn for the natural selection.
Do you represent
Whoa, what the fuck?
science?
Can you guys hear it? I'm only hearing I'm only hearing fucking, oh shit. This happened before. I only hear my audio breaks and then I only hear like the
Mr. Fauci?
like right now this is all I'm hearing. Maybe you guys can hear it on your end as well. Can you hear it from the feedback from the microphone? Yeah, it doesn't. Audio rate mismatch, fuck up. You guys hear the audio. What I'm hearing on my speakers is simply just the noise.
The answer.
Still, fuck. Okay, hopefully it'll get fixed. You sound fucking mental. Yeah, I can't hear it. God damn it. I do have external speakers. Hold on. Let me try to fix it. Let me try to fucking fix my audio real quick. Like maybe if I cycle it to something different.
You were quotes, especially
Okay, now I can't hear it at all.
when the NIH
Oh,
and these
it's good.
government
I'm back.
agencies, most powerful agencies, voted on CBS Face the Nation, saying it's easy to criticize.
I don't want to jinx it, but if you restart the audio interface your speakers are plugged to, no, it's fine. It's fixed.
But they're really criticizing science because I represent, yes or no?
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, we'll take that as a you don't know what you represent.
Oh,
But this, as director of the NIH, you did sign off on these so-called scientific experiments. And as a dog lover, I want to tell you this is disgusting and evil, what you signed off on. And these experiments.
Bro, conservatives do this shit all the time. Whatever they choose to vilify, they look at like the route tasks that go into whatever they decide is like supposed to be vilified as like scary. Okay. And it is ridiculous. They do this for, you know, any kind of medicine, right? They do this for abortion. They're like, yeah, you go in and you scoop the baby, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you could explain the process of open heart surgery with similar vigor. Okay. Like you could describe open heart surgery in such a way that is absolutely terrifying to the average American. That doesn't change the reality that it is a, you know, incredible medical achievement and necessary for survival. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, they do this with gender affirming care. They do this with abortions. They do this with everything that they decide is like scary and bad. When in fact, you could literally describe in horrifying detail the process in which you do an open heart surgery. Okay? They literally break your rib cage after sawing your chest open. Okay? They pry back your rib cage after cracking it open in order to get to your fucking heart. Okay? How do you think surgery works? That's how surgery works. And we are basically one step removed from advocating against open heart surgery because of how fucking unscienced these dipshits are.
That happened to beagles paid for by the American taxpayer. And I want you to know Americans don't pay their taxes for animals to be tortured like this. So
yeah, Americans pay their taxes for Palestinians to be murdered. I want you to understand, sir, I pay my taxes so we can kill Palestinian babies. That's why I'm paying my taxes. I know about you. Why couldn't we put Palestinian children in the Beagle murder contraption instead? Did we run out of Palestinian babies to kill? No.
the type of science that you are representing, Mr. Fauci, is abhorrent, and it needs to stop. Mr. Fauci, you also...
I got to be in an operating room during a coronary artery bypass graft. They literally stop your heart during the middle of it. Just like you... Whoa. Just like how you stopped the broadcast with a top of the hour ass break. God damn. He didn't even say ab break. He said ass break. Breaking that ass. God damn, son. I just got fucking destroyed. If you don't want the top of the hour ass break to destroy you, though, destroy your ass, Well, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Also represent the type of science that where you confess that you made up the COVID rules, including 6 feet social distancing and masking of children.
I never said I made anything up.
You admitted that you made it up. You made it up as you went.
I made it up.
So are you saying this is fake news, Mr. Fauci?
I didn't say I made anything up.
I mean, it's Daily Mail, so yes. Yeah, of course it's fake news. It's fucking Daily Mail, dumbass. What the fuck?
What did you say?
I said that it is not based in science and it just appeared.
But this is science.
What does dogs have to do with anything that we're talking about today?
These are scientific experiments. This is what you signed off on. But you also told the American people they had to distance by 6 feet. They had to wear a mask. But let's also, in our country, are recommending medical suggestions and advice and making up guidelines like 6 feet distancing and masking of children. Do you think that's appropriate? Do the American people deserve to be abused like that, Mr. Fauci? Because you're not doctor. You're Mr. Fauci in my few minutes.
Oh my God. I hate her so much. Bro, dude, Americans have drank too much of the dumb bitch juice, okay? We're out here sipping on that dumb bitch juice. We are all we're a nation of dumb bitches. The fucking demagoguery here is actually incredible. Republicans are just the dumbest, most cynical pieces of shit ever. She's like, yeah, you are no longer a doctor, sir. You're Mr. until my time is over. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my God. Yo! I mean, dogs shouldn't be put in tests like that. Can we agree? No, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, vegans. Shut the fuck up. You are just as dumb of a bitch as Marjorie Taylor Greene is. Oh my God, dude. Vegans can't stop themselves from chirping. Listen, man, I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking sit. First of all, God damn it. It is so easy for even the dumbest cretin like Marjorie Taylor Greene to like capture the attention of people like this. Okay. You have been duped. You are now saying, let's hand it to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's cynically talking about these dogs. She doesn't give a fuck about any dogs. She doesn't even give a fuck about humans. What the fuck are we talking about? She's a Titan. She eats them. Okay. That's number one. Number two, you are stupid as fuck for literally going, yeah, actually, we should literally just stop. You know what? I don't think this Anthony Fauci guy is a good guy. Like, why? Even if your position as animal testing for medical purposes is bad, this is not the time to chirp about it. Okay. Which I don't even have an issue with regardless. Okay. I don't. It's ridiculous. I think ultimately, animal testing, no matter how cruel it looks for medicine, is infinitely more valid, okay, before human testing starts especially, is infinitely more valid than just eating them. And I don't even have a problem with eating them. And neither does this the fucking dipshit. So shut up. What are you talking about? Your take a few minutes ago was better.
No, I don't need your answer. I want to talk about this right here.
Mr. Chairman,
Fauci,
objection. Objection.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time, Mr. Raskin.
Gentlelady was order.
Animal testing isn't even a good indicator of human compatibility of medicine. That's not even fucking true. I can't speak for beagles, but like rats is a pretty solid, has a relatively similar immune system structure. So that's why they do it. Why do you think they do it? Why do you think they do it? Why? Why do they do it? You think it's because they want to fucking torture and murder beagles? Is that why? Like what other purpose would the scientific community have? Because they just feel like it? Like what's happening here? Oh, I'm anti-child, so they should just use children. Please don't do this. The discourse is annoying. Vegans will only continue to be annoying and is giving people like me a bad rep. It's funny because we know, okay, we've polled this community, 5% or less than 5% of this community is vegan. And yet anytime animal rights comes up, they happen to comprise 99% of the discourse. Okay. Oh my God.
And Mr. Chairman, of order. Just in terms of the rules of decorum, are we allowed to deny that a doctor is a doctor just because we don't want him to be a doctor?
Yes, because in my time, that man does not deserve to have a license. As a matter of fact, it should be revoked, and he belongs in prison.
Gentlelady suspend. The gentlelady should recognize the doctor as a doctor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, is this what we have become? Is this what we have devolved into? No decorum.
You know what? We can do that hearing about the poor men that were injected with syphilis because I support you in that. That's horrific. And this government that does things.
Wait, I support you as in we should be injecting more black men with syphilis just to see what it does. We used to be a nation of values. We used to be a country, a proper country, where we could conduct illegal, unethical experimentation on black Americans like the Tuskegee Airmen. We should go back to that instead of the Beagles.
Things like that to Americans doesn't have decorum to the American
Mr.
people.
Chairman,
The gentleman is out of
point of regular order, please.
The gentleman is out of order.
Decorum.
Bubbles because of your
What is this?
plastic bubbles because of your science, your repulsive, evil science. And let's go back to your very
God, we're so dumb.
own email. You said earlier you don't use email. Oh, you do. Right here. This is your own email where you said the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email. This is your own words. But yet children all over America were forced to wear masks. Healthy children forced to wear masks, muzzled in their schools. And then they were forced to learn from home because of your so-called
muzzled
science and your medical suggestions while you and all your cronies get paid from Big Pharma. You know that what this committee should be doing? We should be recommending you to be prosecuted. We should be writing a criminal referral because you should be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. You belong in prison, Dr. Fauci.
Mr. Chairman, I have another point.
Yo! Preach, sis. Speak on it, Queen. I'm on her side again.
I recognize Ms. Dingell.
Just want to make sure the record is clear. Dr. Fauci testified that he did not use his personal email for official business. He did not say he did not use email. And I think today, this particular has been full of lies and disregard and disrespect, and we need to stick to facts.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time had expired before the point of order. I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I am so sorry you just had to sit through that. That was completely irresponsible.
Moskowitz the Fauci on people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I fucking hate Jared Moskowitz, but
You know, we live in.
the only one that happened to you, the only one that's happened to you is your former boss. Shut the fuck up, Jared. Piece of shit.
Wasn't so.
Wait, what is this?
Why was it so important the virus not have started in a lab?
Wasn't so important that the virus not. We don't know. We know
it was important to someone in the Biden administration, so much so that the top people at Meta, the top people at Facebook are asking, why are we getting all this pressure to downplay the lab leak theory? And we have an email from June of the same year, June 4th, 2021, saying the same thing. It was certainly important to somebody.
Well, what does that got to do with me?
I'm asking you because you're the expert on the coronavirus. I'm saying why was the administration so pushing not to have the lab leak theory as something that was viable?
I can answer that. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire
process. You kept an open mind, Dr. Fauci, open.
Bro, whose administration? Bro, whose administration? It was Trump's administration. That's number one. And number two, the fucking lab leak theory, okay? The lab leak theory was first released by the American State Department, which is why I find it very funny that all of these contrarians, okay, all of these contrarians are now the anti-State Department, you know, conspiracy guys. They're all like on board with it.
In mind.
That is correct.
What happened in those 3 days? Why did Dr. Anderson and Mr. Anderson and Dr. Gary, why did they change their mind in 180 degrees? Because what Christian Anderson says 3 days later, after he said virus looks engineered, virus not consistent with evolutionary theory, 3 days later he says the main crackpot theories going around at the moment relate to this virus being somehow engineered, and that is demonstrably false. How did they figure all that out?
Yeah, also the lab leak theory was not a purposeful leak, but a possible mistake, which even then it's on questionable grounds. But the problem with this, much like everything else, is that it immediately turned into, oh, there was a deliberate leak. And it was actually not even just a deliberate leak. It was a deliberate weapon that was being tested, deliberately engineered to kill people, maybe even just white people. The Chinese actually literally developed this super weapon to kill as many people as possible in a laboratory that Anthony Fauci directly was working with, that he actually basically was also developing the weapon. It wasn't like people were just going around being like, you know, there's a very credible theory that has damn near scientific consensus that it's most likely a zoonotic disease spread, okay, caused out of, born out of a wet market, or an alternative theory being that while they were working on gain of function research in the Wuhan facility, that accidentally there was contamination that left the fucking facility, which, you know, they have protocols against that sort of thing. But let's say that is credible. That has nothing to do with what the fuck these guys are talking about or what they were talking about at the time. Yeah, China created a virus to attack America, but weld locked doors in China. Yeah, exactly. China created this weapon, which literally they took every initiative and went above and beyond to ensure it did not spread to the Chinese population. So much so that they had like actual revolts in China due to the COVID-0 policies that they implemented, which, by the way, America kept repeating and shitting on, only to have the Chinese government respond and say, okay, no more COVID-0. And then COVID started spreading in China. So then American media started flexing on China and was like, lol, these guys all have COVID. Look at these fucking idiots.
3 days, Dr. Fauci.
You can do that.
Still have an open mind.
Well, what they did is that you know, they testified before this committee.
One of the funniest things that happened in that situation was also the maxed out copium that you heard from Reddit. Oh my God. If you think xenophobia is bad right now, you should remember back then, maybe many of you weren't even in here at the time, but when I was originally covering this story, people would come into my chat every day and be like, no, you don't understand. Billions of Chinese are dead. Why do I know? Because urn sales have gone up. Okay. Yeah. They're actually literally pushing bodies by the millions into massive chimneys and burning the dead, and urn sales have gone up in China. China is at the precipice of a complete reset. Yeah, the fact that China handled COVID so much better than the U.S. melted so many white brains. Oh, 100%.
They did. They went back and looked at the sequences and realized that their initial concern was unfounded about that, and it did not look at all like it was manufactured. But as they said in their paper, even though they feel it was more likely...
3 days, they figured it out.
That's exactly. You could do that in 3 days. You can scan sequences in a day. You don't need 3 days.
Okay. There was a push to downplay the lab leak theory.
Not on my part.
Really?
Really?
Wow. Wow. I think most of the country would find that amazing. I still got 11 seconds.
But look at the facts. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire process.
All right. I yield back. Do you agree that there was a push?
Wow. Good stuff. We all remember. We were all there. Oh, Biden's wins account posting this shit is crazy. Breaking. President Biden will sign an executive order that will allow the U.S. government to deny asylum and deport immigrants who cross the border illegally. Reminder, Republicans voted against the toughest border security legislation in decades. What a win for Biden. 8,000 likes, by the way. Another Biden win, baby. Another Biden win. Liberals are not all right. Now that we looked at some fucking conservative mania, remember that liberals are also not all right.
Expected to issue an executive order this week that would partially shut down asylum processing at the U.S.-Mexico border. Sources tell CBS News the announcement could come as early as Tuesday. The move is expected to allow border officials to deport migrants entering the U.S. illegally without processing their asylum claims. However, it will allow processing at official crossings to continue. This comes as migrant apprehensions along the southern border have decreased in recent months. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camila Montoya Galvez joins us now from the border town of El Paso, Texas. Camila, what more can you tell us about this executive order? When will it start? How will it be triggered, et cetera?
Hi, Lindsay. This would be a dramatic and seismic shift in policy here along the U.S.-Mexico border. We are told that President Biden is preparing to invoke his presidential authority to try to shut down asylum processing here at the border when the number of migrants crossing into the U.S. illegally reaches a certain threshold. We still don't know what that threshold is, but this executive order, we are told, is being modeled after that congressional bipartisan proposal on border security that failed twice in Congress that would also give the president a similar power. Now, the Biden administration and the president, they are taking their executive unilateral authority to try to mitigate the crisis here at the border and deter migrants from crossing into the U.S. illegally. This would shut down asylum claims in between ports of entry while preserving asylum processing at official border crossings. That is where the Biden administration is currently processing roughly 1,500 migrants on a daily basis. That will continue, sources tell CBS News. Unaccompanied children, Lindsay, are also expected to be exempt from this order.
Camilo Montoya Galvez, thanks.
While former President...
That's awesome. Even though it's disgusting, do you think a smart, politically strategic move for the election to take wind out of the border crisis narrative Republicans love? Fuck no. What are you talking about? I've talked about this a million times over. I have a million YouTube videos on this very same matter. That's not a thing that has ever been successful. You know what actually ends up happening? You end up legitimizing the completely made up, manufactured crisis. You will never be able to outflank Republicans on the issue of immigration or violent crime or whatever. And you don't need to outflank the Republicans on those matters. You need to address those matters truthfully. And instead of talking about how America is a nation comprised of immigrants in general, immigration has never been and never will be an issue of national security. Immigration is not a national security issue at all. As a matter of fact, immigrants, according to the many studies that have been conducted on this, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. This is the reason why it's absolutely nutty to even have this conversation, because it's built out of a completely faulty premise. A completely faulty premise. It's just bullshit. It's baseless. It's a lie. It's a racist lie. Okay? So when you turn around as the Democratic Party and capitulate to the right-wing framing on this issue, which is not even born out of like reality, but a racist lie, all you've done is legitimize that racist lie. So people look at that and go, well, okay, well, even the Democrats are admitting that these immigrants are rapists. So might as well vote for the guys that have been right all along about the immigrants are rapists part. So then you end up pushing people to vote for the immigrants are rapist party. Okay? That's it. Think about it from the perspective of here, I'll try something different. Think about it from the perspective of something that you believe, okay? Something that you have maintained for a very long time. Let's say there's a Republican who is now saying Medicare for all, okay? And on the other hand, you have a candidate like Bernie Sanders. If the Republican presidential candidate, let's say in a hypothetical scenario, in a parallel universe, Bernie Sanders won, okay? Bernie Sanders won the primary and he's going up against Donald Trump. Donald Trump reads the room, recognizes that there's a lot of healthy appetite for Medicare for all. Donald Trump turns around and says, hey, actually, I've decided I'm the Medicare for all president. You should vote for me. Would you instead vote for Bernie Sanders or would you vote for Donald Trump? No, of course you'd vote for Bernie Sanders. And many other people who would be possibly in the margins of the Trump camp would look at that and go, oh, shit, even Trump is saying Medicare for all. Well, I guess that means Medicare for all is valid. So I'm going to go and actually vote for the guy that has been saying Medicare for all for fucking 20 years. That's it. You don't even have to like think about it beyond just pure common sense.
President Donald Trump has mainly generated headlines as a defendant of late. Mr. Trump's faithful supporters see him in a very different light. Senior contributor Ted Koppel takes a closer look at the election and what may come after.
It's mid-April in an open field at the edge of Schnecksville.
Trump!
on the outskirts of Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Nice warm beanie hats. Next new rally shirt.
Winter has not entirely surrendered. The faithful have been lining up since late morning, although Mr. Trump is not expected before early evening. On a day like today, it's cold.
It is.
It's wet.
Yep.
It's nasty.
Yep.
What the hell brings you out here?
The truth, freedom. We want our freedoms. That's what we're here for. Freedom. No.
These guys will surely reconsider their position. Now, when they hear that Biden is actually, when they're forced to reckon with Biden's proposition on how he will truly be the immigrant melter candidate, these guys will definitely reconsider their undying loyalty to Trump. I know it.
Nobody cares about the working class. You don't care about us. You want your ratings.
He's going to straighten this country out.
I'm a Christian, and I just know that there's a lot more to this than what they're showing us out there now. I think God's behind everything we do here, and I mean that sincerely.
You think President Trump is a man of God?
Well, I would like to think he is. I feel he is. And every time he seems to get charged with something, more and more people come out to stand behind him.
That would certainly appear to be the case on this blustery day in Pennsylvania. A solid crowd of close to 8,000. They seem to draw energy and confidence from one another.
We're living in a fascist state.
Over these past few weeks, in interviews and at other public appearances, Trump himself has raised the specter of violence should he lose this next election. The events of January 6th, the violence on the steps of Congress, the chaos in the halls of Congress, President Trump's initial reluctance to call his supporters off. All of that has congealed into an alternate reality. No longer a travesty to be condemned, it is an act of heroism to be celebrated.
Please, Rob. It is pretty funny how the Republican narrative shifted so dramatically as time passed, where they went from like, yeah, these guys got to get locked up. These guys are being like thugs. What's happening? These criminals, to like, actually, they were patriotic Americans who need to be celebrated and immediately released from prison because they're hostages. They're political prisoners. Every part of Republican arguments devolve into the same fucking bullshit. January 6th was peaceful, but it was a riot. But if it was a riot, then it was just Antifa that caused it. And if it was our people that caused it and they're in prison, actually, they were demonstrating heroism and immediately must be released. What is it? Which one is it? You can't, like, why do we always allow Republicans and just reactionaries in general to get away with arguing on both sides of the argument every single time? You can say that about almost any right-wing position. Here, I'll use a random one, okay? I'll use a random one, totally random. I'll have you know, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. You know what party he was from? That's right, the Republican Party. Also, we should allow the Confederate flag to be flown. Okay, which one is it? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck are you saying? I can't believe... Yeah, immigrants, again, thank you. Immigrants don't work. They're lazy. They rely on American welfare state. But they also steal the jobs from hardworking Americans.
Prize for the horribly and unfairly treated January 6th hostages.
At some rallies, men identified as the convicted rioters singing the national anthem are invoked as victims, even heroes.
I think the only positive from January 6th is that these fucking annoying HVAC business owning dipshits, for the first time ever, saw legitimate criminal consequences for their obvious criminal actions, and therefore the likelihood of it happening again is like fairly low, because no, not 10 of them, approximately 1,600 of them, as a matter of fact. So no, not 10 of them. And to be fair, that is the reason why I think you see a lot less support for this sort of shit at Trump rallies.
Tonight, though.
Please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald.
Sir, you need to start making fun of plumbers too. Some of his HVAC guys are socialists. Yeah, not the fucking HVAC guys that are shellacking me today. Okay? trying to fix my goddamn AC.
J. Trump.
Trump seems to be missing some of his usual spark.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
They can relate. Many have been out here for more than 8 hours. They are nothing if not sympathetic.
2 days from now.
The former president is only days away from his own trial in New York.
Biden trial. They're all Biden trials. You know that, right?
They know that Donald Trump
I have a crooked judge.
may be distracted.
Fully gagged before a highly conflicted and corrupt judge.
We're only a couple of hours away from the Civil War battlefield at Gettysburg.
The Battle of Gettysburg, what an unbelievable, I mean, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways.
Other than proximity, though, the president appears unsure as to why he brought it up.
Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch. And
Gettysburg, wow. I love that. Gettysburg, wow.
The statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were
okay, that was a banger. They're posting Trump's dubs right now. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. I had forgotten about this. This is an all-timer quote from Donaldo. Such a banger. Fucking my goat, dude. Holy shit. Never fight uphill, me boys.
Fighting uphill, he said, wow.
Did Lee have an Irish brogue? Almost certainly not. What happened at Gettysburg was the beginning of the...
Okay, this guy's such a fucking loser. Did he have an Irish accent? No, certainly not. Did Lee have an Irish brogue? Shut up! Like, what do you fucking... Oh, Snopes has rated this sentiment. Liar, liar, pants on fire rating.
Most certainly not. What happened at Gettysburg was the beginning of the end for Confederate forces. Despite his crushing defeat, Lee looms majestically over the battlefield, by all appearances triumphant. It is, particularly to foreign visitors, a bizarre notion, honoring the man who led an army of rebels. It falls to Chris Gwynn, Gettysburg's chief of interpretation and education, to explain.
The Confederates, they lost the battle, they lost the war, but for a long, long time, they won the war of memory. They won.
I mean, they kind of, it's the same with the Nazis. They lost the battle, they lost the war, but fascism thrives in the Western world, especially.
The war of memory. Because what most visitors encounter is a battlefield that has achieved this kind of moral equivalency.
Chris, you're putting it in the past tense, as though that were no longer the case. It is still the case.
It's still the case. There's a memorial down the road to the state of Mississippi, and on that monument, it talks about the righteous cause that Mississippians fought for. But what was that cause?
Slavery.
It's slavery. And you can go back to the Mississippi Declaration of Secession when the war begins. And Mississippians in 1860, 1861, they'll tell you exactly what the war's about. It's to protect slavery.
Bro folded immediately. Yeah, you just got coupled. That right there, me boy, is a coupling. You just got coupled.
That's not anywhere on that monument.
Indeed, even as Chris Gwynn and I reflected on the war of memory, we learned that the names of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson are being restored to a couple of schools in Shenandoah County, Virginia.
Let's uncancel Stonewall Jackson. Thank you.
That reversal comes less than 4 years after the names were changed in response to the Black Lives Matter movement. Memory, history. Which ultimately triumphs, memory or history?
Memory usually triumphs, at least in the short term.
I don't think there has ever been a more recorded mini-insurrection than what happened on January 6th. And yet we're still arguing about what happened. Are you seeing some of the same similarities that I'm seeing in what's happening today?
To a degree.
I mean, you don't have to. If it's too hot a potato...
It's a little hot. It's a little hot for the Park Service. What I remember from the January 6th riot, insurrection, is I saw Confederate battle flags in the halls of Congress for the first time. They achieved something that Robert E. Lee and his Army of Northern Virginia never even got close to. They're physically in the halls of Congress with the same battle flag that Virginia units on this battlefield carried. And that's something I never thought I'd see.
Does it bother you?
Deeply, profoundly.
Because?
We fought a 4-year war that cost 700,000 lives. And to see that symbol, that flag, utilized in that way, and to see it in that building was something that I think if you could go and reincarnate some of these Union soldiers, these United States soldiers buried in that cemetery, they would be aghast at the sight of that.
And yet, when the Civil War began with the surrender of Fort Sumter in 1861, there was throughout much of the land wild celebration and no inkling of the price to be paid. Wars rarely begin in a climate of foresight. So could the chest beating at a political rally provide real insight as to what could happen in the event of another Trump defeat?
We have to get Biden the hell out of office and send him back to wherever he comes from.
Condition 1, be ready.
Which means
I don't know. I think there's going to be some real unrest in this country. I think everybody will step up now. In condition 1, be ready. Just be ready. That's why, sir.
Condition 1.
What's he gonna fucking be ready for, bro? Be ready for heart disease, okay?
Step up now. In condition 1, be ready.
Like, be ready for fucking stairs. Like, what the fuck you mean, be ready? What are you gonna do? Shit yourself? Shit your diapers? Is that what you're gonna do?
Just be ready. That's why, sir.
Be ready for divorce.
Condition 1 refers to a firearm with the safety on, a live round in the chamber, and the hammer cocked.
Condition 1.
We will never, ever, ever, ever back down.
President Trump's critics, and they are legion, are fearful of what his victory in the election might mean for the country. They might do well to consider the consequences of another Trump defeat.
We will not go another 4 years at the pace we're going. Our side will fight back then.
Tell me what that means.
It means our freedom will not be stolen anymore.
What if it happens again?
Come on, ask a second question. Like, what do you mean, our freedoms? Like, what freedoms have been stolen from you? Like, you're 800 years old, brother. What freedoms are being stolen from you? Like, what could he possibly mean when he says that?
Be ready. Be ready.
Really?
I think some of us are going to go and be a little nuts over it.
Oh, my God. I was not doing a fake voice for that hug. Oh, speaking of which, Mark Rebele, friend of the show, filmed what the New York Police Department was busy doing on Sunday afternoon, trying to put a 12-year-old child in cuffs who's selling fruit with her family. Sorry. Oh, that's awesome. I walked up on Parks trying to put the fruit cart in the dumpster. Apparently, fam was repeatedly there selling without a license. Okay, fine. Talk to the parents. Don't cuff the kid. Embarrassing and dangerous behavior. Shame on Parks. Shame on NYPD. I mean, I don't think that they should fucking be apprehended at all. They're selling fruit on a fucking cart. This shit is so fucking disgraceful and so goddamn annoying, okay? It is awesome that he fought a 12-year-old and lost. I personally find it ridiculous. Like, why would you get mad at that? Why would you fucking lose your shit at something like that? Yeah, white people get to do lemonade stands in their fucking suburbs, but God forbid a brown child sells fucking fruit on the street, you know? I thought this was fucking America. I disagree. You need a permit/license for these kinds of things. Yeah, brother. Make it more permissible and easier to fucking access then, okay? You could literally conduct inspections randomly. Half of those fucking carts on the side of the New York streets have permits. All of them have permits for the most part. It is functionally no different, for the record, than literally a lemonade stand. What the fuck? Literally the ultra liberal I just described? Yeah, I know. Yeah, did he have a permit? Did she have a permit? Did the 12-year-old child have a permit? We should kill her. Yeah, you need a license. That's not how it fucking works, man, sadly. Not really a race thing unless you make it that. It is a fucking race thing when this kind of fucking federal law enforcement or law enforcement activity never happens to white children in the suburbs. The fuck do you mean? The fuck are you saying? You have to be a real psychopathic freak, dude. They don't really need to sell fruit. That's a bigger issue. Wait, what? Hello? What do you mean they don't really need to sell the fruit? White kids in the suburbs don't really need to sell the fruit to get by. Okay. Which is why when they do a lemonade stand, they shouldn't get this level of scrutiny that you just, this smoke that you have for this child and her family. What are you trying to say here? No, I think they're going to enforce it. It should be across the board. Wait, what? No. Selling off your parents' driveway equals selling food in a public park. Yes, dumb fuck. They're not selling to their parents, you dumb fuck. What the fuck are you talking? They're on the sidewalk, which is equivalent to being in a public park, you dumb fuck. In the eyes of the law, it's still the same, you dumb fuck. Stop trying to debate this issue, okay? Who are you selling to in your parents' driveway in the hypothetical that you created? To your parents only? Is that who you're selling to? I'm not making an argument to arrest a 10-year-old white girl in this hypothetical either. I'm saying that it's ridiculous. You'd be treated in the same fucking way. Who are these people so quick to defend the arrest of a literal child? Freaks, liberals, people who, I don't know, are rule perverts or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's honestly, rule perverts are never actually arrest people for garage sales. Okay, don't try to fucking argue on the other side and be like, oh, ha, 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 it's silly. I was just kidding. You were bootlicking earlier. Even if you want to go through, do you need a license argument? The cop would say, hey, I see you don't have a permit. Here are the steps you need to get one. However, unfortunately, you're going to have to leave. And if I see you again, I'm going to have to ticket you. Done. No escalation needed. Like, even the licensing procedure in that situation is a barrier of entry. Okay. It should literally be on the state to be like, oh, you don't have a license? Well, we're going to have to bring someone in to take a look at the fruit that you have for free. Oregon had the same thing, but the kid was selling tamales. He got cited, but not the white kid selling juice. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, dude, we have to make sure we regulate commerce. Everybody, you understand? For me, I feel like there is like this is wrong all the way. Like, it's not just wrong because he beat the shit or tried to violently apprehend a 12-year-old. Okay, that is that is obviously the most glaringly obvious wrong here, but that's not where the wrong ends, okay? It's ridiculous. No wonder people love Batman so much. Holy shit. But no, I don't think that these people are that invested in commerce or the rules and regulations. Anyway, people are cheering this shit on by the police are so brain dead. The cop cities being built all over America, including New York City. All this money spent on policing and defense. States selling off water rights to private entities. There isn't a world where Americans are shot trying to take water that isn't theirs. Oh, yeah, there is a world where Americans are shot trying to take water that isn't theirs. Like, holy fuck, dude, please wake your fucking bootlicking chatters. No, they will never understand it. Or at least they will think that it won't happen to them. They're rich enough. You know what I mean? Anyway, I think what people don't get is that there's a cultural precedent for the lemonade stand, but it's precedent established only for white folks. It's not any different, but the culture sees the lemonade stand as normal. Yeah, they just see it as white. That's the whole point. White kids in the suburbs do the lemonade stand, so it's fine. Ridiculous. They issued only 14 new food cart permits over 10,000 vendors that are trying to get it. Your Honor, in my defense, I saw that they were putting spices on the fruit. They're calling it Tajin. The Mexicans. It looked like poison to me. As you know, I hate spice. Clearly, spice is a very dangerous prospect for my white taste buds. They're calling it Tajin. These Mexicans. They're putting goddamn spices, also known as poison, on even fruits. God damn it. Okay. Sounding a lot like an anarchist. The system being broken is not necessarily an argument for there being no system. That's ridiculous. That is precisely the reason why I said it's good to have food safety regulations. It's even better if those food safety regulations are accessible to every single person that chooses to operate. I guess you must have missed that part. Instead of, you know, brutalizing someone and putting them behind bars. Anyway, yeah. Liberals love Korean foods and yet hate street foods. Anyway, this is a funny little thing that happened. Bruce dropped him off, got a fat kick contract, went over there in a shocking turn of events, was saying some stuff about how like he was laughing along when people were saying like fuck Hasan and stuff, which I've never even remotely said anything bad about him. So I thought that was very strange. Well, now he's back.
Worst side being on Kick for the year. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's the worst time I've ever had in streaming. The beginning was cool, but I learned so much shit behind the scenes from like being behind the scenes and knowing shit, and it just kind of fucked up my love for streaming being on that site, if I'm being honest with you, because I got lazy. And yeah, you niggas probably seen the number that I was making an hour. I ain't gonna say if it's true or not, because that ain't none of y'all goddamn business. But you know what I'm saying? It killed my motivation for it because it was no creativity within it. It's just do the craziest shit or you're lame, or it's like go outside and argue with a nigga, or you're lame. Or
they were like, you have to hire actors that you will call a pedophile on camera.
A dick on stream, or nigga, you're Quilly. The fuck? Why are you not sucking a dick on nigga? You're Quilly. Put the dick in your mouth, nigga. You're Quilly. It didn't make sense, chap. It never made sense at all.
He was literally watching Netflix 4 hours a day for 10 months. I mean, good, great, wonderful. Bruce got sick of shitting on you with his contract too much. Don't defend Bruce, man. Shut the fuck up, chatters. Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't believe anything Bruce says. He's a pathological liar. He switched up on Kai and Rage. His viewership fell off on Kick, so he came back to Twitch. That's simple. I'm not even personally saying that he's like, I'm not even saying that he's like a saint or anything like that. I don't watch Kick, okay? So I have no fucking clue what he was up to. I don't need to know the lore behind this. I don't care, okay? A lot of you guys seem like you're fans or something, and you've been like wronged personally, slighted personally by him because he didn't stream enough or some shit. I don't give a fuck. All I'm saying is personally, this is the least shocking turn of events. Okay? The 56% are having a field day. What 56%? You should watch. Wait, what? You should? What if he was low-key a rapist? I was just making a point. What? You all right, dude? The fuck? Why is it that every debate pedophile literally turns around and goes, hey, listen, I know this thing ain't true, but like, what if it was? Bro, it was a response to him saying he doesn't care about people's background. No, I'm saying like I don't give a shit about whether he was not streaming enough or not at Kick, okay? It doesn't do anything for what I am watching this. It doesn't do anything to my commentary. What a fucking insane thing. Yeah, what if he was a serial killer who murdered 10 different families? Okay, what if? Is that the case? No, shut the fuck up. And people wonder why a lot of people don't collaborate with HasanAbi thanks to chatters like you. No, it's not even that. The quick lore is that he legitimately lost his mind when he went to Kick, burned all his bridges during an episode. Now he's back trying to rebuild the community he himself admits he destroyed by going to Kick. That's basically the past year summed up. Anyway, another HasanAbi prediction comes true. Yeah, I mean, listen, I said it from the jump, okay? I said it from the fucking jump that the Kick bag is going to dry out eventually. All these people that went there, all these people that ran over there, that originally went there are inevitably going to be grossed out by the platform in general. Because if you're presenting yourself, if you yourself are presenting the platform as like, you know, a place for everyone that has been pushed aside for one reason or another because they violated terms of service in other platforms and shit like that, then inevitably Kick has a place for you. Yeah, okay. Well, then if you're not going to moderate your platform, it's going to turn into a pedophile Nazi platform, which it did. Okay? It literally did. You think HC is going to re-up his Kick contract? I don't fucking know. It is not very shocking that this happened. That these guys are leaving the platform and saying like this shit sucks. I just watched that Jabri video on kick streamers last night. That site needs to be shut down yesterday. Yeah, I haven't even. What is this, bro? What the fuck is this? I'm not clicking on this insane IP grabbing ass link, bro. Especially not at the top of the fucking hour when you think I'm gonna click on that and it's gonna grab my IP and serve the 3-minute ad break because it's gonna take over my computer on a kernel level access and just control everything that my computer does and serve the 3-minute ad break for me, and then maybe even replace me as a fucking AI and tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. It's impressive how wide the disgust for kick is, though. Like, even if you're a fucking freak and don't care about them buddying up the Nazis, there's something about the site you'll find disgusting. Yeah, there's something for everybody there. Have you seen what Nick Merckx did? No. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Son, if you're interested in giving some coverage, Sudan is the worst crisis in the world currently. Numbers-wise, it gets little to no attention. If you gave it some coverage, it would be greatly appreciated. I'll do some coverage on Sudan eventually. Not right now. Have you seen the Pokemon editor thing? No. Oh, is it the one where the editor was like, I'm jerking off to you too hard, so I can't fucking actually, make videos on time? Yeah, I've had a similar problem with Austinox, really. It's just fucked up. Yeah, I shouldn't even be joking about that. It's fucking gross. I thought that was old drama like a year ago. She cleared it up and said that wasn't the exact case. He wasn't jerking off to her, just jerking off too much in general. Oh. There's an incident earlier last week where a streamer on Kick told a homeless lady to jump into a lake, and once she started drowning, they dipped. What the fuck? You reacted too quickly there without having all the information, bucko. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been investing my time into, I don't know, covering Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and haven't spent the adequate amount of time learning about the fucking minutia of the Pokemon editor jerk-off saga. That's crazy. I apologize that I didn't, I apologize that I didn't give that enough attention. I'm sorry. How dare I cover unimportant things? Anyway, there was also a street racer who got arrested. Pokemon Viv from Charlie. Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. I'm not going to now invest my time into it. This does not mean that I will be investing my time into the Pokemon saga.
Hey, do you have time to talk? I'm ready to finally tell you why I've been struggling so much with deadlines. And I said, oh, great. Hopefully this is something that we can fix. Tell me why he proceeds to tell me that the reason why he would sometimes turn around videos a week or two late is because he couldn't stop touching himself. I was trying to pick which word to use. To me, his, in a way, employer of many, many months. When I tell you I've never halted a conversation so fast, because I'm like, you are the person that I send hours of footage to. I don't want to know what you're...
Yeah, I guess she was saying telling that to me, her employer, and not like she's jerking off to me specifically. I will not be watching the CoffeeZilla video. This could be an awesome React video. No. I do kind of want to look at this. She apparently said that it was actually that he was addicted to porn and told it to her as an employer. She worded it like he revealed it. Yeah, no, I understood that. And you say porn addiction isn't harmful? Yeah, dude. I don't know what to explain. I don't know how to deal with that personally. Skill issue, I guess. Okay? Skill issue. Thank you for the dozens of editor applications sent to my email today, Lamafail, but this happened years ago. Also, the tweet wording and kind of misleading. He said this to me, but didn't directly say it was about me. Either way, the convo ended and working relationship ended. Wow. Pokemon firing people for addictions. You see that? Can't believe that she fired someone who was an addict. A fucking gooner. You, madam, are about to have a lawsuit on your hands. Do you support porn rehab centers? I don't fucking sure. I don't understand how the fuck people are just addicted to dropping sweet hot loads. Okay? I don't get it. I don't understand how it manifests. It's so beyond my realm of comprehension. Yeah, I don't know. If it's disrupting your daily activities, like your job as Pokemon's editor, for example, and then you need medical research to be conducted on you so that we can understand exactly what the hell is going on inside of that brain. Okay. It's just because there's probably a lot more than just like being addicted to gooning. Oh my God. Oh, here's the Felix tweet. Classic. I think porn addiction is one of those things like ghost encounters and missing flights. It can only happen to you if you're deeply stupid. It's something a lower primate would have happened to them. Wow, I can't go to work. I love tugging on my shit too much. I've retweeted this and also talked about this on stream before, and people got real mad at me about it. Wow, way to shame addicts. Disgusting. Should we travel back in time and get turkeys off the menu? What are you? Take an hour off, dumbass. Anyway, as having encountered ghosts, both living and non-living versions, I'm offended. Imagine being an alcoholic, sitting in an AA meeting and some bozo next to you is like, yeah, I feel you, bro. I just can't stop cranking it. No, stop sending me the Drake Toronto song. I definitely don't want to watch that. This is a fun little piece of news that we will definitely return to. Okay. But not today. We won't fully cover this today. Chief Financial Officer of multinational media company charged with participating in scheme to launder at least $67 million in fraud proceeds. The company, the multinational company they're talking about, is of course Epoch Times. That's crazy. Can't believe it. I think there was a TrueAnon post about this as well from friend of the show Brace, aka Pispic Granddad, aka Racial Jake, aka Coindexter. Epoch Times is probably responsible for your parents and your grandparents' radicalization. Have you ever shown the Falun Gong logo? It's wild. No, I have not. But much like the Nazis, they also abhor miscegenation and homosexuality. Yeah. I saw the Shen Yin show a while ago. Shit was low-key fire. The DOJ is alleging the vast majority of the Epoch Times revenue was obtained via blatantly criminal money laundering operations ran by its CFO. The Epoch Times, a rabidly right-wing newspaper run by Falun Gong cult, who put on the show Shen Yun. Falun Gong says local volunteers pay for the ubiquitous Shen Yun billboards in major U.S. cities. You can hear our interview with a former Epoch Times employee here who describes what amounts to labor trafficking and immigration fraud perpetrated by the right-wing Epoch Times. The Falun Gong right-wing cutout newspaper Epoch Times increases revenue by 410% thanks to the efforts of the aptly named Making Money Online team. Perhaps this is karma from the blatant and racist misspelling of a freelance intimacy coordinator and the tech CEO's first name, Rachel Jake, which is actually Racial Jake, not Rachel. Whoa. Whoa, dude. What the fuck? The sound is fucked up. He's speaking in fucking Ukrainian. You can't understand what he's saying anyway. Who gives a shit? Here. I don't know if you can actually hear. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why the audio is fucked up. But anyway, he's just saying he respects, he says there's two states. Ukraine recognizes two states, both Israel and Palestine, and will do everything it can to convince Israel to stop, to end this conflict and prevent the suffering of civilians. Epoch is not actually affiliated with Falun Gong, not Chinese state media, but it's not a friend of Ukraine, so good riddance. Wait, what? Yes, it is. CFO of the highly insidious Chinese state? Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, this guy's saying it actually is affiliated with the Falun Gong. Yeah, it's not a Chinese state operation. That's how it started, but that's not what it is now. But your belief that is a testament to Chinese capabilities in the sphere of information operations? What? Bannon actually hangs out with both Falun Gong and Miles Guo, a Chinese billionaire who fled the country after rape charges. Like the Epoch Times, he's currently in trouble for massive fraud. Miles Guo was also a rapper and has collaborated with 4G Auto Blow, The GOAT, and Jimmy Levy. It's true. 4G Auto Blow. Epoch Times, whenever you see like old Asian ladies saying some of the most unhinged shit you've ever heard in your entire goddamn life at like a Trump rally, those are Epoch Times people, for the record. If you're wondering like what happened to this old lady that she is like saying Donald Trump save us, Donald Trump is the truth, and he's going to arrest all the pedophiles, like that's because she gets an Epoch Times subscription. Epoch Times, of course. Oh, that's where all the organ harvesting stuff started from as well. Epoch Times is responsible, or Falun Gong specifically is responsible for many of the anti-Chinese narratives that you hear in mainstream media outlets. That is usually where it comes from. That's usually where it starts. Falun Gong is a psychopathic rabid cult that I think personally believes that like China had like nuclear reactors 5,000 years ago, I think. The fucking cult leader believes he can fly. There's like weird sex shit going on back there too. And of course, if you were shocked, if you're shocked about all this information, let me tell you, what you won't be shocked is that, of course, they are collaborating with the CIA because they're anti-CCP. So that is the major reason as to why the CIA lets them fucking get away with a whole lot of illicit behavior. But once again, classic instance where there's no interagency cooperation. The United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York, fucking up the bag and interfering in the affairs of the CIA. You showed a leftist fake reacting to Shen Yun for a promotional video once. Do you remember who that was? It was hilarious. It was the person that I was just showing you, Racial Jake. Am I wrong when their modus operandi sounds similar to the sun moon stuff in Korea? No, you are not. You are not wrong at all, because the reality is that a lot of these fucking right-wing, sometimes hyper-nationalist cults that align with the CIA are oftentimes, they're operating with like very, very similar boundaries. They're operating in an almost identical capacity. By the way, it should come as no surprise to you that Trump is also very popular with the Moonies. So that's another thing to consider. Yeah. I respectfully disagree, says Radlib Buddy. Okay. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you going to defend one of these rabid psychopathic cults? Because I'm very excited at the prospect. Here they are outside of Trump's trial.
Jesus the Lord. God. Thank you. Bible, Holy Bible is all God. Yeah. Jesus.
Don't forget about the Church of the Rod of Iron, an offshoot of the Moonies, ran by his son, obsessed with firearms, saying the Bible wants you to own an AR-15. How could I forget that? Was it the leader of the Moonies that called himself the reincarnation of Jesus or something in the U.S. Congress, or was that a different cult? Nope, that's the one. And his son is doing the rod thing. The ones that like fuck their guns, like literally they take their guns to church and then fuck and suck their guns and then get married to their guns. None of the things I'm saying are actually wrong. It's actually real. Also, the Moonies do control a lot of the sushi trade and are responsible for sushi becoming popular in the United States of America, which I did not know about either. And when I found out, I was shocked, but I don't really eat sushi, so it doesn't matter to me. Yeah, my landlord is into this, and occasionally Epoch Times pops up in my mailbox. Nice. You should learn the truth. That's the interesting part here. The Moonies were a private sector media arm of the Reagan machine, Washington Times, as much as Falun Gong is for Trump today. ET, NTD, TV. Yeah. How does Shinzo Abe get caught up with the Moonies? Shinzo Abe also is an operative of the political dynasty / political party that the CIA implemented in Japan, in post-World War II Japan, that of course had deep ties to the Korean cult and allowed the Korean cult to operate inside of Japan. Japanese people are obviously very racist towards Koreans, or even if you've ever played Yakuza, secret Koreans. And the person who shot and killed Shinzo Abe with a homemade weapon was actually on a political mission. His goal in this political assassination was to ensure that the cult, the Korean cult, no longer operate within Japanese boundaries. This is one of those few instances where the Japanese anti-Korean sentiment unironically worked in favor of addressing the overarching goals that this person had. The doohickey. He killed Shinzo Abe because his mother had lost all of her life savings to this cult that she was a part of. And he was very frustrated when he found out that Shinzo Abe was allowing this cult to operate inside of the boundaries of Japan. So when he actually killed Shinzo Abe, many Japanese people were like, hold on 1 second. You should hear him out. And then they proceeded to actually investigate the cult. Like literally. And he got his, he literally achieved his political aims with this assassination. How is Trump related to them? They're major dick riders of Donald Trump. They're always at Trump rallies. They also are directly tied to Steve Bannon. So that's how they're aligned with Trump. What?
Has to allow the fucking Unification Church and the Moonies to operate inside of Japan, even if Japanese people as a whole literally have xenophobic sentiment expressed towards Korean people and vice versa for understandable reasons. And then that Korean cult is the reason why he ends up getting assassinated. And then because it's an actual fucking Korean cult on top of that and the xenophobic sentiments expressed towards Koreans in Japan, the damn near entirety of the country goes, hold up, let that fucking assassin cook. He had some good ideas. And then the Japanese government has to capitulate to the basic demands, which were, you know, not all that unreasonable as a matter of fact, because the assassin killed this person.
What is this?
Has to allow the fucking...
Yeah. Oh, this is Moon Group paying Bush for speeches. Foes of church criticize Japan tour. A series of speeches next week in Japan by former President George Bush, paid for by a group with ties to Reverend Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church, has renewed bitter criticism of the church here in one of its most lucrative fundraising countries. Is the group more prominent, more so for the assassination of the Insight? No, the group didn't assassinate Shinzo Abe. The guy assassinated Shinzo Abe because Shinzo Abe has allowed this Unification Church cutout to operate, this cult to operate inside of Japan. You are the very epitome of the phrase, if you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory because holy crap. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Futanari explained? Are you on crack? Why would you send this to me? Why would I ever watch that? What the fuck's wrong with you? I would rather watch this, but I don't even know if I'm going to be able to...
That this platform has its ups and its downs. And
like, there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on. It's a 2.5 hour video, which I will get to eventually, but not today.
Bad bitch, I wanna fuck me too. I wanna suck me too. I wanna suck me too. If I was a bad bitch, I wanna hump me too. Hump me too. No freaky that I wanna do to me. To me. To me. I wanna fuck me too. To me. I wanna suck me too. To me. I wanna suck me too. To me. If I was a bad bitch, I wanna hump me too. I wanna trap me too. No freaky that I wanna do to me. Bitch, is we fucking or what? Hey, you sucking or what? Hey, let me nut on your butt. Hey.
It's a bat mitzvah, bro. They're like 12. What the hell is going on here? Enely Chopper. What the fuck are you doing?
Put my face in your thighs, bitch. Squirt in my ass till I crack, bitch. Sit on my face. Suffocate me till I die, bitch. In my head I'm fucked up. Suck on my Glock till it bust. Suck on my bowels a must.
Yo, some things you shouldn't do. You just shouldn't do that. Can you play this next? No. I was going to watch this asking Harvard students who they're voting for. This is from 3 weeks ago. It also almost has 1 million views. But I think I'm going to feel like the Futanari video is more relevant to the stream than that vid. God damn it. I keep missing that I was going to do the fucking tomorrow's.
I don't hear one word. What does this mean?
Let's go. 32K likes. He's so hot I suffered through his broadcast for 3 years. If he starts the OnlyFans, it would bring world peace. He's so attractive when he's not talking. I don't have time. Watches a slideshow of IG pictures of himself. Go jerk off, dude. Adios. Worst choice of video. I don't understand why a 52-month subscriber does not recognize that Thirst Talk is the most adequate form of propaganda and the best possible way to combat the ridiculous anti-Assad sentiment that oftentimes is being channeled by my longest fucking community fans and supporters anyway. Okay? There's a reason for the Thirst Talks, and they're doing the job. A much better job, mind you, than anything you're doing. Okay, what are you doing? You're just chirping. You're just fucking chirping in the goddamn chat. 52-month subscriber. It's Batman time. It's the bat. Why don't you have a wallpaper for your screen? I don't know. I don't care. HND Adventures. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It's the friggin' bat. We started this yesterday and I had to interrupt it, unfortunately.
Circuitry inside, but nothing obviously dangerous. The Bat computer will be able to analyze further.
Is Batman hitting as hard as The Walking Dead? Yes, even harder in my opinion, because it's like way funnier to just make jokes about the very obvious, weird political aspects of
Your days are
Batman.
numbered, Bat freak. We'll see each other again.
Yeah, whatever.
Keep one eye in the sky, jerk-offs. Heavens are gonna fall on your goddamn heads.
Tell me all about it down at the precinct.
The Riddler's right hand in custody. Not a bad result, all told. Riddler,
Is that his
used to
right
leave
hand?
clues.
Is that his right hand? We don't know that. Oh, I forgot. Here, I missed it. No, we didn't finish episode 1. I literally just started it. We got introduced to the Riddler, and we're about to get introduced to all the characters.
At all his crime scenes. Always thought he was smarter than the people trying to catch him. Thought we could use help dragging him down.
Arrogance like that will be his undoing. He keeps showing off, he's bound to make a mistake.
Maybe, but we can't underestimate him. Riddler's heyday was a dark time in Gotham. From what we just saw, he hasn't mellowed with age.
Get Fernandez on it right away. Commissioner Gordon.
Brace yourselves. Just so you know, this woman has a lot of juice with the governor. Rub her the wrong way, I could end up on foot patrol till I retire.
My people are trained for situations like this, Gordon. We'd have Riddler in custody if you'd only picked up the phone. So, you're the legendary Batman. I've heard a great deal about you. So much so, I don't know if I should believe the hype.
And you are?
This is Amanda Waller, director of the agency.
What are the feds doing here?
The feds?
Riddler's their case. The GCPD has been asked to open our doors to them. Give them whatever they need.
We've been tracking that maniac for some time. No one knows more about him than we do. World-class criminals like Riddler. They're kind of our specialty.
If you were tracking him, why didn't you tell us he was coming?
We get a lot of unverified reports.
How does Batman not know who she is? Because he's the worst detective, like, consistently. It's not even a joke. It is actually a joke to call him a detective at all. That is precisely the reason why he doesn't know who the fuck Amanda Waller is.
I wanted to be sure.
Now we know.
Riddler used to be a player in Gotham back when Thomas Wayne and Falcone ran the city. He disappeared so suddenly and for so long, everyone thought he was dead. Everyone was wrong. Riddler's back, and if these theatrics are anything to go by, he wants the whole...
By the way, yeah, that was a funny moment where the feds basically said he was on our radar. Shouts out the Fed-haired Shanks for that clock.
My people tell me you did some good work handling him, Batman. You and me, I bet we'd make a damn fine team. I heard how you dealt with Lady...
She's like, yeah, I'm a federal agent. I love using CIs and people that are outside of the legal system to meet my ends, okay?
Arkham. Not to mention that filth, Oswald Cobblepot.
Which is why I said that's a good
Seems
idea.
that way to me. We should work together to bring Riddler in.
Don't be too hasty, Batman. The agency has a rep for being ruthless.
Sexo run. I didn't tell you who I was
The
gonna
only real
fuck.
problem with your setup is who you're working with. Local law enforcement clearly can't cut.
I got a local...
They're defunded, Amanda. They're fucking defunded. Joe Brandon's America, Amanda.
Crime rate says otherwise. Ms. Waller...
Please, Commissioner. Tear gas. In a hostage situation, we got an ambulance full of civilians with their eyes swollen shut.
Damn, that was
Not to
my
mention
fault.
you let Riddler slip through your fingers.
That was my fault.
You GCPD cowboys clearly don't know what you're doing.
You're putting all this on me?
You're the commanding officer, aren't you?
You can't put this on Jim. I called for a distraction.
Then maybe you're not as impressive as I thought. I'm here to prevent this incompetence in the future. I gotta get a security detail on Maury while he's in the hospital. Agent Avesta will fill you in on what we know so far, as a token of interdepartmental cooperation.
The nerve on her. Don't tell these people a thing, especially about that puzzle. This is our town. We're the ones that'll catch Riddler.
Ooh, I thought you was gonna bite your head off for a second.
I'd like to see her try.
Special Agent Iman Avesta, Field Intelligence Specialist on the Riddler case. And my partner, Agent Blake.
How do you do?
I put together this psychological profile of Riddler. You'll see when you read it. He's changed. For your eyes only, if you catch my drift. The target of the casino attack, Rumi Mori. Any idea what Riddler wanted with him? We figure it has something to do with why he's back in Gotham.
I heard them talking about some kind of deal.
He wanted... One of the talking points was he had a riddle. I don't know why. I think that's so fucking stupid.
Any idea what?
No, but it'd be safe to say they didn't come to terms.
Thanks. That's a help.
I suspect this is going to be another, like, sexo run, like the journalist from last season, where I try to fuck her, and then she uses that to her advantage to, like, gain insight about my life and only to betray me. I'm assuming that this is what will happen inevitably.
I'm Gotham born and raised, you know. My dad ran a store in the shadow of City Stadium. I just wanted to say it's a real honor to meet you. I do have something I want to ask, though. The criminally insane. You're drawn to them, aren't you? There's something in you that pulls you towards the danger.
You can't go 2 city blocks in Gotham without tripping over criminal scum.
Oh my God. Dude, this is what a fascist says. Batman is a fucking fascist, dude. I'm sorry. This is the most fascist thing you could... What the fuck, bro? Yeah, you can't go too... He sounds like a fucking tech CEO from San Francisco, brother. What is happening?
Most people just get up and run away.
I'm not most people.
I'm not most people. I get up and I beat the shit out of the mentally ill.
I think I know you a little better now.
Yeah, she made a note in her file like,
I'll be
Batman is a fucking freak.
Agent.
Batman, before you go, Gotham's your city. I respect that. But you should know I don't have to play nice. I'm letting you hunt the Riddler for now. You better share everything you find. Or this courtesy call is gonna become something you really won't like. You get me? There's a lot of ways this could go.
I grappled away. It's like sashaying away, dude. Waller, don't test my patience. I will sexo you, but not if you keep this up.
What an eventful evening. I have taken the liberty of preparing some refreshments.
Thanks, Al. I need to focus. Maybe music will help. I need something cool.
I hate that his
the
ear is
computer
busted.
Finished scanning the Riddler's puzzle box. It's ready when you are.
Let's get to work.
I hate that, like, if you do fix your ear, bro, get something in your ear. Like, fucking fix that shit. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Ooh, look at Catwoman.
Selena. She'll turn up again. I'm looking forward to it. No explosives detected, no radioactivity. Nothing dangerous at all so far. Computer, run another scan. I want to be absolutely sure this thing is safe.
Also,
computer, they probably microchipped this into oblivion. The idea that you bring this back to your goon cave is so fucking stupid. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? Like, it's so bad. He's such a dumb detective.
I took the liberty of digging up everything I could find on the agency. There's plenty here. Know your enemy and all that. It comes and goes. Ever since the kidnapping and all the other business with Lady Arkham.
Alfred.
No, don't you worry about me. No, I should be fine. It was worse after my first tour of duty.
Your family, Alfred. We worry about family.
Thank you, Bruce. It'll pass. Working always helps.
Yeah, Alfred's a vet.
The agency. The public face of a shadow committee of military leaders, intelligence experts, and government officials. Civil rights violations, domestic black sites, decentralized accountability.
Literally everything Batman does to a lesser degree. Okay? Says you, motherfucker. You literally are the king of warrantless surveillance. What are we talking about? You break people's backs to extract information out of them. And because it's fiction, it works, even though torture literally does not work.
This information, it's all before Waller took over the director position. Perhaps she's given them a new direction.
Maybe, but the agency's empowered to override local law enforcement with impunity.
Batman's got some competition in town. I wonder if we need be worried.
The Riddler's a flashy homicidal maniac with a thing for puzzles, and Waller and her agency might be just as dangerous.
Again, Waller may be running a more ethical operation these days.
Batman watches people shower to keep Gotham safe.
Yes. Riddler terrorized this city long before you were Batman.
Gotham's original costumed criminal.
Yes. To have him returned, it's unsettling. I remember when he was the scourge of the underworld. Even Carmine Falcone gave him a wide berth. He was presumed dead for so long. Why come back to Gotham?
Well, he seemed to have a prior relationship with Mori. Some kind of axe to grind. Let me upload the rest of this to the Codex. The agency realized Riddler was still alive when he orchestrated a prison break at Peña Duro.
My men here say you let yourself get caught, Mr. Riddler.
Just Riddler.
Why willingly turn yourself in?
Oh, Mr. Warden, to get everyone else out, of course. That wasn't obvious.
The man's deranged. If you ask me, he needs help. He's clearly sick. The man is in urgent need of a doctor.
I know just the place for him.
Yeah, dude, mental asylum. That'll surely give him the help.
Plenty of room at Arkham Asylum.
Next to him, most of the inmates seem like a picture of health.
What was that?
You should see your face. Its confusion is delightful. I think I'll take it with me.
I take everything back.
Disgusting.
Let's see what Riddler's little gift is all about.
Solve my puzzle soon, or people will get hurt. Riddler's MO hasn't changed in all these years.
Wait, what? This is new. These mechanics are new.
There's writing engraved along the rim. I have an eye, yet cannot see. Who am I?
A blind man?
Familiar? I've heard it before.
Don't happen to remember the answer, do you?
Sadly, no.
A needle? I saw that in the chat. I have to pee. A potato? What? Hasan just standing off camera right now? It's true, I was. I just pissed in the room.
The eye of a needle.
But how does that relate to the object in question?
Maybe it's telling us how to use it.
Sounds very plausible.
Look at these strange grooves.
Find something to use a disc with. Look at the movie to get my dad. Father.
Forget.
Never forget. Bro. Bro's 9/11 posting. That's his fucking 9/11, dude. I'm gonna use it with the fucking record player, which is a weird thing to have there, so.
Needle. A record needle.
Halfway there, Batman. Means you've got half a chance of stopping a whole lot of pain. To be honest, you're already doing better than I thought. But don't sit around feeling pleased with yourself. Unless you want to see me tear this city apart.
I suppose you're going to look in there.
An open invitation from the Riddler? Of course. Huh. Looks like I'm manipulating radio bands or waveforms, something. I'm not sure what I'm looking at or how any of it is actually displaying.
Bro, you know that fucking has a...
What? Oh, I'm not really sure about any of it. Get Lucius on the line, will you?
Hey, Alfred.
Good morning, Lucius. I hope we're not interrupting your breakfast.
My youngest is probably stealing all the bacon, but duty calls. What's up?
This is a puzzle from the Riddler. There's a strange waveform pattern I can manipulate inside that needs your expertise.
I Yeah, okay. I can meet you at Wayne Tower in a little bit. We'll fire up the R&D lab.
I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, Lucius.
No, don't worry about it. It's actually going to be a big day for me. Tiffany starts at Wayne Enterprises.
Tiffany? Really?
Your daughter working alongside you. How wonderful.
Certainly is. Bruce, I'll see you soon.
Bye, Lucius. Can't wait to see Tiffany.
Nepo baby.
I'll be at Wayne Tower.
Good hunting, Bruce.
Nepotism is the cornerstone of Wayne Enterprises. True. It's like me and the Young Turks.
Oh, excellent. Glad I caught you. I have some good news to share.
Good to hear it, Regina. It's what I've come to expect, with you as Wayne Enterprises chairperson.
I just talked to the board, and they couldn't be more pleased with the progress of the Arkham remodel. Seems like you made the right call when you decided to take that contract over the GCPD's. The Gazette's running a piece about it.
Look, I would love to hear all the details, but I've got a meeting with Lucius I've got to run to.
Well, I don't mean to pry, but what's in that case? The Gazette's running a piece about it.
Look, I would love to hear all the details, but I've got a meeting with Lucius I've got to run to.
Well, I don't mean to pry, but what's in that case?
Why are you prying?
Seems like an odd thing to be carrying around the office.
Oh, just some tax papers. Accounting is doing an audit or something.
Well, you shouldn't have to be burdened with that. I can take them.
It's okay. I got it.
Well, I've got a meeting I've got to run to. We'll pick up this conversation this afternoon.
Sounds great.
Why do you care about what I'm carrying around? Okay, I'm the fucking founder of this corporation. Who's the boss?
You're in my chair.
Just updating the encryption on your bat tech. But if you want me to stop?
No, the seat is all yours.
That's a bit of a flex.
This is the thing you were talking about?
One of Riddler's puzzles. Some kind of test.
Show me.
I'm the founder's son? No, I'm basically the founder.
Any idea what he's planning?
Not yet. That's why I need your help. If his history is anything to go by, he left us a clue. A psychological profile of Riddler.
Knowing how his mind works, this should come in handy.
No sign of explosives or poison. Already scanned for that in the cave.
He's like, Batman, I tracked everything. There's a tracker in this fucking thing. And also a camera.
Oh, would you look at that? Micro-pulse waveform.
There's a tracker and a camera. I know who you are, and I know where you went.
I couldn't decipher it. I was hoping you could help with that.
I'll see what I can do. Shouldn't take long.
What in the...
It's not one of mine.
Think fast.
Huh, Tiffany?
Hey, Bruce.
That's crazy.
My God, Tiffany.
It's been a while.
Sneaking out of orientation your first day?
I just wanted to say hi to my new boss. I got you a present. A micro-drone prototype I developed in my spare time. High-end AV, stealth black shell, programmable for autonomous observation. Small, quiet, and super smart. Just like its designer. Not bad, huh? You always had a thing for toys. So hard to know what to get a man who has everything.
This is crazy. We're having Batman-related business, and like, she just busted in, bro. That's nuts.
I love it. Thanks, Tiffany.
Well, I guess it's not bad.
Not bad. See what I had to deal with growing up? Huh. There's something different about you.
There is?
And I don't just mean what happened to your ear. I can't quite put my finger on it. But you look...
Well, please just don't say old.
Well, now that you mention it.
Hey, play nice. Bruce has had a rough year.
Interesting.
Don't.
Too late, already touching.
Just be careful.
What a strange thing. The circuitry design. It's elaborate and unorthodox. Almost intentionally so. Like whoever put it together was kind of showing off. Huh. Micro pulse waves? That's just weird.
We have no OPSEC, bro. This is crazy. She's literally just fingering the fucking Riddler's key piece of evidence.
Seriously, what is this thing? I've never seen anything like it. It's like whoever made it.
Oh, well, your clearance level isn't high enough to tell you that, Tiffany.
It's not high enough now. Give me a few weeks and I'll know all your secrets.
He's being serious. This is above your pay grade.
Come on, guys. Clearance?
I just realized she's wearing that fucking nerdy ass chip dress, which is the same kind of fucking shirt that I had. You can tell she's a woman in STEM with this outfit.
You two don't have the slightest idea what this thing is, do you? You guys are lucky I'm here to help.
Help with...
Figure this freakish thing out.
Tiffany did graduate first in her class at Cornell in molecular engineering.
Let me take a crack at it. I can help you get to the bottom of this. Figure out what it does.
All right, if you think you can help, then be my guest.
Oh, I know I can help. I just gotta let him know that I won't be finishing up orientation.
No problem.
Oh, I was planning on swinging by the manor after work to see Alfred. I heard he wasn't doing so well. That he was having some issues with his health?
He would love that.
I hope he isn't still angered with me and Luke about that incident with the china.
Well, you know Al. No one messes with his dinnerware.
God, they're so fucking nerdy and cringe.
Catch you guys later.
Bruce is insane flirting with this girl in front of her dad, nonetheless.
Boss.
All right, then. Time to crack this puzzle. I never told her, you know. Told her what I really do at Wayne Enterprises. What we do. If you're willing to pull her into this Riddler project, why not consider bringing her into the fold? Into the mission. We're going to need help if we're going to be dealing with the likes of Riddler.
Okay.
Well, if she's anything like you...
She's better than me.
Okay. Then...
Her dad's like,
let's
yeah,
give her a shot.
put her in the crosshairs of international terrorists. Fuck it,
Start
YOLO.
thinking about how we can broach the subject with her.
You don't understand. I'm probably going to have sex with your
Riddler's
daughter.
puzzle will be a fine start.
Lucius.
Well, shall we go down to the lab?
Actually, the equipment we need is down in my office. We'll get this taken care of in no time.
Mr. Wayne.
Yes?
I'm Special Agent Avesta. This is my partner, Special Agent Blake.
Well, I guess I'll see you in a bit. I'll be down in my office.
Keep me in the loop about that, thing?
Will do.
Sorry for the unannounced visit. We're with the agency's Behavioral Analysis Unit. We just came by to ask a few questions.
Please, come in. Make yourselves at home. Can I get my assistant to get you anything? Coffee, water, donuts?
Don't worry. This won't take long.
They're like, suspicious looking. Uh-oh. Gotta hide that shit.
This office, it really represents you.
Well, I like to think so.
Is this you?
Yeah.
How old?
I don't know, 7, 8, maybe?
So happy. After everything you've been through, I don't know how you still...
I forgot she doesn't fucking know I'm Batman. Also, every episode has to have a mention of my dead parents. Oh my God.
I'll do it.
Do what exactly?
It wasn't long ago when you were the most hated man in Gotham. Yet you still give so much back to the city. Why do you continue to help Gotham? Most people wouldn't be so charitable after that.
My father did a lot of damage to a lot of people. I'm just trying to make things right.
Thomas Wayne did cast a long, dark shadow. It must be difficult to get out from under it.
What is it you want?
The agency recently brought me in to draft a psychological portrait of the Riddler.
It's rude, bro.
We've been tracking him for months, but haven't been able to find him.
Riddler? That psycho from the news?
I thought you'd be interested, considering your history.
My history?
A lot of things happened to you last year, and not all of them were good. You put yourself at risk when you helped bring in your friend Harvey Dent. He was a violent psychotic at the time, almost destroyed the city. Come to think of it, you've been associated with quite a few psychopaths over the years.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would. The criminally insane. They seem drawn to you. Either that, or you're often in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes, having money and fame makes you an easy target. I've had my fair share of crazies knocking on my door.
Like this guy. I think you'd know him as John Doe.
We understand that it was during your stay in Arkham where you and John met and became friends. From the sound of it, you two were close.
John may very well say that, yes.
But not you?
A conversation in a mental hospital does not make us friends, much less close.
I see. According to hospital records, you and John were involved in a riot.
They captured the whole incident on video.
I saw you flee after John cut another inmate, a man named Victor Zsasz. Several people were hurt.
I got out of there as fast as I could.
I don't blame you. You must have been scared. John was discharged from Arkham months ago. No one has seen or heard from him since. I was thinking maybe you have.
Why would you think that?
He listed you as his emergency contact. Sounds like you two were pretty close to me.
I did not agree to that. Why would he write down my name?
It's obvious. You're important to him.
Well, I haven't seen or heard from him, so...
They are so...
Did he
they're
do
feds,
something
bro.
wrong?
He's a person of interest. You see, we've got a wall in the office with a bunch of photos pinned to it. Two-Face, Penguin, Lady Arkham, you know, Gotham's most notorious. They've got all these little strings connecting them to one another, like a web. And you, my friend, are at the center. You keep pretty strange company for someone who wants everyone to think they're such a stand-up guy.
I'm sorry, are you accusing me of something? Should we be?
What typical
You
fed
know more than
behavior.
you're letting on, Mr. Wayne.
Typical cop.
Maybe you're a criminal, like your father. Maybe you're not the hero people think you are.
I am calling my That's an evacuation warning. It's time for you to leave.
We'll pick this up another time.
I think I might have picked up the dang phone. Uh-oh.
Bruce, get my daughter out of the building. Get yourself out.
What are you talking? What did you figure out?
I've solved the Riddler's puzzle, Bruce. Riddler really pulled a good one over on us.
Lucius, please tell me what's wrong.
Tell Tiffany that I love her. That I'm sorry I wasn't around more.
Wait, what the fuck?
Lucius!
We really made a difference, didn't we, Batman?
Lucius!
Hey, yo! Dude, I thought he was calling to say at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, bro. What the fuck? I didn't realize that it was an actual situation. Wait, was that like, if I pick up the phone, do I save him? Because honestly, you can save yourself from the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Also, this was so dumb. Batman is so fucking stupid. He brought the goddamn bomb into Wayne Enterprises.
Oh my God, Lucius! No!
1 killed and 14 injured after a tragic explosion.
The
rocks Wayne
GCPD is
Tower.
opening an investigation into what they are calling an industrial accident.
Wayne Enterprises Chief Technology Officer Lucius Fox died last Tuesday in the violent blast. A small service is being held for the tech giant and father of 3 at Divinity Church this Sunday.
Lee dies in every game, yeah.
You don't have to worry, Lucius. Tiffany, I'm gonna take care of your family as if they were my own.
Just like Lucius took care of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of Tiffany.
Lucius helped raise you, Bruce. It was family. Riddler's attack on the casino was one thing.
Sexo
run. This is personal. We can't let him get away with it. Riddler struck at the heart of our operations and tore a family apart in the process.
Riddler will pay for what he's done. I swear to you, I will make him suffer.
Maybe it's what's called for, given the circumstances. Of course, it won't bring poor Lucius back. I can't imagine how devastating
This is not an open casket.
To lose her father in such a violent way.
Ad break over. How's Lucius doing? Dead.
Yes, she can use all the support she can get.
Wait, it is open. Oh, it's not open.
Hey, Tiffany.
I still can't believe he's gone. None of this feels real.
Can I make a request to not talk about sex with every mildly attractive woman in every game you play? I also talk about sex with every mildly attractive man in every game I play. We do gay sexo runs too. So the answer to your question is no. This is what these games are for. The entire point of these games is to have sex with all the characters that you can possibly... That's how you win the game.
Your dad was like family to me. If there's anything I can do, anything at all, please let me know.
Thanks, Bruce. I appreciate it. He loved working for you, you know? They hardly saw him at home because of it. Mom used to complain my little brother was growing up without a dad. Now I guess it's true. He was so busy. I can remember the last time I got to hang out with him. Just father and daughter. Just thought there'd be more time. There were so many things I wanted to talk to him about.
I asked a lot of him. Maybe too much.
And he gave it all, didn't he? A real company man.
Uh-oh. She's harboring resentment.
I hope it was worth it.
Uh-oh. Villain run. Uh-oh.
Tiffany.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't blame you.
You don't understand. He actually loved spending every waking moment at the whims and mercy of a billionaire at my beck and call. You don't get it. Okay? Tiffany, you don't understand. The amount of homeless people that I beat the shit out of with your father's illegal technology is unimaginable. Okay? Countless. The amount of surveillance that I did on the unsuspecting civilians of Gotham, the warrantless surveillance that your father and I engaged in would make Israel quiver. Okay? Like, you just think a number and then like quintuple that number, and it still will not reach a fraction of the amount of warrantless surveillance we engaged in. We beat the shit out of so many mentally ill people. Okay? I'm Batman, by the way.
Just let it out.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all. I saw his remains, Bruce. There was hardly anything left. What were you guys working on that could have caused that? It doesn't quite add up. Please tell me.
Tiffany, I will tell you soon. Just not here.
What do you mean? Why not?
It's not the right time.
Why, Bruce? What are you mixed up in? Fine. Just tell me one thing. That weird disc. Was that what killed him? Did you put my father's life at risk for that? I'm begging you. Just tell me that one thing.
Uh-oh. Chat, it's poll time. Chat is poll time. It's polling time. Let's go. All right, we're starting to poll off. Current poll sexo. Lie, true. Pick one. No, tell the truth. Don't listen to chat. I like that. I know for a fact this motherfucker has no idea what this game is about, or has no idea what the outcome will be, and it's just his conscience. Okay, he's like, no, tell her the truth. This is our boomer chatter in the building. Okay, I know for a fact. Boring gameplay. I'm leaving. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay, everyone is saying tell the truth.
I need to know.
I thought it was safe, Tiffany. I really did. I had no idea Lucius could get hurt. Please forgive me.
Forgive you? I hope you can forgive yourself.
It was 83%, not even close.
Whatever you got my father into, I will find out. And I will shout it to the world.
Damn, bro. What the fuck did you simps do?
So sorry, really. It's such a shame. At least he went out with a bang, right? Now, for that, we can all be grateful.
You knew my father.
Well, no, but...
Hey, how about giving Tiffany some space? Huh?
Bruce! Hey, buddy! It's good to see you.
Come on, man. She's been through a lot.
You're absolutely right. Enjoy the rest of your day. Look, I know it's a closed casket, but I can see by the jeans, your friend was a looker, huh?
Why are you here, John?
I told you I'd see you again, didn't I? You and me, we're two threads in the same stitch. Look, I got you a little something, just to mark the occasion. I knew you'd be hurting, see? I thought it might make you feel better.
Thank you, John. That's very considerate of you.
Oh, good. I wasn't sure. First time at a funeral, you see. People get upset at the littlest things. It hasn't been easy for me out here, you know? I'm the new guy now. It's the freedom that gets to you. There's so damn much you hardly know what to do with it. It's not like Arkham. Sometimes I miss those padded walls. You knew where the lines were drawn.
How did you get out? I mean, oh my God, did you escape?
Didn't have to. Dr. Leland signed the papers herself. She always had a soft spot for me.
If everyone
I
could
guess
please
he's been
take their
rehabilitated.
seats, we will begin.
Would you
just sit down?
Today we gather to honor the memory of Lucius Fox. He was a friend, a father, a husband, a leader.
You are crashing my friend's funeral, John. You better have a good reason.
Oh, I do. I need that, favor you owe me. For settling the score with Zaz, and, you know, getting you out of Arkham. You're gonna do right by me, aren't you? I know you're a man of your word.
I gave you my word, didn't I? I'll stand by it.
I knew the moment we met. Friends for life.
I'm such a fraud.
Exactly who you needed at so many points in your lives. And now...
You see, I met some inspiring people out here. Made some new friends. Made a kind of pact. They're amazing, Bruce. That special breed who live by their own rules. They remind me of you. Of your father.
So who are they?
You'll find out when you meet them. They're looking to bring someone like you into the fold. You will meet them for me, won't you? Please, I've got a lot writing on this. I already told them you would. Please don't let me down.
I'd be happy to chat with your friends, John. Just say when and where.
I was so hoping you'd say that. We are going to have so much fun. I knew this would work out. This here between us, this is real. You can't force this kind of friendship. I want to commemorate the moment. The guys will be so excited.
Put that away. This is a funeral, for God's sake.
I'm sorry. I got so caught up in it all, I completely forgot. I just know you're gonna hit it off with the guys. I should warn you, though. I've got an enemy. Real piece of work. Calls himself the Riddler.
How do you know the Riddler?
Know him? I want to rip his eyeballs out. He's a...
This chatter, the chat is so... Chat immediately is like, oh, be nice to the autistic Joker. Chad immediately sees himself in the Joker and is like, dude, you have to be nice to him. You have to baby him. That's crazy. Okay? Y'all are crazy.
And a killer. And worst of all, he's rude. I tried to let the authorities know the kind of lowlife they're dealing with, but wait a minute, you know him too. Of course, a man of Bruce Wayne's caliber knows everyone, so I shouldn't be surprised.
Just from the news. I mean, the guy's clearly a murderer, sick in the head.
Don't know the half of it. If I had my way, that smarmy know-it-all would never leave his hole.
You mean his hole? You know where he is.
No, not exactly, no. Maybe I said too much.
I already said I'd meet your friends, John. Now tell me what you know.
Jeez. Well, if it means that much to you. Yeah, I really don't know much. I heard the egomaniac always made people go to him for meetings. Somewhere in the East End.
Where in the East End?
Honestly, that's all I know. And even that might be out of date. If you're so eager to find him, why don't you let me help you? I'll find out where he is and get back to you. See if I can't find out where that jerk puts his head down.
I would appreciate that, John.
That's what friends are for, Bruce.
I'm putting him to use, bro. I'm putting my crackhead to use.
Mine later, like I asked. Look, I think I outstayed my welcome here. I'm just gonna slip away. Excuse me. Sorry.
I'm checking out his ass, bro.
It's been so nice catching up, Bruce. I miss this trust between us.
Me too, John.
Be in touch.
Oh my
Bye,
God,
Bruce.
it's so visible.
Until next time.
Oh God.
Intriguing fellow. Certainly not one for decorum. I don't think that outburst went unnoticed.
Whatever you say about John, he gave me a lead on Riddler's location.
Huge throw. Wait, is it? Did I fuck up?
Inform Gordon.
I feel like you guys literally are so... You're personally trying to tank this, okay? I think you're personally trying to tank this. You're personally trying to get me, like, as though I can be, like, friends with the fucking Joker.
Tell him to drag up GCPD records on Gotham's East End. And tell him we're on Riddler's trail.
Enjoying the view? Hard to do these days. There's one thing for the bad parts of town to get uglier. But when places like Wayne Tower start falling apart, makes you wonder what's next. I'll bet Bruce Wayne is wondering the same thing. Seems like the world's got it out for that guy. Spends some time in Arkham, gets drugged through the dirt by the media for something he didn't do. Finally picks himself up, and what happens? Someone bombs his company.
Wayne's still in one piece. It's the dead who deserve your sympathy.
They have it. Them and their families. You said you had a lead on Riddler.
Hiding somewhere in East End.
Why am I not surprised? East End's been a no-man's land since Harvey Dent blew it up. I've tried to get more patrols out there, but City Hall's not giving up the funds. The area between 42nd and 48th, more or less lawless.
That narrows down the search.
Police still defunded. Classic, bro.
A construction site at the center of 46th. Abandoned.
Harvey's boys demolished that area, chasing the children of Arkham. There's nothing but a crater there. Not really a place for Riddler to have a hideout.
The land at the end of 44th was recently purchased, anonymously.
Well, the only thing there is an old water tower. Something feels fishy about that. My gut tells me that's the place.
Agreed.
Nice work, Batman. Hey, if this lead pans out, Waller will have to eat her words. Whatever you said to her at the casino really got up her nose. I have to tell you, I got a bad feeling about her.
How so?
It's the way she goes after criminals. She's ruthless. Puts her people at risk. And believe me, she doesn't let due process get in her way. She'll stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, to get her man. It doesn't sit right with me. And I don't think she's good for Gotham. It's not the way I do things.
Oh, fuck.
It's not the way we do things. I was ordered to give her updates on breaks in the Riddler case.
I missed it. I was looking at something.
Chance he's there, we should probably let her know. Don't want to give her ammunition with the governor.
Inform Waller or keep her in the dark. I was looking at the fucking chatter. First time chatter they got banned. I'm gonna keep her in the dark.
She's already got him breathing down my neck about what went down
Fuck
at the
the
casino.
feds.
I don't want Waller involved. You and I can handle Riddler. Just like it's always been.
Glad to see we're on the same page. We gotta watch out for her. She moved her people into my downtown precinct without so much as a please or thank you. I tell you, Batman, she keeps on chipping away at my authority, I'm gonna crack.
Then let's find Riddler before it comes to that.
I'll grab a car and meet you at Riddler's hideout. Riddler won't feel so clever after we come knocking.
No one's home.
I kept Waller and her agency people out of the loop on this. It's just the two of us.
We can handle this without her.
Not exactly cozy, is it?
Let's see what we can learn.
Bro, newspaper clippings? That's when you know this person is not a beacon of mental sanity.
Someone's keeping a scrapbook.
Vane, isn't he?
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
It's stuck!
No way to open it from the inside.
Then how do we get out?
We go in.
Riddle me
After
this,
you.
Batman. Good thing we didn't inform the fucking feds. We could have had some backup here.
Give me a good, honest crack house any day.
Is that Alfred? No, it's Hitman.
Oh, God.
Special Agent Mario Fernandez.
Holy crap. He's one of Waller's.
Bro got fucking domed.
The man bit his tongue clean through.
He must have suffered a shock or a sudden jolt.
One of his pupils is fully dilated. The other's contracted. A clear sign of brain trauma.
Huh. There's no sign of a blow to the head. There's some hemorrhaging from the ears.
His eardrums must have burst. One shoe is missing.
The sole of the other one's almost completely melted through.
Whoa.
He's missing parts of his fingers on the right hand.
We saw this before. The victim in the casino.
He was trying to call for help. The phone isn't getting a signal.
Damn it. Me either.
Havana Syndrome gun.
That's a hell of an invitation.
Riddler's playing games.
Bet he tried
He's
to
such a
play
good
along.
detective.
We can learn from his mistakes. Let's find out what he did wrong. Masks. Each one missing a different facial feature.
The senses. They're missing their senses.
Like the monkey statues.
You're right. There must be a connection.
Safes with electronic locks. Shut tight.
These must be the goal of whatever game we're playing.
Dude, nobody detects like Batman.
And a lot of blood. Huh. We know Riddler likes penalizing his victims for wrong answers.
The agent must have been looking for the answer in one of these safes.
He chose
He's
the
so
wrong
good
one.
at detecting.
Cost him his fingers.
He's so fucking good at detecting, bro. Thank God we linked that shit. I swear to God, how else would we have figured that
Metal
out?
mesh lining the walls. Riddler has converted this entire place into a giant Faraday cage.
Faraday what?
An enclosure designed to block electromagnetic fields. No signals in or out.
Guess it explains why our phones aren't getting signals. Clever son of a bitch.
Bro, dying from a riddle is so shitty. Like, what a fucking L that is, dude.
Prototype of the trap he used on.
Like, dying not from even a cool thing, but like this whimsical ass contraption. God damn.
Mori. The armor. Extremely sturdy. Ensuring there's no possible way to open.
Bro got riddled to death, dude.
Them other than solving his riddles.
This is an insane way to commit crimes, even for this city.
Another one of Riddler's sick contraptions.
Some kind of murder box, I guess.
Riddler's son or Poison Ivy
He's
daughter?
always a
Poison Ivy
wacko.
daughter.
This takes it to a new level.
Won't budge. Must be locked in place. The glass. It's polarized.
So it is.
Turn me round, but
By the way, another, Poison Ivy eco terrorist, like eco terrorist, not echo. It's just yet another villain that's like not a villain at all. Batman is just like polluting the fucking planet. Batman is over here polluting the fucking planet. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy's trying to stop him from doing so. Fucking billionaire ass.
not the right way, and you might live to see another day.
What does it mean?
It's still warm. There must be some kind of heating element underneath.
This thing is built like an oven. You could be cooked alive in there.
Scratches on the monitor. The polarizing filter has been tampered with.
Like in sunglasses.
Monitors typically have a polarizing filter to reduce reflection.
I don't see anything.
Impossible to see with the naked eye. We're going to have to look at it through a polarized lens.
Well, wouldn't you know it?
If this door were closed, the portal would be looking right at those monitors. Since the monitors have been tampered with, it's likely there's a message on it. One that can only be seen with a polarized lens.
You won't know until you're inside the box, though. Hey.
Also,
I got a
how come
hunch,
his
come
fucking
No matter
helmet
how
doesn't have
careful
that?
Riddler is, chances are good he hasn't scrubbed his own computer.
Good call. It's worth checking out.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Mori. He sold technology to Riddler.
Come on,
Talk
bro.
about
He left
strange
his
bedfellows.
emails on there?
You know, Waller's been keeping pretty tight tabs on Maury for a while now. She must have known. I recognize some of the names on this list. They're all Waller's people. Names, addresses, phone numbers. We have to warn her.
First, we have to get out of here.
What does it say?
Riddler's not working alone.
Just wonderful. More psychos to worry about.
He and his colleagues, they don't see eye to eye. Apparently, they don't like his beef with me.
Hey, maybe we'll get lucky to kill each other.
Don't read it. Don't play Riddler's games. Yeah, you're right. I fucked up. I should just brute force it out of here.
More monkey statues.
I'm starting to sense a theme here. That's an agency issue pistol. Packs a hell of a jolt.
I saw it take down Riddler's goons at the casino. It was impressive.
Gotta give it to Waller. Her people have great tech.
Take a look at this.
Huh. Well, that's the same kind of body cam the GCPD issues its officers.
Maybe there's a clue on the recording.
Can't hurt to look.
Why would that be there still?
Because you've been so candid with me, I'm giving you a chance your other comrades won't get. a chance at getting out of this alive.
We'll catch you. The agency, they'll find...
I shouldn't have to remind you that you've been chasing me for years. And I've always been 2 steps ahead. If you win the game, I'll let you go free. And you'll get a consolation prize. An exclusive sneak peek into how I'm going to kill all of your colleagues. Now, how is that for motivation? Screw you!
He had the agent bound while he beat him. One shoe, melted.
Must belong to poor Cinderella over there.
Damn, bro, he's dead. Chill. He's like fucking owned, dude. Skill issue, shouldn't have died. L nerd.
The floor of the box heated up while the agent was inside. He tried standing on one foot to save the other, causing that shoe to catch on fire. When he exited the box, he tried to put the fire out, but couldn't. So he threw off his shoe.
You got a VR in that cowl or something?
Something like that. I've got all the pieces of Riddler's puzzle. Now I need to know what order they happened in.
Obviously, he had his fucking hands on and his shoes on in the chair. And then he had the
agent woke up here where his body cam fell off. Once he found he couldn't call for help, he saw the message on the monitors and willingly put himself inside the murder box.
Big L.
The agent's shoe caught fire inside the murder box, so he opened it in a panic. As soon as he was out of the box, he ripped off the burning shoe and threw it. Somewhere in the confusion, he must have missed something crucial. From where he lost a shoe, the agent beelined for the wall of safes. He opened one, but chose poorly. The blade sliced off his fingers, and there he met his end. Though it's still unclear how and when his eardrums could have burst. The agent made a number of mistakes. Mistakes we can avoid. The heat inside the box forced him to run out before he could
get Riddler's next clue. Poor bastard couldn't withstand the heat.
The Batsuit's armor is heat resistant. It'll buy me more time to find Riddler's next clue. Getting inside the box and starting the game is the only way we're getting out of here.
Oh, God.
This is insane. You know that, right?
So dumb.
The last man who went in there is dead. There's a good chance it'll kill you, too.
Any mistake could be my last. I won't be able to do this without you, Jim.
Wow. When you put it like that, let's win this game.
Yeah, we can't look through the open door, chat. No way.
Heat's rising, Batman.
Turn the wheel.
Stop! That agent did. You gotta crisp up real good, you don't get a move.
I'll be alright, I got a suit on.
Almost make out a message.
Kidding, Batman.
One won't see trouble and one tells no lies. Ask the third if he hides the prize.
The monkeys. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. But which one is he referring to?
Whichever one it is, the correct safe will have a face with those senses removed.
Yeah, I'll check.
I'm still in there?
It's still locked shut.
They should unlock when I open this door.
What the hell?
You're almost done. That is, if you can withstand my short-range ultrasonic device. Let's test it out, shall we?
Havana says
the riddle! Use it to open this.
Yeah, bro. It's first we got hit with the see no evil, then we got hit with the hear no evil, and now we gotta do the speak no evil, right? I suspect that's what it is, right? The L-Rod is doing the hear no evil. I mean, I don't know.
I'll put a stop to this damn noise.
One has eyes, the other tells lies. Isn't it ears? Wait, what? Did I die? Is that a L? We didn't do see no evil song. Wait, what? I feel like we did see the evil. No?
What the hell?
It's just a little brain pop, bro. It's not that big of a deal.
You're almost done. That is, if you can withstand my short-range ultrasonic device. Let's test it out, shall we?
The riddle! Use it to open the safe! I'll put a stop to this damn noise!
What was the riddle? What the fuck? Why didn't you do that last time?
Just in case.
Damn. Now, for the love of God, whatever's in that safe better be worth all this pain.
He's gonna cut my hand off, isn't it? Okay, never mind.
It's a homing missile.
What does it home in on?
Looking at its schematics now. A signal. A radio signal. A signal. That's how he died.
How who died?
That's how they'll all die.
Riddler.
Maury sold me missiles for all of my enemies. Everyone on my list gets one. Most won't even know what's coming. For a brief second, their dull existences will light up.
Why are you doing this, Riddler?
Hi, Riddler.
Haven't you killed enough?
I have a lot of enemies, Batman. While they're still breathing, I still have work to do. I'm trying to get a handle on you, Batman. Partnering with Gordon is one thing. From what I remember of the old days, he's harmless enough.
We'll see about that when you're in cuffs.
But the agency, they're a natural enemy to people like you and me. You must be desperate if you're making friends with them. You must be really up against the ropes to want that government scum in your corner.
They're no friends of mine.
No, they're not. They'll smile to your face to get what they want. The agency uses people, Batman. Corrupts them, breaks their minds. I wasn't always like this. The agency made me.
Oh, this is garbage. Yeah, Waller's a hard ass, sure, but she had nothing to do with why he's so messed up.
I didn't say Waller, did I? This goes way before her time. But I don't forget.
They made him
That's
into
the thing
liking
about having a
riddles?
mind like mine. You remember everything.
Whatever happened to you, it doesn't let you off the hook. You're still responsible for all the pain you've caused.
You think I'm asking for mercy? I was running things in Gotham before you could walk. I just wanted to see if the man who claims he fights for justice is really as good as he believes. But then, you already answered that for me, didn't you? When you offloaded my puzzle on your friend. Why don't you tell Gordon here what happened to Lucius Fox? Watch out, Commissioner. For all his preaching, Batman knows when to sacrifice a pawn to win the game. It was a smart move. Getting out of the way of the blast.
You shouldn't have said his name, Riddler. I'll make you pay for what happened to Lucius.
That must be the guilt talking. After all, the poor man's death is on you. Look at Gordon. He doesn't know what to make of any of it. Trust is hard-earned, yet easily lost, isn't it? Come on now. Don't get your tights in a twist. I knew you.
How does he not know that, like, Bruce Wayne is Batman then? You know what I mean? Like, how?
Weren't sharp enough to do it on purpose. There's no room at the top for schoolboys who are too squeamish to fight in the gutter. You don't have what it takes to be a player in this town. Not without giving up those values you hold so dear. Game on!
How does Gordo not know?
I'll wait for Waller and pass on what we found.
She won't be happy when she finds out Riddler knows about every agency operative in Gotham.
I don't blame her. If they were my cops, no one would be sleeping till we found this Riddler guy.
Just keep your eyes open, Jim. In the meantime, I'll stay on Riddler's tail.
Hey, hold up a sec. What Riddler said in there about the agency, smoke and mirrors, you ask me. But the thing about Lucius Fox and the blast at Wayne Tower, you gotta level with me. You got some connection with that Wayne Tech guy you didn't tell me about?
Okay, bro. I'm gonna tell him the truth.
Lucius Fox was an ally of mine. That got him killed.
I gotta say, the fact I had to learn about it from Riddler instead of you, it doesn't sit right with me at all. I thought
What difference does it make, dumbass? Why do you care?
Trust, you and I. What do you expect me to do with this? Am I just supposed to sit on my hands?
Whatever you do, this has to stay between us.
Oh, does it?
Bro, you're a whole ass adult with a beautiful mustache talking to a grown ass man in a fucking pajama pants costume. obviously shit is not all right. There's a level of secrecy to this entire process. Like, come on, Gordo.
Because I, what, just happened to stumble into it? I mean, I wasn't born yesterday. I know you probably have a network of civilians working for you. You can't do the kinds of things you do without a gigantic support system. If you really think it's important this stays between us, then I won't say a word. Batman, I'm sorry for your loss.
Street side, this conversation take place in a secluded rooftop? No. Don't worry, there's no civilians in Gotham. Only enemies.
I heard your discussion with Commissioner Gordon. Now he knows that Lucius Fox and the Batman were allies. Gordon's dangerously close to figuring out who you are. If he does find out, I have no idea how he'll react. It's not a chance you can afford to take.
He looked me straight in the eye, Alfred. He's been our friend a long time. He deserves to know.
I'm such a bitch.
I understand that, Bruce, but he's still too close for comfort. I'm sorry, but he is. You were radio silent for so long. Tell me, did you find out how Lucius died?
This is a missile I found in Riddler's workshop. The explosion at Wayne Tower. We were thinking about it all wrong. The puzzle wasn't an explosive. It was an emitter.
Bro, can you imagine being dumb enough to fucking bring a toy that the Riddler had to your house, and then the Wayne Manor, which, by the way, I was right. It literally was a tracker, technically. And then taking another toy from Riddler's house and bringing it back to your house again. It's like you have no, like, you don't know what that thing is. That could not be a missile. That could also be another emitter. The worst detective of all time, I swear to God.
When it was solved, it emitted a signal. You heard it earlier. If allowed to play too long, it becomes a launch signal.
Dear God, you did solve the box. We just didn't know it.
The Batcave scrambler blocked the signal.
Poor Lucius. Wayne Tower offered no such protections. Our tight little family has gotten smaller because of it. It was the three of us looking out for each other.
With Lucius gone, we need to find someone to take over his role.
No one could ever fill his shoes. But you're right. Between the Lady Arkham affair and losing Lucius...
Yeah, as your father's corpse is like freshly being placed on the ground, it's time for you to also risk your goddamn life for me.
In this gruesome fashion, it's clear we're up against a new class of criminal. This war of ours, it may be too much for us on our own. The list of agency operatives from Riddler's workshop. He plans to do the same thing to them.
It's a hit list. It's only useful if he has a way to target the agents, though. And I doubt he's sending them all puzzle boxes. Hold on, let's just walk through it.
What?
He's hacked their cell phones. He could pinpoint the location of any one of these operatives.
Link this to what?
And he can broadcast his signal through their phone to make them a target of a missile strike.
Technology. Batman is just jealous he doesn't have it.
It's the only way I can get a clean version of the signal. It's pretty grim, Alfred. You don't have to watch.
I can handle it. I've never been one to shy away from duty, however unpleasant it may be.
You're indestructible.
You are a rock, Alfred.
Oh my God, this is so weird.
You, huh? Even in the toughest times.
The last thing I want to do is let you down.
Bruce, get my daughter out of the building. Get yourself out.
What are you talking? What did you figure out?
I've solved the Riddler's puzzle, Bruce.
He knew he was going to die. Can you switch to audio only, please?
Bitch, we have to see it.
Tell Tiffany that I love her. That I'm sorry I wasn't around more.
Lucius?
We really made a difference, didn't we? Batman?
I shouldn't have watched.
It's crazy that he calls me at the end, like he calls me Batman at the end of it. Like I could be around whoever. Like, how are you going to compromise my identity that I very clearly don't necessarily protect all that well right in your final moments? Like right as you're about to die, you're like, hey, Batman, you know how you're Batman You know how we've done a lot of Batman stuff? I'm dying because of your Batman stuff that we're doing.
I'll go get that tea, Master Bruce.
All right. Now I just need to create a filter to get a clean version of the signal. And then match up the points found in both sound files.
It's crazy because, like, he knows I was talking to the feds.
Batman?
No. The two sounds have to be the same.
Wait, what?
Dwayne.
How do I play it?
Tiffany. The disabling. Riddler. Bruce.
Wait, what? None of them.
Batman? Tiffany. The disabling. Tiffany.
That's a match.
Bruce.
Where was it? This one?
Riddler.
Fuck.
Bruce.
That's crazy that we're just fucking over here.
The waveforms match.
Making fun of him.
There.
in his
Piggyback
final
on the Riddler's
moments.
cell phone hack.
Riddler.
They'll recognize any incoming signal match and shut down, negating a launch. Makes sense for me to have the signal on me as well.
What for?
Riddler still has functioning missiles. Once he finds out I've blocked his targets, he may decide to launch indiscriminately. But with the signal, I might be able to divert them. Tiffany gave me this the day Lucius died. Let's
Riddler.
put it to good work.
Yeah, let's blow up her one fucking thing that she has.
It's not a theory I really want to test.
So we had better find Riddler first. There is always Riddler's second in command. Eli Nabel, arrested after his attack on the casino. None of the authorities have gotten anything out of him yet.
Unknown contact.
What is it?
It's Tiffany.
That John guy from the funeral, from Arkham.
Wait, I thought we had a Faraday cage in here.
Who actually sounds like he's keeping his word. Maury, huh? John thinks that Maury can get us Riddler's location.
Do you believe him?
Maybe we should go back to the beginning.
Why does he have...
Bring Rumi Maury up on the back computer.
Why does he have the fucking Bruce Wayne's phone number, bro? Just like
Either
a
of them could
crazy random
potentially lead
guy.
me to him.
The question is, which is more likely to help you?
Probably Rumi Maury.
Maury's a businessman. Given the right incentive, he could be persuaded to talk. He sure can't have any love for Riddler after his attempted murder at the casino.
I'd say he'd respond better to a more genteel approach. Peer-to-peer as Bruce Wayne. However, the agency is watching him. If Waller finds out that Bruce Wayne sought a parley with Maury, she'll not be best pleased. On the other hand, Riddler's lieutenant,
Eli Nabel, took a go at me in the casino. Put up quite a fight.
cracking him will be tougher, more physical. Certainly a job for Batman. He's currently in Waller's custody in a GCPD holding cell. Interrogating Nabel there would be a visible endorsement of Waller's authority. Gordon won't like it.
What should I do, chat? The one where you get the beat? All right, poll it. Poll it. Also, poll the top of the hour ad break. The best practices of... Oh, I wrote poll instead of fucking slash poll. Jesus Christ. Okay, here it is. Maury or Eli, put your votes in. Poll it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and polling is not going to help. Tothab, top of the hour ad break. Okay, a lot of people saying Maury. Seems like Maury's going to win. You can win if you subscribe for $5 or for free. By the way, I don't want to make Gordo mad. We're going to go with Maury. 67% said Maury.
I'm sure Bruce Wayne can find a way to reason with him.
Problem is, Joker's going to know I'm Batman if I just go fucking hang out with Maury
Waller's
as
people
Bruce
are here
Wayne.
watching Maury. Riddler's agency data should make him easy to tag. I need you to keep an eye on him for me. Maybe cause a distraction if I need it. Gotta be careful here. They're following his every move.
Yeah, they're really
All
inconspicuous.
this attention must be annoying to a man like Maury.
I see them.
All of these agents were on Riddler's list. Even without access to their phones, he'll still try to kill them all somehow.
Do whatever.
I feel like if I was attacked at the casino by the Riddler, I probably wouldn't go back to the casino. Like, it'd be too traumatic. How about we take a break from computer games and cover some news from Gaza? Might be more important, eh? How about you suck my dick, chatter, who just fucking created an account just to follow me, just so you could fucking come in here and chirp while I'm on the tail end of my fucking 9-hour coverage? Is that your fucking is that your weak ass attempt to bait me? Guess what, dude? Bait that shit. Go back to a different account, dumbass chatter. You missed the ad break. I already did it.
Find him through the video like the... No time to waste.
Mr. Wayne, to what do we owe this honor?
Good evening, Mr. Mori. I've come to talk.
Your visit is unexpected, Mr. Wayne. What can I do for you? A private matter between friends.
It's better if Waller's people don't know about this conversation.
Amanda Waller is watchful, Mr. Wayne. Watchful and ruthless. I'd advise you not to cross her. The authorities are watching my every move. Apparently, I'm a person of interest. There's really not much I can offer you, other than a drink and a seat at the roulette wheel. Not while I'm being shadowed.
We need privacy. Lose the agents.
Done. They just got an order to sweep the perimeter. Should give you a couple of minutes at least.
Impressive, Mr. Wayne.
We haven't even scratched the surface.
What can I do for you?
Information.
How do you do that?
About the Riddler.
Why would I do that?
You sold the Riddler weapons that killed one of my oldest friends. Lucius's blood is on your hands.
That was never my intent. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
for your loss.
he's a peaceful weapons dealer, like the American government.
I dealt with that maniac, it's true. But I was done after the first delivery. Riddler wanted more. Everything he could get his hands on. He even wanted me to hand over one of my biotech companies. I said no.
That's why he attacked you.
You have no idea how crazy he is. I only wish I had known it sooner.
An arms dealer with a sudden bout of conscience.
He scared me. I was afraid he'd use my goods in the city. After the explosion at...
Yeah, he's a liberal, dude. He's like, these AR-15s are only for war zones like Iraq. These weapons should only be used to kill brown children, not our beautiful white children in our schools in America. That's what he's saying. Not in my backyard, yeah.
Wayne Enterprises. It turns out I was right. I want you to know, I had no idea the Riddler had marked you as a target. I knew your father, back when he was running Gotham.
Damn, bro. Our interests often align. My dad was such a scumbag. Fuck!
Our interests often aligned. I would never dishonor his memory. He was a friend, truly one of a kind.
I'm more ruthless than he was?
Mori, listen to me very carefully.
That's what I'm gonna say.
I am more ruthless than my father ever was.
The pup has a savage bark, and from the looks of it, the teeth to match. I can help you find the Riddler, Mr. Wayne. I sold him the missile array he's using to pick off his enemies.
We know, bro. We know.
From it. Everything you need to find him is on that drive. But I need a favor from you first.
A favor?
Waller has me detained here pending Riddler's trial. She controls all my accounts. I need to get out of the country, and in all haste. You can help with that. Otherwise, I fear my fate is a short, miserable life in a black prison. Somewhere deeply unpleasant.
I could do that for you.
I knew I could count on your friendship.
I'm a bad guy,
a chartered
dude.
plane waits for me at the airport.
This is some real
the pilot
CIA
will fly me
shit.
to a safe haven in the Caribbean for the right price. All you have to do is authorize a transfer. You don't want me as an enemy, Mr. Wayne. Our agency friends will be back any
I think I'm just gonna yoink it.
second. Let's handle this quickly and without disturbance.
No deal. This could have been a lot easier for you, Mori.
What the fuck?
You should kill me, Wayne, because I won't forget.
Bruce, Waller's agents are converging. Hurry up and get out of there.
That's crazy. I just fucking, as Bruce Wayne,
I've
did
sent
that.
you Mori's information. Find me what I need, fast.
I thought when I was gonna forcibly take it, I thought I meant like just yoink it fast.
Armed men on board. This must be it. Who knows what the Riddler has up his sleeve?
I didn't realize I was gonna fucking steal it like a madman. Okay, now let's beat up and kill people that deserve it. You know what I mean? The bad guys.
I'm on board, Al.
Do you see Riddler?
You won't get away with this.
What do you think's gonna happen? Noise again, are we? Agent, what's your name? Blake?
I hear him. Need to get a better angle.
You'll see what's gonna happen.
That man is dead, like actually dead? Oh, yeah.
We'll all be here soon. Then you'll see what this is all.
We found him.
You agency in
Maury's information turned out to be accurate.
You and your boss.
No sight of the missiles yet, though.
They must be here somewhere.
Regret her miscalculations. All your idiot colleagues, too.
Hostages.
They appear to be more of Waller's agents.
Institutional incompetence.
Bro, they're so
A good
bad.
spot for cover.
This agency is on the fucking... This agency's in the dumps, dog. They just keep having their agents get fucking kidnapped by this guy. They're so bad.
Your agency has been on my heels. I'll give it to you. You're relentless. I'll admit it's going to feel satisfying to get my revenge on your predecessors. Even if you're really just a small...
Imagine getting owned by a fucking Redditor.
What are you talking about? You'll see what I mean soon, of course.
Don't want him raising an alarm.
Might be angry
I'll move when he isn't looking.
When they understand why, they'll recognize my brilliance. After all, I am uniquely qualified to see the big picture. It's often a struggle making people... You brought this on yourselves. All of you. You government clods really thought you were smarter than me. It's clear you're in desperate need of some schooling. My friends will be here soon. I'd keep your mouths shut until then.
Hostages first. When they're safe, I can find the missiles. Targeting online now.
Ready, Bruce.
Wait, what? What was with the mouse?
Let the hostages go, Riddler.
You can't possibly think clunking a few heads is enough to make me roll over.
Kiss.
Oversized vermin!
Oh my god. That was easy as hell.
Batman!
Agent Avesta.
The floor, it's heating up!
Turn it left, Avesta. Wait, don't
Thanks,
hug
Batman.
me. I gotta save the other ones, dumbass. Oh, it's too late now. Oh, god
Are you
damn,
alright?
I ate that. Dude, the Riddler's always one step in front of me every time, bro.
Oh god, not more.
He's wearing something that neutralizes the shock device.
I've memorized your playbook, Batman. I know all your shallow tricks. Maury was incapable of learning his lesson.
He knew I'd go for the fucking coochie, as always, bro. He did memorize my moves. He's like, I know his horny ass is not gonna stand idly by as a sexy lady is fucking trapped in a whimsical contraption. And now who am I? Who I'm also in the contraption.
I knew he'd lead you to me eventually. All part of the plan.
He's like, I knew you were a sex-run addict.
Missiles.
A goona!
Bait. Just like the hostages were bait. I knew you couldn't bear to let these agents die. You care too much about the little people. That makes you weak. I saw how you saved Maury.
I heard a lot of people doing what I do. My code is how I stay human.
Yeah, okay,
It's
bro.
why
sure.
I'm out here, and you're in there, about to meet your maker. My partners were supposed to be here to see this. I guess I can just show them the bodies. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Get them wrong, one of these agents gets torn apart.
You won't get away with this.
Okay, to be fair, those guys kind of suck.
Right? This happens.
Wait, what? That's not a W.
I designed this for you, Batman. Gotham's champion of justice will die in an unfair puzzle. Let's get started. We have a lot to get through. I'm curious to see how you'll handle it all.
Ask your questions, Riddler. Let's get this over with.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd cooperate. But I don't think the agent next to you shares your enthusiasm. You can handle the sonic blasts, but her... I estimate 3 blasts at most before her insides rupture. This one should be easy, Batman. Close to the heart. I solved a puzzle box for the Bat. Now I'm dead. And I mean dismembered. Closed casket for sure, kind of dead. Who am I?
I don't know if I should fucking So what? If I say the right answers, then like she dies? If I say the wrong answers, they die? I kind of want the dudes dead, but will she forgive you if you let her friends die? Okay, I'm gonna get one right and one wrong.
You know the answer. Please say it.
Lucius.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
Lucius Fox.
Very good, Batman. You saved a life. But...
Thank you.
Batman, don't answer any more of his questions.
No, Blake. I won't let you die.
Number 2. Also, completely self-evident. I am black and blue and bleeding from the ears. Who am I?
I think he means me. Say it.
Don't you dare answer that.
Please. Don't let him die.
Okay, this is weird. I don't know what to do here. This is a moral conundrum. I don't want to say the right name because Agent Avesta is gonna die. I'm a ... it, baby.
Say it!
I need an answer. Or click, click, click! You can't just sit this one out. People will die.
It's me. I'm black and blue.
Look at that. At least she knows how to play.
Oh my god. Iman! What have you done?
Enough, Riddler. You've made your point.
Just one more, Batman. And then it'll all be over.
I'll distract him. Just get us out of here.
I'm the sharpest mind you'll ever meet. The original genius with Gotham at my feet. Who am I?
You're Riddler. Riddler's the genius.
Well done, Agent. You answered so quickly, you almost deserve not to get the blast.
What? What am I doing here? What is happening?
I'll fire one of the missiles.
The bat cam and what?
You're much too slow, Batman.
Wait, what?
I think we're through.
What? Where am I supposed to click on that? Do something, you idiot. What do you want me to do, dumbasses?
I'll fire one of the missiles.
At what? At what? There's nothing on here, bro.
You're much too slow, Batman.
At what?
I think we're through.
There's literally nothing to connect the dots to. I'm so mad. What is happening? Y'all fucking suck ass, I swear to God.
I'll fire one of the missiles.
Can I can't hit the staff. The staff mayhaps capable of...
You're much too slow.
Dude, you guys are fucking so annoying, okay? You want to know why you're so fucking annoying? Because look. No, it's not the fucking staff, dude. It's not. Clearly, I'm trying to fucking click the staff and it's not working. And everyone in the chat is so fucking annoying in the way that they're like, it's the staff, stupid. It won't let me fucking hit the speakers. And I don't know what to do. And it's just like, why?
I think we're through.
Shut the fuck up. Enough. It literally clicked the missiles. Oh my God. How your attitude is frustrating. Why is it frustrating? Because I'm also going through the same motions that you are, but you're calling me a fucking idiot while simultaneously not being able to understand that I'm thinking the same things that you are.
Need to hear it from. Who's the genius, Batman? Who's on top of Gotham now? I want to hear it from you.
I am.
That's so lame. I said that. I outread it.
What are you doing?
Okay, well, she's supposed to die then, right? We didn't even put her in the fucking cage.
No! Impossible!
Why would she be alive? It's 3 blasts that would kill her.
You think you're clever, don't you?
Shut him up. Oh, what the fuck? That's sick. That's sick. Oh my God. I'm
Who's
whooping
the man
his ass.
who's got no time left?
The Riddler.
Thought you'd get such an easy one right.
Those missiles are aimed right at the city.
The answer is Batman.
Bro, really IDF'd them, dude. It's crazy.
Oh
no. Yeah, get Iron Dome, bitch. I'm Israel.
This can't be happening.
Soccer kick? What the fuck is anchor punch?
Iman.
Batman.
Pokemon.
Thank God. I didn't think we were going to make it.
He's like, Pokemon, I gotta get back to my goon cage.
I thought.
I'm just glad you're on your feet. You took quite a beating. Agent, are you okay?
My ears. I can't hear.
I shouldn't have done any of the right answers, huh?
Look forward to a padded cell.
Well, congratulations, Batman. You managed, even in my twisted game, to keep everyone alive. But at what cost? Agent Investus suffered, so no one had to die. That can't sit well with you, can it?
This entire twisted situation is your doing, Riddler. All blame is on you. And so are the consequences.
You came after me, you know. Not the other way around.
Now
I made
that
you
is his
hurt
real
an
shit.
innocent woman to get to me. Oh, my comrades would have been impressed.
Yeah, it's kind of low stakes.
Show them.
It's kind of low stakes for him to be flexing over here. And he's like, yeah, I gave permanent ear damage to one federal agent. It's like, bro, you're supposed to be this like massive terrorist. You had 1,000 missiles like that you launched in the direction of Gotham. And you're like, yeah, I gave her tinnitus. Oh, sick, man. Yeah, well, kind of feels like you're trying to turn this frown upside down a little bit.
I thought they'd back me up, even if they didn't agree. They left me here to deal with you alone. They betrayed me.
I look forward to meeting these friends of yours. They're next on my list.
Good. They deserve it. Unless that white-faced prick set me up. Never told them to meet me here.
Did you get shot? Oh, in the neck. She got darted.
They broke.
The Joker, baby. That's why we're an anti-vaxxer community, folks. They hit him with that COVID. They hit him with that coronavirus vaccine, AstraZeneca. You see, not even once.
Lock the ship down and radio for more medics. But Riddler, is he? Oh, God damn it. Oh, this isn't good, Batman. The investigation is a dead end without a breathing suspect. We're in trouble. A lot of trouble. I have no idea how we're getting out of it.
Don't worry about it, Jim.
How am I not gonna worry? Oh,
I mean, he's right.
Waller is gonna come down on us like a thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? I'm the whole goddamn hurricane.
Damn!
I'm about to blow both your asses off the side of this ship.
Okay.
It's a goddamn mess.
Hi.
Agent Avesta is dead. Riddler is dead. And I don't know exactly how. But I know you tampered with my suspect at the casino. Unless you expect me to believe that Maury's new neck brace is a fashion statement. Batman is clearly being misused as an asset to the GCPD. I'm taking direct control of law enforcement in Gotham, effective immediately.
What?
Gordon, you're being relieved of your stars. Bumped down to Deputy Ops.
You can't demote me.
I just did.
Gordon's not to blame. I was on the scene first. This is my fault, and mine alone.
I'm getting to you. Take some vacation days, Gordon. I've got sensitive case details to discuss with Batman.
We're still in this together, Batman. This doesn't change a thing.
She put him on PTO duty like...
This city is about to find
She put him on fucking
itself in a
PTO
crisis.
duty like he killed an unarmed teenager, bro. That's
the
crazy.
likes of which it's never known. Riddler had a crew. Not just any crew. The worst criminal minds from all over the world, here in Gotham. You come across anything about them? I'm assuming you've heard of them by now.
Riddler expected his friends to back him up tonight. Guess he wasn't as popular as he thought.
That fits a theory we have. Evidence from his workshop suggests he was involved in a feud with another member of the group. Dr. Harleen Quinzel, former psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum. She's very elusive. Keeps her head down. Much more so than that show-off Riddler.
New Sexo run unlocked. New Sexo run unlocked, chat. New Sexo run unfucking locked.
He was going to be my way in once we captured him alive. But now I have you to lean on.
All right, get out of there.
A man who lives on both sides of the line and knows exactly when to cross it. Yes, you and I will be working together very closely. Bruce Wayne.
Whoa! Hey, yo, how's she know that? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Yo, we gotta kill her. We gotta kill her. We have to kill her. That's crazy. You and 58% of players left John ecstatic. You and 69.1% of players worked in Waller in a way that was strange. She was not happy when you defended Gordon. She was annoyed that you tampered with a witness because you went behind her back to talk to Morris. She will work with you, but begrudgingly. You and 68% of players saw Alfred become vengeful. You and 77.9% of players left Tiffany furious. Oh, I should have never told her the truth. Y'all fucking suck, dude. Y'all fucking suck dick and balls. At least Gordon is still steadfast. 55% traumatized. You and 82% players confessed to Jordan that Lucius was an ally. 74% went to see Maury. 56 took the drive by force. 71% saved Iman. Sacrificed Iman. Not gonna lie, I didn't hear the question, so I went with the popular vote. There was a Iman. Not gonna lie, I didn't hear the question, so I went with the popular vote. There was a 83% vote on there, man. 83% of the chat. Y'all are some real haters, bro. 83% of the chat was like, yes, dude, definitely tell the truth. You fucking suck. God damn. I often shit on this community for not voting. Turns out when you do vote, it's still fucking devastating. It's still bad. In any case, that's all I got for today, folks. We'll return tomorrow with some news and then some fucking real gamer hours. These episodes are like an hour and a half a pop, maybe 2 hours a pop, actually. So they're quite long. I'm gonna try to get to it earlier. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, peace, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.